Sorry, yes.
يرجى التكرم بالجلوس في مقاعدكم. ستبدأ الآن أعمال ملتقى أبو ظبي الاستراتيجي الثاني عشر. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Please take your seats. The proceedings of the 12th Abu Dhabi Strategic Development will now begin. السيدات والسادة، أسعد الله صباحكم. يرجى التكرم بالجلوس في مقاعدكم. ستبدأ الآن أعمال ملتقى أبو ظبي الاستراتيجي الثاني عشر.
العالم على مفترق تحولات كبرى، تصدعات تضرب بنية الهيمنة، وصراعات تعيد رسم خرائط النفوذ. تتبدل موازين القوى وتتداخل المصالح والمعادلات الدولية، من واشنطن إلى بيجين، ومن موسكو إلى بروكسل، ومن طهران إلى تل أبيب. يشتد الصراع على النفوذ، وتتسارع التحولات، وتتغير الحسابات. في قلب هذا الاضطراب العالمي تظل الإمارات حاضنة لمنصات الحوار ومصدرا لرؤية استراتيجية تستشرف المستقبل. ملتقى أبو ظبي الاستراتيجي ملتقى العقول وصناع القرار، حيث تناقش القضايا الكبرى، من سباق التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي إلى تحولات السياسات الدولية، ومن إعادة تشكيل الشرق الأوسط إلى سباق الموارد والممرات وأشباه الموصلات. نطرح الأسئلة الصعبة ونبحث عن الإجابات الدقيقة، نحلل، نستشرف، ونبني الرؤية. هذا هو ملتقى أبو ظبي الاستراتيجي، بوابة فكر ونبض عالم يتغير. وهذه هي أبو ظبي، عاصمتنا الجميلة، ترحب بكم من جديد.
سيداتي وسادتي، نبدأ أعمال الملتقى بالكلمة الافتتاحية التي تلقيها الدكتورة ابتسام الكتبي رئيسة مركز الإمارات للسياسات، فلتتفضل مشكورة. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the ADSD proceedings with opening remarks by EPC President Dr. Ibtisam Al-Ketbi. Dr. Al-Ketbi, the floor is all yours.
Your Excellencies, dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you and good morning to you all. It is my honor to talk to you today in this 12th Abu Dhabi strategic debate, which became an annual platform that gathers different elites, politicians, and experts to discuss different issues regarding the global and regional order and to give an additional value in prospection and analysis. And this is a contribution by Abu Dhabi as a capital in the strategic dialogues of the international and regional politics. This edition is held under the theme Shaping Hegemony and Adapting to a New Global Order. Ladies and gentlemen, the international order, which was established 80 years ago, is witnessing a lot of troubles currently. And this indicates that it will no longer continue as it is. There are different examples of that, like the failure of the international order to stop the war on Gaza. And the United Nations said that clearly. Many statements have been made about this. How can the liberal system and order see this destiny? After the stop of the war in Gaza, and it is, by the way, a very valuable achievement, but still Ukraine and Russia are still in conflict and war. In addition to that, there are several forgotten wars and many conflicts which necessitate the diplomacy of the international order in order to spare lives and to stop conflict. There is a wisdom that says that the continuity of wars is a reflection of the failure of the international politics. The stop of these wars is an indication that the leaders of the world are in the right direction and that diplomacy and law are doing well, and they are outperforming the weapons and the weaponry. So I think that every one of us is keen to see stability, prosperity of our peoples, and more dignity, prosperity, and justice. It's why the enhancement of stability and security in the Middle East is a strategic interest for the United Arab Emirates, including protecting the civilians and the infrastructure of the civilians, like the hospitals, schools, and also worshiping places. The approach of the United Arab Emirates is not based on intervention, but it is supporting the stability of countries like Syria, Sudan, Lebanon, Yemen, and also the Palestinian occupied territories, Gaza, West Bank, and East Jerusalem. The United Arab Emirates wishes that one day soon we'll see a Palestinian state that lives together with the people of Israel peacefully and in a spirit of collaboration and stability. In addition to that, the UAE diplomacy confirmed repeatedly that we have the right as peoples to have a sustainable life and dignity for all the citizens. The United Arab Emirates as well said that the Palestinian people in the Palestinian occupied land and the Arabs in the Golan Heights that is also occupied are witnessing and facing a lot of restrictions that prevent them to exercise this right in benefiting from their resources. Ladies and gentlemen, the themes that will be discussed in this edition reflects that we are in a crossroad. There is a situation of uncertainty geopolitically and economically, and this tendency is increasing. We saw some shocks, some variable instabilities in the economy, in the finance markets, and uncertainty regarding the supply chains, in addition to other aspects of instability and uncertainty. The 12th Abu Dhabi Strategic Debate talks openly and frankly about a new international order in which the hegemony changes and in which the countries adapt and are more resilient in dealing with this new era in which there is more militarization of different countries. There is a new way of changes and the trends that cannot be expected easily. And of course, all the classical trends that have emerged recently are now different. And through decades, we can say that despite the gaps and the problems and despite the calls to develop them, we need a different approach. Consequently, we have to say that the world is changing with the change of the United States. The critics are saying that the protectionism and the unilateralism is undermining the liberal order, and that the populism and the similar trends are getting more and more spreading, getting more and more popularity in the different countries, and this is at the expense of values like justice, equality, and multilateralism. And in spite of the recognition of the increasing influence of the United States and the unprecedented hegemony of the influence of US in every single part of the world, we still ask the question, what is the position of US regarding this issue or other? Still, we have to talk about the role of technology and restriction to the supply chains. And in case the mutual interests are not guaranteed, we wonder whether the international order will see a change and will witness some development in the tools being used. And we also wonder whether the competitors around the world would see different games, whether we need a San Francisco conference that is new in order to update the norms and laws of the world. And the other scenario that is circulating is that this current situation will lead to more polarization, and this will lead to different criteria in terms of structures and governance. Ladies and gentlemen, the 12th Abu Dhabi Strategic Debate will trigger these questions in order to reach more depth and to find more comprehensive answers. And this will be done through the experts and the speakers from different perspectives. And by doing so, we will allow the transformative ideas to enlighten us about whether we can forge a new international order, an international order in which the Gulf can contribute. And of course, if we look at last year edition of the Abu Dhabi Strategic Debate, we discussed similar issues but differently. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also discuss the artificial intelligence and the quantum computing and the nanotechnology and the next generation tools that will rewrite our lifestyle. And this debate will trigger questions about the increasing influence of those who possess the rare earth minerals and also the impact of the artificial intelligence, AGI and ASI, on the reshaping of the international order and competition on the future economy and the possibility of emerging powers. Ladies and gentlemen, there is now a new generation of artificial intelligence. It's why the United Arab Emirates is preparing its infrastructure in a smart way in order to be leading in the transformation from an economic model that is based on knowledge to the new model of economy. And this is the roadmap to the future economy. And from this perspective, the government of the United Arab Emirates has prioritized the empowerment of the new economic actors, including the artificial intelligence, the advanced technology, the digital businesses, and also the renewable energy, in addition to the circular economy and the green technologies, in addition to new media and fintech, in addition to the smart transportation. In the first panel, this debate will shed light on that particular angle through the presentations of several speakers, and we'll have with us His Excellency Dr. Omar Sultan Al Ulama, who is the Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, Digital Economy and Remote Work Applications. We'll ask the question how the UAE managed to move from leading in the artificial intelligence to other aspects of the future economy. Ladies and gentlemen, dear valued guests, the Middle East changed tremendously since the 7th of October 2023, and the gap between the change and the development is still large. And the speakers today will try in these 2 days to prospect the different shapes of the new Middle East and the maps of influence and the order of the major actors and powers. We will also talk about the political changes and transformations in Israel and the divides in the Israeli society and the changes in the military doctrine of Israel, in addition to the repercussions of that on the Palestinian cause and on its reputation in the region and its relation with the international order and even with the future of Israel itself. We'll also look at the strategy of Iran regionally. We'll discuss that issue in this edition. As well, we'll talk about the new Syria, Lebanon, and the changes in the Levant, and also the restructuring of this region and how the Gulf is integrating in all these dynamic changes. So this region is entering a new era after the defeat of the militias and after this resurgence of the national state and how these fragile countries after different conflict are going to re-emerge and develop themselves, and how the different problems that are still remaining cast doubt on several optimistic views. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you enjoy this debate, and I wish our guests an enjoyable stay. And thank you very much for attending this debate and for accepting our invitation. I hope that the speakers and all the participants engage fruitfully and constructively in the debate. Now, I'm pleased to invite His Excellency Dr. Anwar Gargash, Diplomatic Advisor to the UAE President. We are always honored to have him in the Abu Dhabi strategic debate and to listen to his ideas that reflect the different approaches of the foreign policy of the UAE. I invite him to deliver the keynote speech.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم صباح الخير.
Good morning.
اسمحوا لي أن
Allow me to speak in English as we are used to in this event.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests, friends and colleagues, it's a privilege to once again join you at the Abu Dhabi Strategic Debate. Let me begin by thanking the Emirates Policy Center for organizing this important forum and for the opportunity to address you today. Last year, I cautioned that the human cost of political choices in our region was rising, that indecision and division were too often paid for in the lives of ordinary people. Today, for the first time, hope is possible, but it depends on our ability to recognize the momentous geostrategic shifts reshaping our region and our world, and to turn them into tangible progress on the ground. Across the region, from Gaza to Sudan, Libya, Yemen, and the Levant, only political solutions can deliver lasting peace. There is no military path to stability. In Gaza and Sudan, the UAE has played a key role in shaping the international response. Through the Gaza Peace Plan and the Quad Initiative, and will continue to contribute to resolving regional crises through diplomacy and humanitarian action. The recent alignment of Arab and international partners behind US leadership of the Gaza Peace Plan is in facilitating a ceasefire makes a historic opportunity, one that could finally begin to address the deep grievances extremists have exploited for decades. In Sudan, the Quad Initiative provides a robust framework to end the devastating conflict and pave the way for a permanent ceasefire, unhindered humanitarian access, and a transition to an independent civilian government. In Lebanon and Syria, shifting political realities open space for renewed purpose and perhaps new beginnings. The UAE's efforts, together with regional and international partners, exemplify what can be achieved when pragmatic, moderate forces unite in pursuit of peace and stability. We live in a dynamic region where East meets West, a hub of global trade and a driver of innovation, one in which the traditional arena of geopolitics is steadily giving way to the rising influence of trade, technology, and connectivity. At the heart of the UAE's approach lie three interlinked drivers that define both our foreign and domestic policy. First, our commitment to strategic autonomy, ensuring that rational national decisions reflect our priorities and interests within an increasingly complex and multipolar world. This principle allows the UAE to pursue balanced, independent policies that protect our sovereignty while building constructive partnerships across all regions. Second, an economic vision anchored in building a globally competitive, diversified, and sustainable economy, one that enhances resilience, creates opportunity for future generations, and consolidates the UAE's position as a leading hub for trade, investment, and innovation. Third, an ambitious technological drive focused on innovation, investment, and international partnerships that place the UAE at the forefront of the future economy by embedding artificial intelligence, advanced industries, and digital transformation into our national strategy. We're not only preparing for the future, but we are helping to shape it. Together, these three pillars, strategic autonomy, economic competitiveness, and technological ambition, form the foundation of a forward-looking UAE policy, confident in its outlook and steadfast in its pursuit of stability, progress, and human advancement. This strategic vision is anchored in a long-term commitment to building a safe, secure, and prosperous future for generations ahead, powered by investment in innovation, technology, artificial intelligence, sustainable energy, and human capital. At COP30, as COP30 continues in Brazil, the UAE also continues to champion practical climate solutions, not through slogans, but through technology, investment, and genuine international cooperation. As a leading hub for entrepreneurs and innovators, the UAE stands as a bridge for peace, stability, and shared prosperity in the Middle East and beyond. As a champion of free and open trade, the UAE remains committed to a rules-based international system, strong multilateral institutions, and sustainable economic growth. We actively engage in platforms such as the G20 and BRICS, vital venues for reinforcing global economic connectivity. Economic partnerships are pillars of stability, and our growing network of comprehensive economic partnership agreements, CEPAs, reflects this commitment. The 31 CEPAs concluded by the UAE to date are central to our mission of doubling the size of our economy by 2030, accelerating diversification and ensuring non-oil sectors contribute over 75% of GDP, while delivering mutual growth and opportunity. But growth alone is not enough. The future belongs to those who dare to innovate. Humanity must embrace transformative strategies that unite rather than divide. A central part of this effort is the new US AI campus in Abu Dhabi, one of the world's largest AI data centers and a cornerstone for scalable, future-ready technology. Likewise, our recent multi-billion euro partnerships with France, Italy, and others in AI infrastructure demonstrate our commitment to building a global ecosystem of innovation. Our engagement also extends across continents. Africa, with its young, dynamic population and fast-growing economies, is a vital partner. The UAE is proud to be one of Africa's largest investors, supporting connectivity, innovation, and skills developments for shared benefits. Beyond our region, we remain deeply committed to diplomacy. From the outset of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the UAE has consistently called for dialogue, de-escalation, and a negotiated settlement. We share the global concern for civilian suffering and continue to work with partners to alleviate hardship, including facilitating the exchange of over 4,600 captives between both sides. Ladies and gentlemen, our region stands at a decisive inflection point. After decades of conflict and despair, we face a rare chance to chart a new course, to replace the division with dialogue and despair with development. The lessons of recent years are clear. Extremist policies and maximalist demands are recipes for endless violence. Nowhere is this clearer than in Gaza. Over the past 2 years, the UAE has stood firmly with the Palestinian people, delivering humanitarian aid and advocating for a political pathway to lasting peace. Today, the Gaza peace plan, imperfect but significant, has achieved the ceasefire and secured the release of Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners. This plan requires all of us, led by the United States, to deliver real change for the people of Gaza and for all Palestinians, and to chart a clearer horizon towards a two-state solution. The Palestinians have suffered enough. They deserve justice and peace and a state living side by side with a secure Israel. The region remains fragile, yet there is reason for cautious optimism. Progress depends on reaffirming the principles of the Abraham Accords: dialogue, coexistence, and cooperation, the only sustainable path to peace and a viable Palestinian state. The agreement in Gaza must be a beginning, not an end. The roadmap is needed to restore stability, revive Palestinian governance under a reformed authority, and sustain US-led and Arab-supported engagement. The UAE does not yet see a clear framework for the stability force, and under such circumstances will probably not participate in such a force, but will support all political efforts towards peace and remain at the forefront of humanitarian aid. Throughout the war, the UAE acted, not observed, delivering over $2.57 billion in aid, accounting for over 45% of all humanitarian assistance to Gaza by land, air, and sea. This is a source of pride for every Emirati. In the post-war phase, these efforts must not only continue, but scale up alongside stabilization and reconstruction. So there is an urgent humanitarian and political crisis. In El Fasher and other areas of this vast country, the vicious civil war has resulted in indescribable devastation and violence. This war must stop now, and accountability must be upheld. The UAE has been clear: there is no military solution. We support an inclusive, Sudanese-led transition to civilian rule, fully independent of the warring parties. We stand with the United Sudan and continue to voice concerns over re-establishing the military Ikhwan dictatorship of previous decades. Through the Quad Initiative, with the partnership of the United States, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the Arab Republic of Egypt, we're advancing a phased plan and initial truce for aid delivery, leading to a permanent ceasefire and a transparent transition toward civilian government. In spite of ongoing disinformation campaigns and attempts to misrepresent our political position and humanitarian work, our commitment to peace and the Sudanese people must remain steadfast. Humanitarian aid must flow unhindered to every corner of Sudan without obstruction and must be safeguarded from any form of military interference. Condemnation must be matched by action. Our priorities are clear: immediate ceasefires in the region, scaled up humanitarian aid, and viable political horizon for the crises of the region, from Palestine to Sudan, from Yemen to Libya to the Levant. The UAE will continue to prioritize diplomacy, mediation, and dialogue, and to reject military solutions to political crises. Turning vision into reality requires focus and delivery. The UAE's approach rests on three strategic pillars. First, humanitarian priorities must advance alongside political stabilization. In Gaza, this means building the foundations for a just, lasting peace based on the two-state solution. In Sudan, it means pairing inclusive political transition with massive humanitarian support. Second, regional security must be comprehensive and cooperative. The UAE remains committed to de-escalation and long-term stability, grounded in dialogue, capable state institutions, and the rejection of militias and non-state actors. We must view our region through the prism of moderation versus extremism. True progress will come from states that deliver opportunity and stability, not from those who weaponize chaos. In Syria and Lebanon, glimmers of hope exist. In Yemen and Libya, only a political path can deliver peace and consensus for the future. Failure to build capable states invites extremism. Success requires investment, open markets, and resilience. The recent Iranian and Israeli strikes on Qatar underscore the need for a collective Gulf security architecture. Our Gulf security is indivisible, a shared responsibility, essential to regional stability. We must work collectively to protect it as we see changes in the international and regional landscape, as well as in threat perceptions and capabilities. Third, the role of the United States remains indispensable. U.S. leadership is essential in Gaza, Sudan, and other crises in the region. At the same time, the UAE's diversified partnership reflects our commitment to balanced, constructive engagement with all. Distinguished colleagues, the choices we make today will define whether the Middle East remains a source of crisis or becomes a cornerstone of global stability, economic growth, and human advancement. We must move decisively from ceasefire to peace dividend, from pauses and violence to a future of dignity and shared prosperity. Our vision is steadfast, a stable, prosperous Middle East that contributes to global peace. This has long been the vision of our President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, a leadership rooted in realism, humanity, and unwavering commitment to peace. It is time to turn the page on cynicism and despair. Let us choose purpose over paralysis, resolve over hesitation, and partnership over division. The future will belong not to those trapped by history, but to those determined to shape it. Thank you very much.
السيدات والسادة، مدراء الجلسات والمتحدثون، ندعوكم إلى المنصة لالتقاط صورة جماعية، فلتتفضلوا مشكورين. Ladies and gentlemen, moderators and speakers, please join us on the podium for a group photo.
سيداتي وسادتي، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة الأولى تحت عنوان دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة وريادة الذكاء الاصطناعي. Ladies and gentlemen, panel 1 entitled The UAE and Artificial Intelligence Leadership will start now.
دكتور عمر العلم. الحضور الكرام، أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير.
Distinguished guest, good morning and welcome to 12th Abu Dhabi Strategic Debate. The changes of the digital evolution based on knowledge and science and advanced technologies, AI and robotics and innovation is impacting the nature of international order and the distribution of power and hegemony. It also reshapes international trade, and maybe we can say that we are at a turning point where the world is witnessing major changes with adoption of AI and national comprehensive strategies of AI as powers of computing and data are completing each other, and also institutional preparedness and governance to drive economic change. And we are shifting from experiences phase to comprehensive complementarity with AI. In this panel discussion, we will try to depict a clear and accurate situation of AI in the UAE and what is its reality and horizon. Advanced technology offers the UAE an opportunity to adapt with a divided international order. AI plays a pivotal role in the strategies of the UAE in terms of economy, which aims at combining sustainability and prosperity. And the UAE is betting on having AI as the new oil of the UAE, if we can say so. In the UAE, since 2008, Abu Dhabi has been investing in electronic chips and international companies specialized in AI. The experience of Abu Dhabi with the Global Founders Company and AMD highlight that the strategy of Abu Dhabi government digital policy 2020 to 2027 aims at making Abu Dhabi the first government in the world based completely on AI by 2027. From the perspective of the UAE officials, the launching of the autonomous government in 2025 reflects a comprehensive change in the journey of the UAE towards a government of future and smart future. We are honored to have with us His Excellency Omar Sultan Al Ulama, Minister of State for AI, Digital Economy and Remote Work Applications. We'll also would like to welcome His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Hamad Al Kuwaiti, Head of Cyber Security of the UAE government, and also Dr. Ibtisam Al Mazoui, Executive Director of the Office of AI and Advanced Technology at Department of Finance Abu Dhabi, and the CEO of the initiative of the United Nations of AI for positive impact. Luckily today you have two Ibtisams. I would like to start discussions and by asking my first question to His Excellency, the Minister. Excellency, there is a difference between leadership and between catching up with others. What are the components that can allow the UAE to be a leader in AI, and if we can say that the UAE has become a global hub for AI and also a platform where technology and innovation can get together. Thank you, Dr. Ibtisam. Like you said, luckily we have two Ibtisams and three doctors, so hopefully this will be an enriching session and there will positive outcomes. First of all, the difference between leadership and catching up with the others is that leadership is based on a clear vision and not just action on the action of another country or another company. Or you can say different perspective from different countries. In the UAE, UAE was not waiting for this, but it was among those who contributed in AI. In 2017, we had a vision that AI is a technology that will change the world. At the same time, many countries and many officials, many intellectuals were talking about AI as science fiction or maybe something that we will see in 50 years. But the UAE had the vision that the technology will change the world, and we should build it in the UAE. What distinguishes the UAE is that we have a unique equation compared to the rest of the countries. We have the vision, and we have speed of execution, and also the ability to work with the best partners of the world to reach such leadership. So the national vision of His Highness Prime Minister Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum is clear, and it was in 2017, and also the vision of His Highness the President of the UAE when he took over, is that AI is a comprehensive policy, and the strategy did not change since then. And there's another point, is that most countries of the world look at the changes with AI. For example, for massive linguistic models, they start working on them after big companies finish them. But in the UAE, we have seen that thanks to the investment and the vision of the visionary leadership, the UAE has come up with Falcon model and GIS model, and which is faster than most companies and other countries of the world. If we look at investments of the UAE, investments of the UAE since 2024 in AI, it has reached more than 500 billion dirhams, almost $100 million in Stargate project, and also investments attracted by the UAE from companies such as Microsoft and Amazon and KPR, huge investment companies, which proves that the UAE has been attracting the rest of the world for AI. Last but not least, if we can talk about international criteria and international reports, some international international report indicated that the UAE is the best now in adoption of AI. Microsoft, for example, issued last week a report talks about AI diffusion or the percentage of using AI in society, and UAE ranks first in the world in that report. In Singapore is second worldwide, and there are other reports also from KKMG or PwC or PCG. In PCG technology, it ranks the UAE among the first countries in the world in attracting talents of AI, and also first worldwide in the retention of talents of AI. PwC also considers AI in UAE is among the best 3 countries in the world of AI. And Standard also consider it among the first 5 countries in the world of AI. This is indicative that the UAE is not a country that follows the wave. This is AI. And go ahead, Excellency. Sorry for that. I just would like to conclude by saying that the UAE, with all these indicators, is not just keeping up with the pace, but is also contributing in the wave, and the future will be much better for UAE and the other countries which are partners with the UAE. Thank you, Excellency. Dr. Mohammed Al-Kuwaiti. The experts mentioned that AI changes cybersecurity from reactive operation to proactive operation. It helps institution and its analysts to investigate lots of data instantly and to explore and discover hidden threats and to act quickly. In your opinion, how does the UAE benefit from that in developing its different capacities in terms of prediction and early warning and proactive reaction? Thank you for the question, and thank you for inviting me, and good morning, everyone. His Excellency gave a very good idea about where the UAE is situated now in terms of AI. And like you said, Doctor, it's not just a reaction, but it's a proactive position in terms of production of technology. He spoke about some quantities that were produced in terms of cybersecurity and its importance. Everyone is aware that today there is no stability or safety in the digital transformation unless it is based on criteria and compliance with cybersecurity. Otherwise, we'll have leakages, we'll have violation, and many of the things that we hear about not only in the UAE but worldwide. What we benefited from with AI is, yes, like you said, is proactivity. Like those, the attackers benefit from AI. The UAE is among the countries that started proactively in many of those systems. And I can mention, for example, some main points. The national strategy of cybersecurity, and they are all based on AI and proactivity in using AI on many of those criteria. First criterion is governance policies, procedures, and laws, and different legislation. Today, they are also drafted based on AI, and we check about the agility of the UAE and how it's making sure that economy and safety and security will be the main pillars, and the cabinet has adopted a portfolio more than 8 policies, including a policy on AI for cybersecurity. The second point is creativity and with thanks to the partnerships that we have and insightful ideas and the teams working on that. Today we're using AI, and you mentioned the GIS, Falcon, K2, and other main systems. And number 3, we always focus on it, which is defense and protection. The UAE is known as being the safest country in the world, and it's ranking among the highest, particularly in terms of cybersecurity. So it's number 1 in cybersecurity and continues attracting many companies, continues to attract capitals and also joint ventures. And the 4th point is construction. We are building these technologies in collaboration with many entities, and we are building programs and curricula that contribute in building a culture of cybersecurity in any of those systems. The 5th point, and today in this meeting we are focusing on that. It is a partnership. Cyber attacks do not distinguish between state or between individuals or companies. So the importance of having a partnership that transcends border is very important. And when we have these 5 criteria, today we have what is called the National SOC. It's the National Center to detect any attack on the country in a proactive manner by using AI. We talked about more than 200,000 attacks on the UAE. May God protect our country, but we are collaborating with different entities to stop those attacks. And with the automation and AI, we managed to stop those attacks. We are talking also about programs of AI that are disseminated to members of society to make sure that members of society will also help in stopping those attacks. And we are using AI for the good of society and to protect our country from such attacks. Thank you for this clarification, Dr. Mohammed. During the visit of the President Trump to Abu Dhabi in May 2025, they had launched the UAE-US AI campus. It will reach 5 gigawatt, and this project, it's a huge project, is betting on providing computing services which are faster and more credible for 2.9 billion persons, which is almost 1/3 of the population of the world, which are living 2,000 miles away from the UAE. This project will be launched next year. Dr. Ibtisam, can you explain to us the importance of this project and its prospects, particularly as it comes when Microsoft 1 week ago talked about an investment of $15.10 billion in the UAE by the end of 2029. And in Microsoft investments aims at developing the infrastructure of AI and cloud computing in the UAE, and to scale up the programs of empowering talents, digital specialized talents. Can you explain to us about that? First of all, peace be upon you, and good morning, Excellencies, Excellency the Minister Omar Al-Ulama, Excellency Dr. Muhammad Al-Kuwaiti, Dr. Ibtisam Al-Kuwaiti, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Like His Excellency the Minister Omar Al-Ulama said, and other speakers, AI is witnessing different changes in the midst of different challenges and turmoils with the wars that we are seeing. We have AI now. Many countries like China or the US are using it. Why? And we in the UAE, we were the first in adopting AI. Even with the Vision 2071 of the UAE among its main pillars, we have a diversified economy based on innovation, science, and advanced technology. Therefore, the approach of our visionary leadership in establishing a clear strategy to know how we can drive economic diversification. We have AI among the first pillars that are discussed to tie this file and make it sure that it will be empowering the economy, and it's based on the strength of data and also the data centers needed to operate those models linked to different sectors. That's why today we see in many global companies they are focusing on how we can invest in data centers in such as the Stargate project. And when the US president visited the UAE, we're looking on how we can enact a data center that will benefit the region. And like you said, this data center will be serving more than 2.7 billion persons, almost 1/3 of the population of the world that needs energy and digital infrastructure. It needs a geographical location and a country with a strong leadership that can work with different leadership from countries of the region. So data center in the UAE will use those centers in an efficient way and will diversify economy. When we talk about AI, this reminds me of an article I read on the 5th of November in partnership with Washington University. They discovered antidotes using AI, and the sector of medicine will be developing, and there's a company now in UAE working on genome, and we need computing power to support such vital projects. Today, AI is not just a tool that can be used to increase efficiency in operation. You can also generate intellectual property rights patent, and UAE was among the first to export linguistic model like Falcon and GIS and others. And this was thanks to a clear vision and policies from our leadership with the support of AI and advanced technology to reach an advanced economy and sustainable future for next generation. Excellency the Minister, I will shift now to geopolitics, and this is because this is my specialty.
How does the UAE deal with the geopolitical competition among China, United States, and other powers over the semiconductors and chips and AI? What is the UAE's strategy in that regard? Thank you for this question. And honestly, this was one of the questions that we've been asking ourselves in the past. And one of the issues we discussed in the past was the 5G networks. Would the UAE work with China or the US for those networks? And as in all aspects, the United Arab Emirates always works with the best and always encourages collaboration among all countries. So we don't want to be limited to just one partner or just one technology with a specific partner. If we have a strategic need, the UAE wants to align its policies with the other countries, and therefore the UAE would create this alignment. For an example, as an example, we worked with everyone for artificial intelligence. We worked with the United States, with Asia, China, Korea, Japan, and others, as well as Singapore. We also worked with Europe and other countries. When the need emerged for the UAE to choose whether it uses Chinese or US chips, the UAE chose to cooperate with the best, which is the US. We saw the huge investments and major projects that were announced by the UAE to collaborate with the major US companies. In this case, the UAE always aligns with the best, and right now the United States is the leading power in AI, and the UAE is a strategic partner for any country that it works with in various technologies. One of the issues that people are not discussing enough, there is a need for the UAE to import chips from NVIDIA, for example, from the US. But most people don't know that the UAE is a major driver in this vital aspect, whether in global foundries and the vital role of UAE in founding this company. Also, companies that have chips that are competitive with NVIDIA, such as AMD and others. The UAE is investing in all those companies, collaborates with all those companies, and we also have launched advanced infrastructures for that. The largest supercomputers are in the US in cooperation between G42 and Celebris, and this is a UAE investment that enables the US to be more competitive internationally and to create a very advanced infrastructure. This role is not only in investment or importing the technology, because we are one of the countries that are integral to the building and spread of technology. Discussion among our partners and allies is continuous, and international cooperation is key in artificial intelligence, because competition might lead for AI to be out of control in a country and then impact everyone, because internet gathers us all, and it's a road that everyone shares. One of the disadvantages of AI is that we cannot compete with except with artificial intelligence, such as deep fake. We have to cooperate with each other, east, west, north, and south, in order to control these technologies. Our message is clear. Collaboration is key, but if there is a need, we might work with a partner, and we always want to partner with the best partners in all aspects. The UAE is not working in any manner that's not transparent. We adopt full transparency, and our partners trust us in that manner. We can see that the US has given the UAE those advanced chips and exported the chips to the UAE, which is another proof of the UAE's transparency and the partnership with the US in terms of building the LLMs and other advanced technologies. Thank you, Your Excellency, for this comprehensive answer, because this question is always asked to us. I know that you have a short time only. Maybe your time allows another question? Yes, sure, go ahead. Experts emphasize that the UAE's comprehensive AI model connects three pillars, which are the technology, energy, and financing, and that this triangle is the basis of resilient future growth and digital future. What's your comment on this? In the past, the last 150 years, the success formula was based on energy being the key for infrastructure and productivity and competitiveness for countries. So any country that has energy was capable of producing and providing factories and a good quality of life for its population. And therefore, investments in that period focused on energy and the productivity and capacity of producing power. And the focus was always on energy that would meet the needs of the city or the country. But for the first time in history, we are now at a crossroads with the energy equaling intelligence. We can utilize energy in order to provide capacities for artificial intelligence and other capacities that can be used to create quantum shifts and explore new paths, as Dr. Ibtisam said, and also to enable this country to compete globally. In the United Arab Emirates, we have an approach, a three-pronged approach. In the UAE, we don't see others and replicate or imitate what they are doing. One example is that in 2008, when the UAE announced that it will be producing nuclear energy, during the same period, there was the Fukushima incident, and several countries and experts were talking about the end of nuclear energy. But the UAE's approach was clear. It's an important resource, and we have to invest in it. And now everyone is praising that decision, which was a proactive and visionary approach. As for the energy, you will always see this in all Emirates of the country. The need for the energy is always exceeds the need of the city, and this strategic saving enables us to provide the highest standards of AI engines without the need to destabilize or impact the lives of people in the UAE. In some cities in the US and Europe, some experts are saying that the winner of municipal and presidential elections is the one who can provide energy at a more affordable price for these cities, because energy these days is an integral part of the quality of life. Most cities and countries are now facing difficulties in providing energy and providing it to the AI. We didn't have this problem because our investments were based on a futuristic vision. In the UAE, where we have 10 million people, if we wanted to compete with major powers, we have to align our human capacities with the capabilities of advanced AI that we are looking forward to in the UAE. If everyone's productivity is doubled by 10 or 100-fold, we can compete with the countries with 100 million population or even more. This is our ambition, to enable people in the UAE to be more productive than our size as a country or population, and to make the UAE a model for the world in terms of the AI future. Thank you, Your Excellency. In your answer, it was notable that you said the UAE doesn't replicate other countries' experiences, but tailors its reality depending on its political, social, and economic situation. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and we are sorry for keeping you this late. I would like now to move to Dr. Mohammed Al-Kuwaiti. As part of the UAE's interest in the digital embassies concept, some reports talked about G42 working on developing a work frame in order to encourage foreign governments to store their data in the United Arab Emirates as a precautionary measure against natural disasters and cyber crimes, as well as being an affordable alternative for countries that provide lands and energy for higher prices. Can you talk about this, please? Yes, this concept is the data embassy concept, and we know that some countries did not have the accelerators and enablers for energy, which His Excellency already addressed, as well as other enablers for digital transformation that we are seeing today, which also impacts the economies and societies of these countries. Under the directives of our leadership, we have this data embassy initiative, and from that initiative, we have a full package, not just by hosting the data, and analyzing what the country needs to analyze, as well as providing smart services for some of these countries for their data and infrastructure provided by the UAE in some specific locations. All that depends on the laws of the other country. We use our environment and infrastructure in order to provide and support countries in the region who are incapable of this by hosting and enabling and using artificial intelligence through those data embassies. Of course, there are some conditions, there are some cyber security enablers, and we respect the positions of these embassies in the UAE. Being the controller and user of data, they can do whatever they want with their own data in the manner they want. There are specific ecosystems such as G42, and this is facilitated by SIBA programs and the agreements signed by the UAE for economic exchange and other agreements. And thankfully, our country is supporting this approach. What's being done here is not only for our country. Our leadership has a wider vision. It's not just for the country. Also, His Excellency, the diplomatic advisor, emphasized that the UAE is supporting the region not just by humanitarian support, but also with technology, AI, and infrastructure. And we are venturing ahead with this vision and path. And we reiterate the importance of cybersecurity and the governance of each country for their data. We respect their laws, and we comply with their laws according to our agreements. Thank you, Dr. Kuwaiti. Dr. Ibtisam, some UAE companies focus on space applications that utilize artificial intelligence and data analysis to provide services to some local entities such as urban planning, environmental monitoring, temperature measurements, and other aspects by analyzing satellite images. How does the UAE shape its vision in that regard? The UAE's vision is always proactive with a clear approach because it always has to be a comprehensive vision that comprises all sectors. When we talk about the economy of sectors and the knowledge-based sector and economy, we have artificial intelligence, we have advanced technologies, including space sciences, we have the nanotechnology and the quantum computing that's upcoming. Maybe some people don't know this, but the UAE is always pushing forward in innovation, research, and development in all its institutions and universities. There are specialized centers for energy science and nanotechnology and quantum computing, artificial intelligence, and other sciences that are being adopted in several sectors. Mainly the sector of space and Space 42. When we use the AI solutions, they study data in a different manner because we train AI models using the satellite images. And after training and analysis, which takes weeks and months for humans, but for the AI solutions, we can get results within seconds. And this depends on the accuracy of data used for training the AI models. Thankfully, we have the operational efficiencies in the data centers and the advanced digital infrastructure. We also have the talents and expertise in this aspect. We have also data analysts who train these AI models in order to provide us with accurate results in terms of computing water quantities in ground wells and the readiness of urban planning using AI, for example, as well as using data from satellite images in this regard.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed. In order to enable the actors of digital transformation, the United Arab Emirates depends on countries like Mubadala and the group of G42 and also ADQ, Petrol Abu Dhabi, ADNOC, and also the Empowerment Agency, the Mohammed bin Zayed University for Artificial Intelligence. My question is, what attracts you more to these institutions? And do you think that they have an approach that is comprehensive and harmonious? All these institutions are global and they serve the United Arab Emirates in the first place. That's correct, but also the region and the world. And these institutions have comprehensive frameworks. Our expertise with Mubadala was in different investments and also with G42 in building the data centers and in bringing other data centers to the region. That accelerated the digital transformation, not only in the UAE, but in the region entirely. So dealing with this institutions is constructive, and we saw the compliance not only to the national and regional criteria, but also to the international criteria that made them able to compete with international suppliers. And thankfully, that brought more investment to the UAE, and this contributed to the national growth and development as well as the regional development. Therefore, these institutions or using technology, as you can see, and this is reflecting the backbone of technology, which is based on the private sector mainly. And the private sector means technology, communication, telecommunication, health, and other fields. In all these institutions, we try to accelerate the different aspects of development and work, and the government might be faster in leading the services to make them smarter, and also enable the private sectors in order to go on the same rhythm. We work together in order to make the United Arab Emirates #1 in several indices. We are the first already in more than 100 indices, and this is for the sake of the economic welfare in the UAE and to serve the individual themselves. That's the goal of all these institutions. We know that these institutions and companies are not national or regional, as I said, but they became international, and we hope that they continue this and they continue on this path. Thank you, Doctor. Of course, those who are following the development of the United Arab Emirates in all fields and spheres, and I talk here as an analyst, not as an Emirati, I can say that there is a planning, there is a strategy. It's why this country succeeds. And you mentioned these institutions and this harmony and the complementarity is not happening by coincidence. I would like to tell you that we will open the door for discussion. So those who want to ask questions or share a comment, they can do that. They can press the button and use the microphone. Dr. Ibtisam, the United Arab Emirates says that it moves from the smart consumer of the technology to the stage of the enabler and the producer of advanced technologies and AI. What are the indicators, in your opinion, on this transformation? The indicator that is predominant is the launching of LLMs, and the United Arab Emirates believes in the joint prosperity. So when I build these LLMs that have been launched in 2023, and by developing them in the Innovation Institute and making them open sources before companies like Meta and OpenAI and other companies. Today, Falcon and Jace and K2, they are used as models for different applications in analyzing data and drawing the signs, and also in cybersecurity, because now even AI, it can detect the gap and also it can create a gap. So producing these models and allowing them transparently to all the stakeholders and dealing with different relevant actors in order to help the advanced technology companies and even emerging companies and those working in research and development by using these LLMs in developing things that are new in health care, in the automation, robotics, and also in the smart engines that are being used in China, United States, and other countries. This is number one. Number two, you have a project like the project that was announced recently, which is the data center of gigawatts. These projects will be shared with all countries in the region, and also it is open to different countries of the world. We have an operational capacity in the UAE, and we have the lowest carbon print. We have competitive prices, and also we invest on data centers in countries in Africa and the global south, like Kenya and others, with competitive prices, and this helps enhancing the capacity and human capital in terms of giving them training, special trainings. So we do build these models and export them to other countries in order to have this approach of joint prosperity. We do invest also on data centers in foreign countries, and we do invest in human resources in those countries in order to implement that joint prosperity with everyone. Thank you very much, Doctor. I haven't yet received any question, which means that maybe you have covered everything and you haven't led the room for any question. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe you agree with me that what has been said by His Excellency Dr. Omar Al-Ulama, what has been said by Dr. Mohammed Al-Kuwaiti, and what was just said by Ibtisam Al-Mazroui shed light on the leading experience of the United Arab Emirates in the field of proactivity in AI, and also the fact that we want joint prosperity. We don't want prosperity in UAE only, but in the region and the world. On your behalf, I thank sincerely His Excellency the Minister and Dr. Mohammed Al-Kuwaiti and Dr. Ibtisam Al-Mazroui, who honored us in this panel and added their perspectives and shared with us the experience of the UAE in AI. Thank you very much.
السيدات والسادة، مدراء الجلسات والمتحدثون، ندعوكم إلى المنصة سيداتي وسادتي، ندعوكم لاستراحة مدتها 15 دقيقة قبل بدء الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a 15-minute break before the next panel. سيداتي وسادتي، ندعوكم لاستراحة مدتها 15 دقيقة.
everyone. I want to give a special prize to everyone in the room right now and not out just getting coffee while we have this great conversation on America. For those of you who don't know, I'm Steve Clemens. I'm editor-at-large of the National Interest. We have a great panel, but I have to tell you something first. I had a dream about this panel last night. When you think about shifting hegemony, I said, you know, what would be cool is if we had our cluster of people here on the American side facing a cluster of the China panel, which comes up in a couple hours, and we played ping pong, you know, back and forth, kind of looking at this shifting hegemony thing. And then after listening to the first panel this morning, I began thinking as my jet lag was setting in, you know, maybe we could, you know, basically operate foreign policy by generative AI and replace foreign ministers with AI agents. So that may be what comes up next. So I don't know where this conversation will go, but our job here is to look at really the state of American foreign policy and the state of the liberal global order. And we've got a great panel here to do that. Just to my left, we have Ambassador Doug Silliman, who's president and CEO of the Arab Gulf States Institute in Washington. I should say Douglas Silliman, but I'm going to say Doug. And we have Paul Saunders, who is president of the Center for the National Interest and also a board member of that center. We have Professor Eric Hamilton, who is associate vice chancellor and chief of staff and a lecturer. He's got all these jobs. I hope he gets separate paychecks for all of them. Lecturer of political science at NYU Abu Dhabi. So let me just start here for a minute and ask Eric. I have been thinking a lot, not just about my China-US idea here, which would be kind of cool, but really whether this question, how solvent the question is in this following sense. That if you look at the last 75, 80 years in which the United States, after the Second World War, set up a system of institutions and norms and a kind of global social contract, whether that was a selfless act or a selfish act, was setting up the liberal order that we now see a lot of people lamenting in this moment, where you see real challenges from the Trump administration. You see an American mercantilism and transactionalism. You see America First policies that are coming up. Part of my question is, have we not always underneath it all really had an America First policy? Was it less, was it more mercantile metaphorically than people think? Or is this really truly a transition to something different, where the system America set up before, it was king of that hill, and now it's kicking down that hill? So I'd like to know about this balance between self-interest and selflessness, because I think it's really important to get that, you know, figured out if we're going to have a true discussion about what the consequences of changing the liberal order are.
Thanks, Steve. I think the answer, unfortunately, is both, in the sense that—
You're one of those kind of people?
Well, you know, there are different sides to this story, but of course, I think the U.S. Has always had an interest-based foreign policy at heart. And after World War II, there was an explicit effort to design relationships, security relationships, economic relationships, and to project U.S. power in a way that enabled an economic system to flourish that the U.S. benefited from. The establishment of the U.S. dollar as a global and world currency that really underwrote the U.S. system obviously had financial benefits to the U.S. Now, why I say both is because there were also selfless acts involved as well. I think some of the soft diplomacy, for example, that the U.S. has always engaged in, I come from a university. I think universities are sources of both outreach to the world and also bring people into the United States, teach them about American culture, and help.
We don't do that anymore, by the way.
Well, we can talk about some of the changes, I think. But there have always been elements of U.S. Foreign aid and the relationship, I think, that have had elements of selflessness as well. Now, with the end of the Cold War, I think one of the things that changed about the U.S. order was more of an emphasis on the export of the economic model and democracy promotion. And I think if you look back into the earlier post-war history, what you see is a willingness to engage with different types of political regimes very openly and easily. And I think there's a return to some of that right now. So some of this is not a remaking of the world order and the US approach to it, but very much a return to some of those earlier elements, I would say.
Just real quick before I jump to Doug, I want to, when you talk about democracy promotion, I remember, I've been at this conference every year. I remember you go back to the beginning of the Abu Dhabi strategic debate, and democracy promotion over here felt like democracy imposition, that it was done at the point of a bayonet and a gun, and saw a very forceful kind of American rollback that many people think has led to this sort of set of consequences that have led to a perceived decline of the United States, which we're going to get into in a moment, on whether there really is a decline or maybe Trumpism is solving a lot of problems to come in. But just real quick on that, when we talk about democracy, I just want to know how introspective America should be as it sees this shift going on, and how culpable it is for this shift in hegemonic status.
Culpable in the sense of sort of the
like
stepping
it shot
back
itself in the foot by invading Iraq, setting things in motion and cloaking them in democracy promotion and liberalism.
So
I'm talking about the cloak of liberalism, right?
Yeah. In her opening remarks, Dr. Ebtisam mentioned that there's not a region in the world or an issue where people aren't interested in the US perspective. And I think if American foreign policy makers are to be introspective, it's to remember that when the US moves, it is a mountain moving, and people are responding to that. And so when the US adopts a policy of democracy promotion, it's really important to understand how that is perceived elsewhere in the world. And so I think, yes, to some extent, we've created some of these conditions ourselves. And this is a sort of retrenchment from that, if you will.
So Ambassador Suleiman, part of the reality of the American liberal order, the global liberal order, is a sprawling network of American bases, military capacity, intelligence capacity, that sits under this. And I remember reading a painfully long article by Jeffrey Goldberg in The Atlantic. It just went on forever, interviewing then President Obama. It was called the Obama Doctrine. And the bottom line of that article was that America had a lot of sprawl in the world, but didn't really quite know what to do with it anymore, that it was often hijacked by other players in ways that America wasn't even conscious of. And Obama said, this system is going to come undone. Essentially, it's under stress and pressure. So I want to put that on the table, because that is the world that Donald Trump walked into. So if you look at what the conditions were, there was an awful lot of inertia built into American foreign policy, American defense and security policy. And so I just want to ask you, as you sort of look at the way that Donald Trump has come into the scene and gut-punched a lot of that inertia, created this scramble and this set of things, aren't there a lot of good things that Make America Great Again is doing?
I think that what President Trump has been able to do in this term that he didn't do in the first term is define more clearly what he sees as American interest overseas. He's done that mostly drawing on American domestic politics, and we should probably get into that piece at some point in this conversation. But I also want to start, as we were building this sprawling network of security and intelligence organizations, we were also building a sprawling network of NGOs, women's rights, LGBTQ rights organizations, and frankly, just a long period of economic development assistance that started in the 1960s with very simple agricultural development programs, the goal of which was actually to do good, to make the condition of life for more people in the world better. It was done in such a way that also tied people economically to the United States in the system that you talked about. So I think that you're right. This was both good and bad. This was both something meant to do good in the world and something meant to perpetuate the strength that the United States had coming out of World War II and then coming out of the end of the Cold War. So I think that Barack Obama wanted to remake the way that U.S. foreign policy and foreign security policy changed and wanted more help. I specifically remember when he came to Turkey, where I was the number 2 in the embassy in 2009. Part of the messaging was the United States no longer wants to be the world's sole policeman. The United States wants to work with our closest friends and allies around the world to to decide together what are the most important issues we need to address, and then find more communal ways to address that. I don't know that he was successful in that.
Because do you believe that Obama really wanted that? That the United States really wanted a consensus-driven decision-making machine on security? I mean, one of the big things I've always thought about, with all due respect to our friends in Europe, who now feel so guilty, you know, as they say, well, now we're finally upping our defense expenditures and we're gunning up. But you know, the Europe we had before, which wasn't spending that, was the Europe America wanted. Let's just have no doubt about that. A weaker Europe that couldn't make its own decisions or couldn't move on its own was what the United States wanted. That seems to have changed, right?
But I think President Obama wanted a more collective decision-making. He knew at its core that it would rely on American opinions and American power in many areas where power needed to be exercised. And I think that he fell off of that idea over time when it was not particularly an effective strategy. But I think theoretically, morally, politically, at the beginning of his administration, this was one of the major points that we as practitioners overseas were being asked to talk to our friends and allies. And I was serving in a NATO ally, Turkey, at that point. And there was a lot of conversation about how can the United States not withdraw from decision-making, but make sure that the decisions that we take are taken within the context of consultation with our allies.
Paul, you run the Center for the National Interest, and one of the great debates about U.S. foreign policy that's gone on for generations, which Henry Kissinger used to always talk about, was the battle between sort of Wilsonian idealism and sort of Nixonian realism. You know, I guess my question to you is Donald Trump reflecting the kind of crack cocaine version of Nixonian realism? And you're getting this hardcore, very, very specific, a kind of new refresh in realism that's just putting a lot of the other junk away, which is a combination of engagement in the world and a combination of disinterest in significant parts of the world. How do you see it?
Look, I think that President Trump clearly is trying to return to realism in managing American foreign policy, and I think that's basically.
Do you think he knows he's doing that?
Oh, I'm not sure that the president is really deeply into IR theory. But I think that the president.
But his gut is hardcore.
Is kind of in his gut, focused on American interests, and I think that's what he gives priority to. Let me also say, and here I'll echo Eric, who I think made a very good point. You know, when the United States originally formulated its foreign policy strategy after the end of World War II, that was a strategy in NSC 68, you know, for the document geeks. NSC 68 was the U.S. government that was the U.S. government document that was the foundation for American strategy at that time. It explicitly stated that the United States had no need to bring other governments into conformity with America's own approach, and actually argued that really only America's rivals and principal rival at the time needed to do that. So I think in many respects we are seeing a return to that kind of 1950s era approach to American foreign policy, and there's more continuity than might be immediately obvious because the president's style is so different.
Well, how is that? You know, in the 50s you had Dean Acheson, you had institution builders. Today you've got institution wreckers, right?
Well,
you have East Wing wreckers.
I would look at it slightly differently. I take your point.
I'm actually not being facetious. I mean, I think part of it is you may be right, 50s. I mean, but I would put it earlier. If you're going to rewrite and redo these institutions, who do you see in Trump land are the institution rewirers or the rebuilders or the architects of things other than big ballrooms?
Let's look at it slightly differently. I think the United States was able to play the leading role that it played in the 1940s and 1950s because almost every other nation that had participated significantly in the war had been devastated, and almost every nation that didn't participate significantly in the war was emerging from a colonial period, and in many cases quite poor. And I think the United States, through its policy, which I think was deliberate policy and was largely, but not entirely successful policy, tried to facilitate a stable world order in which others could thrive. And a lot of others did thrive. Not everyone did, but some did very well, some did extremely well. And now we live in a different world in which that occurred. And I think it is very natural, first of all, that the United States might not be able to or want to continue to do things that it was doing earlier. And I think it's also very understandable that others might not want the United States to do everything that it was doing earlier. It's certainly true that others can afford to do a lot more than they were doing earlier, and that's how I would look at what's happening.
Eric, what Paul is describing is ancient Rome. That was the center of things, but Rome in its empire became less and less relevant to its empire. It actually kind of fell apart and walked away from its own empire, but all this stuff. So is the new Constantinople Beijing?
Well, they were part of the same empire, so it's a little different.
What's that?
They were part of the same empire, so it's a little different.
No, but you see what I'm saying, is that what Paul's describing is, the United States in this moment may be ambivalent about the world it created, could walk away from it, could be engaged in it, could not be engaged in it. And we're talking a lot about, there's kind of narcissism built into this conversation. India's got its plans, China's got its plans. If you listen to people like John Eikenberry, they all benefited from the system of rules and norms and the global order and trade that we created. And now the United States is walking away from it. They may still enjoy it. So metaphorically, isn't the capital potentially of the global liberal order just moving out of America to other places?
Yeah, so it's certainly diffusing. I think the rise of China and the rise of the rest is a sort of undeniable force over the last few decades. But I think there's something else going on. It's not just ambivalence. It's a desire for security on the cheap in some sense. We're talking about, I think, short-term changes in U.S. policy under the Trump administration, but there are longer-run changes that have been happening over the last decade plus that I think Trump is the direct and most radical manifestation of some of those things. But if you look back at 2014 and the annexation of Crimea, that happened under the Obama administration. I think there was a sense that the Trump administration enacted a change in U.S. foreign economic policy toward China, and that maybe that was temporary, but then the Biden administration very much kept along the same policy lines. And so there are deeper shifts in U.S. policy, I think, that we're seeing right now. And partly this is because the U.S., if you look in the region in terms of military bases, in terms of economic activity, in terms of diplomatic activity, the U.S. is still very much a hegemon in this region, but the question of whether there's a willingness of the U.S. to leverage those things and do things for right or wrong, such as the Iraq War, I think we're in a different world right now. And I think that the U.S. is ambivalent on this point, which is how much blood and treasure it's willing to spend in order to enact its foreign policy.
Doug?
Because I don't think that President Trump is as concerned about the balance of power in the old geostrategic post-World War II or even post-Cold War terms. He sees power now as a network of businesses, the ability to provide prosperity, jobs, money to the United States. And I think his main goal is not necessarily to perpetuate American bases overseas, but to make sure that American companies can see profitability, can seem some benefit from U.S. economic policies. I also think that on the traditional things, some of what the president has done is a bit more performative. The style of U.S. international affairs has changed. I don't think the basic underlying interests have significantly changed. And President Trump has changed in American domestic politics the old adage that foreign policy ends at the water's edge, that you have to support the sitting president's foreign policy when you go overseas. That has fallen apart over the past 20 years. And he's gone one step beyond that to ask that everyone support his personal foreign policy. And he has personalized the conduct of foreign policy in his own relationships with world leaders or working through trusted, personally well-known special envoys, of which you see 2 or 3 prominent ones here in this region. I don't think they're working on anything that's much different than what we've talked about already. It's just that the way that he approaches this and the centralization of control in the White House and in the Oval Office has become much more important.
So is what you're describing the punctuation point of the death of the liberal order?
I don't think so, because
Really?
I don't think so. I think what he is trying to do is, for his own administration, figure out how he wants things to be run. But
so what's liberal about that in the the L sense?
It is not necessarily liberal within an American political system. It does not destroy the liberal
But you do see the
world order.
contradiction.
Oh, American foreign policy has always been full of contradictions, and so much of American foreign policy is based in American domestic policy and what presidents need to increase their approval ratings or get reelected or get congressmen and senators from their parties elected in the next elections. That is still part of American politics. The question is going to be, is the liberal order on a global scale, if it is practiced by governments that have a bit more central control, but the benefits are expanded, does that change the liberal order or just the performance and the way that it is made?
Paul?
Well, look, I think much of what we have seen happening over the last 20, 25 years in the United States is a series of American leaders, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, who defined American international leadership in ways that the American public didn't fully support and didn't fully like. And particularly in the case, I think, of President Clinton and President Bush, they justified and defended decisions that they took on the basis of preserving, maintaining, sustaining, strengthening American leadership. And I think Americans looked at a lot of those policies and didn't like the policies, and at least some of them decided that they didn't really like the leadership that much either, as a result of how Bush and Clinton in particular were invoking leadership in justifying America's role in the world politically. President Trump, I think, very smartly saw a big political opportunity there and gave the last push to a consensus that was already mostly broken. What he hasn't done yet is to build a new consensus in the United States around a clear vision for America's role in the world, and that's still contested between Republicans and Democrats. It's contested among Republicans. It's contested among Democrats also. And I think that's the process we're going through in the United States. I think it's far too early to make strong assumptions about what the outcome of that process will be. I think we can see something at the end very different. How do you think the rest of the world,
Paul, is receiving this moment? You know, we've got a lot of countries represented in this room. And I have to say that you're going to walk around the Middle East and Middle East leaders, and I talk to a bunch of them. They always say, God, they love how clear President Trump is, and they love him way, way more than they love Joe Biden. I mean, by far. They say, he stands where he says what he means, he does what he says, and they like the transactionalism. But if they're honest and you scratch beneath the surface, with all, with respect to my friends from China in the room, all of them are hedging their bets with China or hedging their bets with other places. So there is kind of a duplicity, a friendly duplicity involved where they're less in one camp than ever before. And so the question I have as we kind of look at this moment, of this moment of transition and whether or not the liberal order still exists in different form, in different practices, whether America has actually set itself up for further decline, because fundamentally, a lot of people like the enthusiasm of Trump, the transactionalism of Trump, but they don't actually trust Trump. Chris? Eric?
Yeah, I think this is a really important point. So you asked, is sort of this point the death knell of the liberal order? And I think orders survive administrations, I hope. But I think what happened in the first Trump administration, and is a continuation now on crack, as you mentioned, is that it's sown the seeds for dissolution. So there was a trust built into the system, right? Obviously, countries are always transactional in some sense, but there was a trust. If you are a country buying weapon systems from the US, if you're building an AI campus, you're making decisions about the relationship with the US that are 20, 30, 40 years in duration, because you're going to be servicing those systems and you're going to be investing in them over the long run. And I think the thing that I'm most worried about is that US foreign policy, having lived outside of the country now for 12 years and always talking to people who are not Americans, is that it's erratic. It's uncertain, it's untrustable, and it feels like things could shift in a way that they couldn't shift in the past. And so this notion of hedging your bets, finding alternative partners, finding independent solutions on your own, it's hard, but I think the costs of doing that, of not doing that right now, are so much greater, and it's pushing states in that direction.
Right?
I think that you're seeing institutions that came out of the international liberal order being seriously challenged. I mean, 2 blocks from where my office is in Washington, you've got the World Bank Group and the International Monetary Fund, both of which are under great pressure to figure out a new role for themselves going into the future. Private sector development of less developed countries is going to be what happens going forward. If you are going to, I mean, you see this even in the statements of Ahmed Ashara and the members of the new Syrian government. They're not saying we want billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia or from Abu Dhabi. We want private sector development. We want Turkish companies, we want Saudi companies, American companies, European companies to come help us rebuild the new Syria. I think that the idea of an international order, even including the United Nations, and its ability to help countries that feel that they need to be lifted up to a higher position, is not going to be as prominent as it was in the past. So I think not necessarily that the United States is not going to participate in a newly defined liberal world order, but international institutions will probably be less important, and large international corporations and deals that exchange finance for products and finance for development is likely to be the model going forward.
You know, one of the things that I really appreciate about President Trump is the clarity about some of the international institutions that he feels are not delivering. And I think there are a lot of players around the world who think the United Nations was not delivering. It was unreformed, that you had a permanent 5 that made no sense given the way power is today. And I would just ask, again, to kind of look at this, this tension in the system. Isn't this a possibly good thing? I realize I'm arguing both sides of the argument here, but to some degree, we have institutions that are not in line with the way power works in the world, and that system was just decaying. I thought Barack Obama had a decent chance of rewriting the global social contract, getting Brazil and India and other places, pushing reset with Iran in a constructive way, hopefully doing some of these things that might send a new message to the world. All of that went down into the gutter and went nowhere. And so in my mind, Donald Trump was a national market reaction to the impotence of leadership. And so I guess my question to you is, shouldn't we be more aggressively now moving to rewire these institutions that you're just holding up?
I'm not sure that these institutions can be consciously rewired. I think it's going to have to develop over time. My concern about the development of the new system, particularly of financing development in the world, is that the money will go where the money can make a profit.
Right.
And in another part of my life, I sit on an advisory board for an international energy group that is very concerned that for less developed Asia, for most of sub-Saharan Africa, even parts of Latin America, there is not enough capital available, as now the big finance companies, the big venture capital chases artificial intelligence, compute, data centers, not only in the United States and Europe, but around the world. And unless Africa can get into that game, unless less developed Southeast Asia can get into that game, they again will be left behind because they don't have a compelling geopolitical reason or a compelling economic reason. So again, I don't think that the international institutions are going to go away, but they're going to have to evolve to provide different ideas and different kind of leadership for countries that need more international help and cannot get the BlackRocks of the world to finance their development.
So Paul and Eric, you know, one of the other, I think, big things that's still out there that kind of clunks around in this metaphor about power, you know, China, like my friends in China over here, you know, they weren't supposed to succeed, right? You weren't supposed to be able to succeed with a command economy and the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. It was supposed to be built with so many internal contradictions, it wasn't supposed to succeed. It turns out their model of economic development, we had a lot of hubris inside the United States, I would argue inside Europe, about Chinese economic development being something that was a copycat, you know, place. China's been incredible with what it has brought to the table, what it has achieved, the number of people that it's lifted out of poverty, and the engine that they've created. But illiberal capitalism was not supposed to work. And so I guess my question is, as we sort of talk about the liberal order, which also implies we're sort of talking about democracies and systems, is that just a feel-good thing for the West now? Are we delivering on what democracy is supposed to deliver and mean? Or do we have a much deeper ideological tension where nations around the world are saying, you know, it's not just the rise of populism, it's the rise of a different kind of decision-making, a different kind of authority, different kind of industrial policy that's the much bigger part of the DNA of the future, because China has succeeded so magnificently. So is the democratic story as well as the liberal story fading away?
Well, first of all, I think China has succeeded in a very impressive way, and one of the things that has been...
You're saying that really enthusiastically.
Well, I think it's true, and one of the things that I've been kind of most intrigued by is sort of the competition among companies supported by different provincial governments, and the way that sort of creates in a different way some of the competitive pressures that exist in the United States through our market system. It has its own downsides. It has its own limitations. I'm not saying that our system is flawless. I don't think any system ultimately is flawless. And look, as a longer-term matter, every human system works until it doesn't, right? And I think it's a little bit
we could put that on a bumper sticker.
I think it's true. It's an illusion to think that you will sort of always be able to see kind of a slow decline of a system and then it ends. These things are much of the time non-linear. I mean, think stock markets, think revolutions or other kinds of change. These things are often nonlinear. But let me go back, Steve, actually, my last point here, an event you may remember because I think you were there, when Richard Nixon created the Center for the National Interest in 1994.
I was definitely there.
Yeah. He gave a speech, and during his speech, he said that freedom was on trial. He said freedom is on trial. He was, at that time, talking about the former Soviet Union, and he was trying to urge the then Clinton administration really to step in and to help Russia and other countries so that they would be able to deliver for their citizens and demonstrate that democracy could work. And, you know, that kind of worked in some cases better than in others. What I think our leaders in the United States and in some other Western countries really forgot about their own systems is that democracy is a means, not an end. And if you read the first 6 words of the preamble to the United States Constitution, which say, "We the people, comma, in order to," that makes clear that the purpose of the United States Constitution and the United States government is to deliver the benefits that are described in the rest of that paragraph. And I think our leaders became sort of far too obsessed with democracy as an end, as opposed to democracy as a means to achieve all of these things for society. And I think in the United States and some other countries, you know, we're paying a price for that now. I happen to think it's a very resilient system, and that we'll get through that. Interesting.
Guess they want you to be a little shorter.
Right. I'm sorry.
Comments.
Well, I can finish on that point. You know, I think that's something that we need to remember here, and this is when you're talking about the competition between these approaches. Ultimately, it comes down to delivering for people.
Go ahead.
Well, and ultimately, I think that many of the things that President Trump is being criticized of doing today, both domestically in the United States and internationally, are going to be adopted by future Democratic administrations and future Republican administrations. More centralized focus on the decisions of the president, more use of executive orders, and perhaps clearer articulation of American interests as is defined by the president in power or the party in power. I also fear that a future Democratic administration is going to spend much of its time undoing through executive order what President Trump is doing through executive order, which may hurt the consistency of American policy and the extent to which that consistent American policy is useful or necessary to expand American interest around the world. That could be a casualty, at least on the margins.
Do you think America is in NATO in 10 years? Wow, he paused.
I mean, I pause. I think America's in NATO in 10 years. I just don't know what NATO is going to mean in 10 years.
Eric?
Is America in NATO in 10 years? Yes.
20 years?
Maybe. I mean, I think there's a lot at stake right now, and I think it comes back to the question of what does the security alliance mean anymore, and what does it do, and what does it require? And, you know, you made a point before about, you know, I think we should give credit where credit's due, is that the liberal order works because there was supposed to be some measure of shared burden among partners in those relationships.
Let me ask you all a question here. You know, I ask about the NATO question in 20 years or 10 years because as I've gotten older, 10 years or 20 years are just not very long, right? And that's, that was 2005, 20 years ago. So, and the bottom line is I think many people see a growing ambivalence and reticence of the United States, at least at this moment, in being engaged. It got exhausted in Afghanistan, got exhausted in Iraq. One would argue the Iraq was of its own making, etc. Doing what it was defined as liberal order democracy promotion didn't go well. A lot of Americans sort of saw themselves as distracted beyond this and sort of recalibrated. But when you look at it, one of the reasons I really love this forum is they started talking about technology this morning. They talked about, Ebtisam Kebi said, to the minister, are we real leaders or are we fake leaders, essentially, if you get right at what she was asking, leadership, what are you doing to add net value to the system? I think one of the interesting questions that should be woven into this is what is technology of the size and scale of AI or quantum do in reordering power? What does it do to allow small powers to leapfrog up? What does it do to the I hate the term global south, but the global south or the developing world equation? Do we see South Koreas that just went from nothing to extraordinary success, or the Chinas of the world begin to change? So I want to throw that in there because that environment, that ecosystem of technology, of talent, of technology absorption requires an ecosystem. And what I don't know, I think the rest of the world is going to do it. What I don't know, I think America will make a lot of the technology. I don't know if we're going to be the ones that wire all of that. It's easy for me to see a world in which that great future happens, but America kind of opts out or is the Forrest Gump of the story. What do you think?
Can I tie this back, I think, to what Paul was saying before? I'll try to be a little more enthusiastic about what I've seen when I've been in China, which is...
I've been waiting for you to be enthusiastic.
Yeah, it's...
about something.
I think it's amazing. I think it's amazing, and I think we should recognize that. And what I think the basic point is that both democracy and capitalism require leadership, and I think that's something that we've lost to some extent. When you look at the sectors and the technologies of the future, they require tremendous investments. Now, US capital markets are incredibly deep and have the pockets for that. But I think the role of what we've gotten to is a system of unfettered capitalism, if you will, where the state is no longer seen as a net positive for helping the market do certain things. And these kinds of investments and strategic shifts really require the government not just to fund things, but yes, I think funding is necessary, but to create the conditions of success, to coordinate and convene industry, government entities, and yes, universities. I mean, one of the things that I worry about for the long term, even in terms of technology development, is that, I think Americans don't realize how much imported talent there is in the country on an annual basis. And to maintain that leadership, the government needs to have active policies around immigration to enable that talent to come, people who want to go to university, who want to start businesses, to create opportunities for both foreign capital and domestic capital to come together and create these $100 billion initiative we're talking about. Those things aren't easy, even if you have the money. You've got to coordinate the energy, the infrastructure, the rules and regulations to enable those kinds of projects. And there was a step in that direction with some of the industrial policy under the Biden administration, but it was not, I think, done well, and I think it was not done with the backing of the American people. And so it's about that sort of democratic leadership to convince people that this is the future and these are the kinds of activities that we need to do. And there's some ambivalence about doing that right now.
How do you see, Paul, the definition of American national interest today? I think there was a period of time where American national interest, since you're the Center for National Interest, you had a commission for the national interest, you're raising money now for a future commission on national interest. In case any of you want to contribute, you can have global contributions, right? But I think that the question is important because America used to define itself much more robustly around the security of its allies and the rest of the world as part of its core national interests. Has that fundamentally changed?
Well, I think the United States had a pretty clear definition of its and a pretty consistent definition of its national interests throughout most of the Cold War period. At the end of the Cold War,
so what's that, like oil, nukes?
Well,
what are the top four?
If you look at American public opinion surveys over the last 40 or 50 years, there are pretty much always four issues that are at the top. The order changes: nuclear weapons, jobs, energy, and terrorism, actually, by the way. And those four things, they kind of, go up and down as events change, but they're pretty consistently the top issues. But anyway, I think the end of the Cold War and the loss of a major constraint on the United States when the Cold War ended, it created an environment in which some people were able to really dramatically expand how we defined our interests. And we've been talking about the democracy promotion and other things during the conversation today. And
but I mean, we have the international courts. We have responsibility to protect. We had Gates Foundation doing good. We're doing many, many good things around the world, right?
Sure. But this definition of American interests, which increasingly we've kind of conflated with global common interests, went too far out in front of what was, I think, reasonably sustainable for the American economy and certainly beyond what Americans wanted, particularly in how it was executed. And you talked about Iraq already, which I think was a decisive contributor to that. And the Trump administration has absolutely sharply narrowed its definition of American interests, and I think for some of us, probably to too great an extent. I think we'll see another correction in the future.
Doug, I want you to answer that, but I also want to talk about this region a little bit, as you do, because you know it so well. But so I kind of look at it. I mean, I look at they're different kind of nations in the world. They're also different kind of people in the world, but different kind of nations. Some nations are like giant mountains. They make their own weather. And other nations are victims of the weather, or they have to surf the weather they're given. I think certain countries, particularly the one we're sitting in right now, have done extraordinarily well, trying to figure out how to navigate the weather, how to surf the waves coming in. Even now begin to make their own weather in certain ways, but it's very different when you're a China or the United States, or I would say now India, perhaps a Brazil down the road. And when you're kind of looking at that level, and you could come back to what Paul was just talking about, how does this region navigate this changing terrain?
I think that Dr. Amar Gadagash probably is one of the best officials in the world who can deliver a really good 10-minute policy speech.
I wish his speech had come after our forum.
Yes, so that's essentially the answer. I think the answer is remaining flexible. Try not to tie yourself too closely to one particular pole, which is also probably an outdated term, but try to build a set of networks.
I mean, the first paragraph of the speech was hedge, baby, hedge, right?
Mm-hmm. And I think that is correct, but at the same time, countries are going to have to decide where their interests lie. And if your interest lies in the quick development of artificial intelligence, compute, data centers, you really have to come to the United States now. If this relies on a third party providing military hardware to help you address threats that you see, you're probably going to have to come to the United States for the next decade or two. I think it leaves the United States still in a dominant position, but it is not as relatively dominant as it was at the end of World War II or at the fall of the Soviet Union. So I think the question will be for most countries in the world that are trying to navigate a changing relative importance of different countries is, what is the role that the United States will play in the core issues for the development of your country? Is there a role for China? Is there a role for India? And are those roles different? Are they complementary? And will they create for you political problems in dealing with your other partners? So it's a network of relationships that will create new problems to navigate as it gets rid of perhaps some of the old problems of needing to rely completely on the United States.
We're going to go to all of you in a moment and begin getting questions and comments. Just make them short so we can have like lightning round back and forth. But I want to kind of finish with this one from me, which is, I'm still really intrigued with this question where on one hand, pre-Trump, I saw inertia just choking to death so much of American foreign policy, American domestic policy. It was just happening and no one wanted to call it out. And so now you have a reset, a scramble, some would say a rising, different model, but the country and America's having to scramble for what it cares about now. But when you kind of apply this to the global liberal order, I'm trying to sort of figure out whether we're going into a period of mush and just chaos and uncertainty, or whether or not there's some crisis that hits the US while it's going through this moment, and we have sort of Suez crisis-like moment where the world no longer, despite Trump's strength, but no longer looks at America as definitive in the world. And that's what happened to Great Britain in the Suez crisis. And that punctuated the rise of China, which would get a premium on its power, even if its overall resources don't justify it. I would argue that was similar to the United States in somehow. But whether or not there's that kind of clarity that comes out of a crisis of confidence in the United States, or we just end up with a muddy, mushy world. Paul?
Oh, look, I mean, Steve, I think that's entirely possible. I certainly hope it doesn't occur. I think it's by far from inevitable. I think the United States
Scale
has
of 1 to 10, how likely?
I don't know, 3 or something. I mean, I think the United States has really amazing capabilities in many respects, economically, technologically, socially, really an energy revolution, I think, underway in the United States that's transforming the country in a lot of exciting ways. So, I think there are some amazing things happening. I don't think that kind of thing is inevitable at all.
So you're a hopeful optimist.
I am.
Which is strange for a guy from the Center for the National Interest.
It's very strange for a realist.
Eric.
You mentioned that 10 or 20 years doesn't sound as long to you anymore. I think a lot of this really depends on what happens in 3 years. 3 years is not that far away. So I think we're likely to see some mush between now and then, if you will. And different things could happen, but the optimist case would be either a Republican wins office that brings some coherence to U.S. foreign policy.
Hold it a little closer.
Sorry. Either a Republican wins office and brings some coherence back to U.S. foreign policy, and not just the policy that we see, but the policy-making process and the structures that undergird it. Or a Democrat wins office and does something similarly. So in 4 years, this panel could be discussing something very different depending on what happens in that election. And that's one of the upsides and downsides to the US system, is that there is constant change and there is the possibility for constant renewal. And I think the world has to live with what we see right now for the next few years. But so long as the Constitution holds, in 3 years, there will be a different president.
Doug?
I think the chance of mush is probably a 3. That was the number I was going to give it. But what I think is going to be relevant in the future is not necessarily what is happening in the United States, but how do the governments around the world in countries that are middle powers or smaller powers, how do they cope with individually creating these networks? There's going to be a huge expansion of the options that are available to the government in Abu Dhabi or the government in Burundi. How do you make those choices? Are those choices based on the welfare, the future welfare of your population? Is it based on the ability of your elites to expand their elite status and raise more money? Is it the ability to create favors for a particular deal that you want from a country or a series of countries for your defense? And I think these countries are going to have more autonomy of action going forward and more options. Whether or not those will be effective choices that they make will determine how much mush is in the system and how much I see many countries succeeding in making those decisions.
I mean, what you're describing, which I find really interesting, is an inheritance of the global liberal order that they could benefit and perpetuate without much regard from the other bigger powers.
Yes, but the basis on which those decisions are made, whether it is economic benefit, broad economic benefit for population, corrupt interests, inefficiency, is development sustainable, not necessarily in an environmental standpoint, but can they sustain the benefits for their population? These are all the kinds of decisions that maybe they had a lot of help making in the past from the IMF, the World Bank, United Nations, and great powers. Now I think more of this is going to be on the heads of the leaders of individual countries.
So we've got about 15 minutes for questions, and normally I have a TV screen here telling me who Ebtissam has picked, and it is not on. So Ebtissam, I'm going to give you the first question.
It's not me, it's Dr. Abdelmonem Said.
Which one?
Abdelmonem Said.
Somebody else has the first question?
I am the guy. I am the guy here.
Okay, great. Go for it.
Yeah, I will go for it. I am surprised that I didn't hear the word middle class in all the presentations that I heard here, because I think that is the key question. Is there many ways to build a middle class and make a country stronger, or you are not capable of doing this? That is the big question for government.
Right.
And I think we heard in the morning one road to this one. A country like the UAE is making an idea of using technology to create that middle class and create a country with influential position in world politics. Therefore, I will say that is what the United States and other countries to be aware of. China, India have different, completely political systems. Yet both succeeded and graduated hundreds of millions of people from poverty into middle class. What you do in politics, sometimes I hear that the liberal order is kind of a new mythology. I mean, you like a mythology to create an order for some time in a civilization. But it is not necessary because it became like a religion.
Right.
And I say, religions, you know, it's like all mythology, works for sometimes, but actually human beings become better and when you approach culture, history, beliefs, a lot of things that not really always measurable by elections. We might find a way. I am scared by what was said in the morning, you know, but that's
I think it's a really
else.
important observation that you made. It's one of the reasons I brought that up. But do you have a, I mean, it's a great observation. Do you have a question connected to it?
No, I got scared in the morning because I see the vulnerabilities of the weak in the world system by the new order of the AI is quite terrifying for me. Thank you.
I happen to love AI. I can help you get over the terror. But I just want to comment because I think what you said is so important about systems and competing systems on how to build a middle class, to build technology, to build capacity. There are also history sometimes rhymes. And I've been very interested in how COVID drove, in my view, so many of the behaviors we've seen. I think it's tied into, you know, a lot of the nationalism that came in as people began worrying about where their resources were. I think it, you know, fueled their politics. I think if you go back to the early 1900s after the Spanish flu, same thing happened. So I think it's very important what you said. Yes, right here. The lady right here in the fifth row.
It's in your you'll see.
Oh, next question is from Ebtisam Al
No, it's Ammar Khalaf.
That's what it says. So
it's Ammar Khalaf.
I do not see who that is. Okay, you're going to pick them. Okay, she's picking them.
Now it's up.
Sure, I'm here speaking.
Okay,
to your left. Right
there
behind,
you are. Okay, great. Okay, go ahead.
The scene wasn't clear from the three speakers in terms of what has really changed in this global liberal order. You mentioned inheritance, you mentioned terms of 3 years. Is this going to be a reversible era that we're living in, or is it irreversible, meaning any potential future president, Republican or Democrat, is the way that they treat the world going to be different in terms of the traditional hegemonic outlook to the world, or is this going to be a much more delegated or a much more shared hegemony with other global powers? Thank you.
Doug answered that, but you believe continuity, right?
Two-part answer. I believe continuity, but the number of powerful actors will grow, and therefore decisions made within the world order are going to be difficult, more difficult, and have greater consequences. I actually endorse Dr. Abdelmonem's thinking that development of a middle class is really the key to success for countries, and that would be very similar to my evaluation of whether or not the countries going into this will have been
successful. You wanted to jump in, Paul?
Well, I just wanted to say very briefly, history only moves forward, okay? And what I mean by that is American foreign policy is not going to return to the past. There may be significant elements of past approaches that get integrated into new approaches, and we might see more of that than we see right now. But the clock is not going to turn back, and I think that the way that Eric sort of addressed it, actually, who's elected after President Trump? That's something that I frankly spend a lot of time thinking about. President Trump has a lot of really great qualities and has done a number of important things. He is not a systematizer. That's not what he's doing, and the person who follows him is likely to be the person who does that.
My answer, just to add a little bit onto that, is the global liberal order, if you want to frame it that way, has been decaying and eroding for a long time, far before President Trump came in to seem to provide an accelerant into some of the inconsistencies that were there. And it was a system that was decaying and needed to be remade. But so that's why when your very important question is on continuity or discontinuity, you know, I think if you continued in that old system, I think it would have continued. Now we don't know where it will go, but you know, so good point. Next person after Sam.
We have Mark Siever and Rode Bourdain and David Makovsky.
Okay,
Can you
great.
take them all, then we
Okay, great.
go back
So
to the speaker.
I'm in the back. I'm in the back here.
Okay.
A couple of you have referred to the burden on the American role in the world due to the uncertainty about transitions from one administration to another and the lack of continuity. Watching the shutdown in government, all of the internal crises of the American system, what are the chances that we can develop a return to some kind of bipartisan approach to the world, or is that just something that's over and done with in the United States?
Eric?
Please, Steve, can we take the others?
Oh, take all the questions together? Okay.
Oda
Okay.
Bourdain.
All right.
Now Oda Bourdain.
So I can't see who it is, so you've got to pick it who it is.
Steve, how could you miss me? Right here.
Ode, okay?
Can you see me?
Yeah.
All right. My question is to the panelists, to you, Steve, and to Paul, regarding the rising middle class. It happened in India, it happened in China. In 1961, President Kennedy helped India develop the MIT of India. And today, India and China has produced human capital that's creating wealth. My question is, the human capital in the region has to be developed, has to become innovative. And I'll just give you one example. NVIDIA, a US compute chip company, its market value is over $5 trillion. That exceeds all the oil of the GCC.
Okay. Next question is
David Makovsky.
Okay. We also have to ask this woman here because we can't have all men. Yeah. So so we're going to get this lady here who's been trying to jump out of her seat.
Turkomani will be after.
Okay.
Okay. Should I go, Steve, or do you want to wait?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you.
Is it David Makovsky?
Yeah.
David.
Thanks, Steve, and thanks for a great panel. Look, maybe to pick up on Oda's thing about NVIDIA, I mean, I just wanted to, it seems, if you take the UAE as an example, and hearing what His Excellency Dr. Anwar Gargash said this morning, on one hand he talked about the diversifying, which some might call the hedging, as you called it, hedging on steroids or whatever, but at the same time when it came to national security issues, it seems clear that the UAE, for example, looks at the idea of semiconductor chips as part of the national security. And here the US is telling people you have to choose. You cannot hedge. You're either with us or with China. And so I just wanted to ask the panel about how AI is an anti-hedging category here, where the US is putting it clearly in the national security framework and is forcing countries to make very clear choices about who their strategic partners are. Thank you.
Okay, now Reem Turkomani. Reem Turkomani.
Good morning.
Yeah.
So I noticed that most of the security threats that the panel focused on are the ones that come from different states. But right now, there's so many security threats that come from other areas, particularly climate change.
Make it short.
Not only climate change in its own is a security threat, but also even violent conflicts are now increasing with climate change. So right now we have an American president not only denying climate change, but also withdrawing from all the multilateral agreements and commitments the US made in the past.
I got to get into a question.
My question is the US missing out by pulling out of this arena and allowing countries like China to make headways in green transition and green technologies?
So we have Is America losing out, pulling out of climate? We have binary choices and choosing one side or the other. We have intellectual capital, $5 trillion companies in India, and then the question before was
foreign policy bipartisanship.
Bipartisanship, will we ever get back? Okay, Paul.
Yes, I think we will get back to foreign policy bipartisanship. It's just going to take a leader who's...
You're such a kumbaya guy.
Coalition builder.
Yeah,
it just requires a coalition builder. I think that can happen. On AI and the middle class and everything, I'm sort of fundamentally a technological optimist. I think there are huge possibilities there. I think the U.S. can play a key role regionally here and elsewhere. On the hedging thing, I don't necessarily like the term hedging. I think governments basically don't like to be forced into making choices, and I think it's best for the United States to limit as much as possible doing that. There are national security areas where we have to do it, but
pulling out of the global comments on climate
and pulling out of the climate agreements actually I think is a mistake. Honestly, I'm not sure that the agreements will really achieve very much, which is a separate discussion. But I think for the United States to be there and to participate is quite important, and I'm sorry that the president has a different view.
Yeah, I'm a little more skeptical about a return to a bipartisan approach. I think U.S. politics are so polarized right now that foreign policy is one area where I think there is a possibility for consensus, but with the polarization, it's really hard to see that right now. The rising middle class question, I think all countries around the world right now have a middle class problem. It looks different in different countries, but for those in the room who know China's economy, yes, they've pulled millions out of poverty and really educated a very large society, but the unemployment rate is extremely high, and that's going to be a challenge. The securitization of AI, it's a huge challenge in the sense that it's not just AI, but if you look at the list of critical and emerging technologies, it's really all areas of advanced tech where the US is trying to put up a very high barrier. And the problem with that is countries like China won't. And so US foreign policy has a choice to make. Do they want to protect those technologies, or do they want to extend them and use it as part of diplomacy? And I agree entirely that US leadership in international institutions is important. And even if for symbolic purposes, and the fact that the US pulled out is a problem. And maybe one last bonus response to the first question, which I think is important, about the changing liberal order. We didn't answer the question in this way, but let me try to answer it this way. If the Trump administration's foreign policy was the new permanent US foreign policy in 3 years and 10 years and 20 years, I think what you'd see is an erosion of the liberal order and a kind of club diplomacy, if you will. Elements of the liberal order may remain, but it would become much more transactional, much less durable, and certainly would erode the order that we know today.
Thank you. We're going to take like one extra minute. Go ahead, Doug.
Okay, Mark, on your question about return to bipartisanship, I think you will see with changes of administrations tennis matches that over time will probably decrease in intensity, but there will always be a back and forth in politics. So I'm not sure that we'll ever see the politics stops at the water's edge again, at least not in our lifetime. In terms of, Dave, the question about developing a middle class, I think the responsibility for developing middle classes will be on the individual governments of each country that has a middle class. And that will put the burden on those countries no longer as much on the United States, China, or international institutions. And Reem, as to your question about climate change and what can be done about it, I think that you're going to see a lot more attention and resources put into climate adaptation. And I think that the United States is going to lose the battle on application of artificial intelligence and new energy technology to China, which is doing a much better job. And I think that the current policy of the administration in the US is a bad one for US interests, not necessarily for global climate change.
I think it's been a wonderful discussion. I'm going to answer these things. The bipartisanship question, great question, is going to require a huge crisis, a huge national crisis. It's not going to happen without that. That there's no interest in, I mean, there is boutique moments of bipartisanship. I see it all the time in Washington, but fundamental, overt, public bipartisanship and national security won't happen without a crisis. On the middle class, Odette, and these issues, I'll tell you that the biggest thing that is undoing the miracle that we see in the NVIDIAs, the Silicon Valleys, the AI in America, is the choking off of talent coming into the United States. We were the brain drain problem. Now Europe or India or other places in the world are going to be the source of the next miracle, right? So that's going to be a fundamental challenge for us and an opportunity for others. On David's question on hedging, I think Donald Trump, as part of his power scheme, wants the other nations to pick one side or the other to be in that, but he himself is not nearly as hard on China as he's trying to get everyone else to. You talk to any member of Congress who've riled up their constituents and base on China, Donald Trump is much, much softer, actually, and more of a deal maker than people realize. And fourth, on climate change, I regret to say it, great question, we're going to get cooked. We're going to get hotter. We're not going to cooperate. There's not going to be a real, right now you don't have a fundamental consensus any longer. So even if China takes over the technology and we have BYDs all over the world, it doesn't solve the mathematics of climate change. So what a wonderful, wonderful discussion we've had here. Please give a big round of applause to Douglas Silliman, President and CEO of the Arab Gulf States Institute, Paul Saunders, President of the Center for National Interest, and Eric Hamilton, Associate Vice Chancellor, Chief of Staff, and Lecturer of Political Science at NYU Abu Dhabi. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, that was fun.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, thank you.
سيداتي وسادتي، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة الثالثة تحت عنوان استراتيجية الصين الكبرى في نظام عالمي متغير. Ladies and gentlemen, panel 3 entitled China's Grand Strategy in a Changing World Order will start now.
For Mabel. Wow, that was a blast, this discussion on the US, but we are now taking you to a completely different part of the world. But let me first thank Dr. Ibtisam Al-Kitbi for the kind invitation and the team at EPC for putting together such a fantastic event, as usual, which is actually stepping up every edition compared to the previous one. So thank you. My name is Ahmed Abu Doh. I'm the non-resident head of China Studies Unit at EPC and Associate Fellow with the Middle East and North Africa program at Chatham House in London. I thought it would be very helpful to update you with what has been going on in China, but I didn't know where to start because a lot of things have been going in China since Mr. Trump's re-election earlier this year. But as a quick recap, China has been busy sharpening its tools to stand up to trade and take wars, leading a diplomatic charm offensive to recalibrate and deepen its relations with a lot of countries, showcasing its military and technological prowess, and strengthening and expanding China-led multilateral organizations. Chinese leaders may have thought that recalibrating the rules of engagement with the United States before the re-election of President Trump is a strategic necessity. And I think their assessment was quite accurate. That's because throughout the last year, the relationship has been characterized by a lot of saber rattling, where both countries using the economic networks as instrument of power, the United States expanding and deepening its export controls, and China retaliating with its own export controls on rare earth. But the deal, I'm not sure if you heard about it, just recently signed between China and the US and South Korea, I think showed early signs of a shift in the balance of power in negotiations, where actually China showed its ability to use its leverage during the negotiations. And this is ironic because I think what China did is take a page out of Mr. Trump's playbook and apply it through its putting together a stringent system of export controls, not only on rare earth, it goes actually far beyond that, to encompass other magnets and critical minerals and advanced technology. And some of my friends in the United States and the UK called this the nuclear option. Because not only the United States would be affected by that, but actually it can hurt many other countries, including China's friends. But regardless, President Xi Jinping and the leadership in the Communist Party can now present this deal as an evidence that China has offensive and defensive tools, not only to convince the United States to stay at the table, but also to extract major concessions. They may also have calculated that Mr. Trump's second term may present them with a strategic opportunity to try to pull more countries closer to China's influence on the back of trade protectionism and isolationism and away from the United States. However, things have never been that rosy for China, ever. Chinese policymakers still have to deal with a lot of challenges, economic imbalances at home, and other economic challenges, mounting security challenges in China's peripheries, extensive strategic competition with the United States. But most importantly for other countries, I think China's foreign policy is still confined to economic statecraft, and China seems to be unable to abandon its risk-averse approach to conflicts or get involved in mediation of conflict resolutions. To discuss all that, we have an excellent lineup of Chinese scholars today who will help us dissect and identify the most important elements of China's diplomatic and economic strategy since the re-election of Mr. Trump. Right next to me here, Professor Chan Qi, he is the Director of Center for China-US Relations at Tsinghua University in Beijing. We have also Dr. Mabel Lu Miao. She is the co-founder and Secretary General of the Center for China and Globalization, which is a leading Chinese non-governmental think tank. And last but not least, my friend Dr. Chao Jin-chai. He is a non-resident research fellow at the Guangzhou Institute of Greater Bay Area in China. And he served as assistant professor here at the Department of International Relations in the University of Sharjah, and someone who understands the Middle East and the Gulf very well. Let me start with you, Mabel, to set the scene and ask you simply what do you think right now Chinese policymakers are thinking about? What are the most pressing challenges diplomatically and economically since the re-election of Mr. Trump?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's my great privilege to share views at this prestigious strategic platform, which is very diversified, converges different civilizations to discuss the shifting order that concerns the future of humanity. I'm so excited to talk about this issue as it's really pressing. Really, regarding China's pressing challenges, especially you mentioned under the new era of Trump 2.0, I think the Chinese leader concern a lot of issues. Anyway, I would like to cite President Xi one word when he met President Trump during the meeting. He noted that actually China never intends to replace anybody else. We just want to do ourselves best and to be the best ourselves. We can work with President Trump, work with the US, hand in hand on our between our two missions. One is China's rejuvenation, another is Trump's made America great again. I think this is attitude, and it's a kind of confidence to the China's leaders' attitude on geopolitical issues. I think the most pressing one, I think domestically, I think is economic continuity increasing. And another issue is that how to make sure at this turbulent time, China still can navigate very well, deal with the US-China tension very well, and break through the high-tech knowledge, and make sure in the AI time, China can catch up, can still transfer the green transition very well, and make sure China in the US-China tension, not just impact ourselves, and also do the fulfill the international responsibility as a bigger power and a major power in the world.
This is very interesting because the idea of confidence in dealing with global challenges, especially in the context of strategic competition, has been always the center of debate in Beijing lately. And I think China showed some of that during the trade negotiations with the United States recently, which I want to discuss with Chanchi right now. And I will present you with some numbers, and then I will take your take on them. For example, by 2024, China's exports to the United States accounted for only 13% of Beijing's total export value, down from 20% in 2018. So that's a major drop. Today, until September, China's global good exports increased by 8%, even as those to America fell by 27%. So to me, this looks like these two countries no longer need each other at the same level as they used to before. This was very catchy by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in February 2024, when he said the tariff gun will always be loaded and on the table, but rarely discharged. But since the re-election of Mr. Trump, it has been discharged left and right? So China also responded by its export control on rare earth. Can you explain to me how China is planning to reach a level of growth at around 5% until the end of this decade, while its access to the markets of its biggest export clients is diminishing on the back of trade protectionism? How will China do that?
This is the first time I participate in this Abu Dhabi strategic debate. So I have interesting observations. The previous is the Americans group. This group is the Chinese group. So I think this arrangement will make the debate on China-US relations more peaceful. And as your questions about since the first term of the Trump administration, we can see his decision momentum is maybe decoupling. So since then, I think Chinese are prepared for the declining of the dependence of the US markets. So yeah, so since from the long term, I would believe the interdependence between China and US will be between China and the US will be decreased. So this trend would be continued. But the question is that what's the outcome of this trend? So maybe I agree with the Trump administration that the decrease between the interdependence between China and the US would be make more stable relationship between China and US. So, but the thing is that now the ASEAN countries becoming the first export market, and then what happened for that? So I think the trade friction between China and US would make the ASEAN countries and maybe the third parties would be more important, and then the trade will become more complicated. So maybe the final of the export is get to the US or the Europe, but the network is becoming more complicated.
So you're discussing reshipping issue, but my question here is, after all what we've seen since Mr. Trump in terms of trade disputes, and again China having less access to these markets, do you think the prospect of losing this access will change emphasis on economic priorities at home? For example, the emphasis on industrial output over living standards and the capital investment over domestic consumption. You are not seeing these reforms happening in China that everybody's talking about to offset the reliance on exports.
I don't think the China are not interested in the exportations. So that would be a challenge for the Chinese economy if the external demand is decreasing. So it depends on, so the world maybe are interested to see whether we can have a stable relationship between China and the US. That would be much more important than the other issues.
Okay, so I would like to still double down on this point and take it to Xiaojin, but from a point where we discussed the rare earth issue. It is true, like everybody in the world now seeing that the United States under Trump is weaponizing interdependence. And what China did during the negotiations may actually rewrite the rules of trade negotiations with the US for other countries. They will learn from what China did, if they have the capabilities, of course. However, isn't China also seeking to establish a China-led trade system? And as I said in the beginning, putting together this stringent system of export controls that might hurt other countries, especially in the global south. And building on what have been said now on searching for new markets, especially in China-friendly countries, isn't that taking a risk that these countries might think about protecting their own industrial bases and raise trade barriers and impose, frankly, some tariffs on Chinese goods because they are concerned about their markets being very attractive for Chinese firms to dump their Chinese goods on them?
Okay, thank you for your question. With rare earths, I think it's more like an exceptional or special case this time, because Trump first did this to China, not only once, many times, using technical barriers, trade surplus as an excuse to impose tariffs on China. So China eventually used this leverage on rare earths to force a deal on Trump. I think it's worked this time in South Korea, as you mentioned. China's dominance or strength in rare earths in terms of mining, processing, and manufacturing of rare earth magnets, which is very common, used in electronic vehicles, which again, China has very much strength and has contributed a lot to global market. This actually, this position of China as being a dominant actor or important actor in rare earths, of course, grew from, how can I say, China's over years gradual industrial capacities and global trading networks. It's not like China forced everybody to accept, okay, we got the like a rare earth dominance, you got to cooperate with that. So I think your assumption that, okay, China used this kind of leverage, we will scare other countries to say, oh, see, you are using this, your dominance on certain sectors to force others countries to accept the deals. No, I don't think that's the Chinese, the style of diplomacy or trade policies. Xi Jinping proposed this global development initiatives. I think one thing he kept mentioning, and I think in reality, I mean, I lived in many countries, in certain countries like here, they do a lot of trading with China. So we participate in some trade talks too. We observed that, of course, the trade must be mutual beneficial. It's win-win, and even in some times, I mean, China, in order to win the order, in order to win the opportunity for trade, China actually make bigger compromises than they should be, because China always has a bit, I think, a strategic or development policy, developmentalism when dealing with African or global South countries. Even the trade, it looks like not fair in the beginning. China says, okay, let's do it long term. So I think from this past experience, I don't see the rare earths will be used or other, China's dominance technology-wise or resource-wise to impose on the other global developing countries.
So it's just a power tool designed to counterbalance the United States and Western allies.
Yeah, we learned from Trump, basically. He's using the things to, on China. Yeah.
Okay, well, I would like
China
to come
was forced by U.S. to do that. As, it's unavoidable, I believe it's inevitable choice to do that. As this is a multipolar world. If U.S. dominate everything and push China and downplay China, I think it's a kind of a tic-tac kind of style. But right now, it's U.S., China, the leaders have meted each other. I think everything will go smooth, go better.
This is an important point, because you are portraying China's policy as a reaction, which I agree with, by the way, but it goes beyond that. And the best example is AI and tech. And I would like to go back to Chanchi on that, because China revealed the 15th five-year plan in the fourth plenum in October, which had great emphasis on technology and achieving high-quality growth by achieving self-reliance in science and technology. And you could see that in the policies, because China is taking some measures to shut out American giant tech companies out of the market, like NVIDIA and other companies. Even NVIDIA's CEO, Jensen Huang, said NVIDIA's market share in China now has fallen to 0. So it is clear to me that China is pursuing self-reliance. And it started extensively now to achieve that. My question is, everybody is talking about the lag of Chinese tech behind the United States. How will China achieve this self-reliance in the context of this lag. And do you agree with a lot of my Chinese friends, scholars are saying that the 15th plan is the time where China, I'm talking about the next 5 years, of course, where China will be able to break this American lead in AI especially? Do you agree with that?
I don't think the US and China are the most important countries that lead the AI technology. So China has the capacity to maybe dominate the AI technology. But the thing is that the AI technology is now becoming more important as competition tools between China and the US. So that's from the international relations. But from the domestic dynamic, I would think that Chinese government realized the traditional development method, maybe relying on the housing or can no longer work. So China's development should rely on the technology innovations. That's the main point of this 5-year plan, the theme. So I would think the most important thing is that China realizing these development methods should rely on the so-called new high quality the development philosophy rather than the previous the methodology. So AI is only one of the areas. So as to whether China could break the U.S. lead, I don't think the Chinese the AI technology guideline is to break the U.S. lead. China's the first priority for is renew is digitalize its economy rather than the international relations.
So it's not a tool of competition?
There are some competitions.
It's not the most important determinant of who will win this vision for the global order.
It's not a win-win. Maybe I remembered under Biden administration there were official conversations between China and the U.S. The U.S. emphasizes on security. China's emphasis on development. It's on a different track. So there's no any significant outcome of that conversations. What does it tell? What does it mean? That means the U.S. is much more focused on the zero-sum game of the AI technology. China is rather more the development approach.
Okay, so this is actually a good point to take the question to Xiaojin on the zero-sum equation and technology or cooperative relationship that China is seeking. And to bring the discussion here, because this part of the world is becoming very strategically important when it comes to advanced technology, especially AI and data centers. And you know that you live here and you understand the region, and you know that Mr. Trump, when he came here, Gulf countries signed huge deals of investments in the US in exchange for partnerships with US AI firms that will last for decades to come. Even the UAE called the United States the partner of choice when it comes to AI, and a lot of executives in the UAE and Saudi Arabia came out publicly and promised to divest their partnerships with Chinese companies. The biggest question I hear always in Western countries when it comes to Gulf AI cooperation is how does China see this pivot between the Gulf and the United States and this deepening cooperation? And from your point of view, and of course Chinese point of view, how do you see the Gulf's ability to navigate this intensifying competition?
I don't see a really pivot is happening. Or if you have to see there's a pivot back. Because Gulf country has been under U.S. security not alliances, like a security agreement. And for many years, they have very close economic, technological cooperation. It is, I think Gulf country is proposing these years, or even acting, that looking to the east, let's see, not to totally shift, but balance by bringing China, India, Indonesia into the equation.
But we're not seeing any balancing happening when it comes to AI.
But for now, yeah, in terms of AI, that's I'm getting to. I think the minister, he said in the morning, because of the U.S. Advancement in that regard for chips, for let's say early start advantages. Of course, UAE, it's wise, it's rational for UAE to cooperate with USA initially. But China has its own advantage. We have a later start advantage, let's say. There's a lot of potentials. China, first of all, there's a technical self-dependency. We can achieve that. That's already in many sectors already achieved. And secondly, particularly in terms of AI, yes, in terms of most advanced now, in terms of chips, computing powers, UAE, US Gulf cooperation makes its very extraordinary advantages. Two things will make China also become a bigger player, if not a winner. So first of all is in terms of applications, AI applications, in industry, in commerce, in anything. I think because of China has so much experience in Web 2, in previous internet boom, often you will see Europe, US, they invent the technology, but China is so fast to adapt it and apply it to solve the daily lives. I mean, in terms of WeChat Pay, simple things like that, cashless pay, all this kind of thing. Secondly, I'm not expert, correct me if I'm wrong, but they see that computation for AI in the future is a competition for energy, for power. So China is not only in terms of not power, clean energy. China is not only achieved the number one in terms of that, but in terms of the cost to build using cheap, clean, and sufficient power to grow, to supply the unlimited AI computing, unlimited AI application. China will win the longer game, or if at least catch up with USA. Even, Gulf countries line up with USA. I see a bit, how can I say, frustrating, let's say, why just all in? It's like all in Trump. Maybe you please look at China, and there's other, alternatives or other possibilities. You can you can balance. The Gulf countries in such a strategic, neutral place. It can benefit from the best of both worlds.
But
why not?
Do you think policymakers are sharing this frustration in
I
America?
think they do. But there's other ways. Sorry, I cut you off.
So do you think policymakers in Beijing are sharing this frustration?
That's I cannot see. But as she said, China is focused on developing themselves. Okay, if you don't want buy now, okay, wait. Maybe after 5 years, I develop something big. Maybe it will be attractive for you. Then at that time, you will have to come to me. I think that's the thing. Yeah.
Well, I
would say the frustration of this mix in Beijing is not the gap between China and the U.S. Rather than the Chinese makers are worried about why the AI cannot fastly used in industry.
I can agree with some of what has been said, especially on decoupling. Like the biggest question now in London, where I live, for example, is will Gulf states decouple completely from China on AI and data centers and other advanced technologies? And I always argue that this is not possible, and it's not going to happen. And we see evidence on the ground on steps, serious steps that have been taken by Gulf countries, especially UAE and Saudi Arabia, to keep the cooperation with China in these strategic sectors alive?
Yeah, I will add one sentence that I really enjoy this morning. The minister here, he mentioned that, we just cooperate with the best. Actually, if US-China conduct a kind of a health competition on AI, I think all the world is a beneficiary. If, like the middle powers, like UAE, you just apply the best for the humanity on AI. So China right now, I follow the professor's ideas that really have with a strong advantage as we have a super large market. Sometimes those applications on AI, the scenario is huge. If something in China, we call it evolution. Something compete domestically. There are more than 300 factories and brands on EV cars. You can see it's a domestic big competition. Then expand to the rest of the world. So it's good for the technology itself. I think US used to be a little bit underestimating China's high advanced technology progress. Like you mentioned, Jason Huang, he confirmedly believed that, U.S. policy on restructuring China's advanced technology has really backfired as their market is shrinking, cost is crazy. But China's fully right now, almost completely broken the free from the independence on the high technology, especially the advanced chip and something else. So I think it's a process. This year, China just undergoing the drafting New Year five-year plan, like you said. I think China already demonstrated the kind of determination to break through the choke point and the bottleneck of those high technology, so catch up those things. But for the Arabian area and the UAE, I think you, as a middle power, why not choose the best advanced technology? This is your advantage, actually, between the big powers.
Well, I think we dissected enough the trade and tech competition, and now let's go to the easy part.
I would add one sentence, maybe.
Yes, go ahead, please.
So just to mention that whether the competition is the main thing between China and US, I would think of course, there is competition on AI technology is on the market, maybe competition, maybe all the evolutions of the AI technology, but I think there's also the common interest between China and US for the maybe for the company. So it is very useful for the company and experts or scientists to communicate with each other. So which technology is more safer? So which kind of maybe the technology application is the best practice? So I think maybe the cooperations and the communication is also important.
Well, I would say maybe this is a beautiful aspiration in the future, but not under President Trump, I'm afraid. Or at least I don't see it happening. So what I meant by the easy part is geopolitics, and I know you guys love it, and me too. But I'd like to go back to Mabel and refer to the diplomatic charm offensive the diplomatic charm offensive I referred to in the beginning. And probably China assessed that it is an opportunity now to try to reset its relations with a lot of countries. And you could see that during the SCO summit in Tianjin and the Tianjin Declaration, and how this was consensual between President Xi Jinping, Putin, and the Prime Minister Modi. During the military parade as well, you could see President Xi flanked by Putin and Kim Jong-un. But a lot of other non-Western countries as well. In South Korea, President Xi managed to reset the relations with South Korea again. But on the other hand, you could see that China is entangled with the UK in an espionage dispute. You could also see prolonged trade negotiations and disputes with the EU, that is not resolved yet. And also you could see China being very assertive on Japan and warning it not to join the United States in pressuring China's interests in the Indo-Pacific. So do you agree with this assessment? Are we seeing a double-track Chinese foreign policy that is focused on improving relations with non-Western countries and other countries that are friendly to China, and being more assertive to other countries that are closer to the United States under Trump 2.0?
Thank you for the question. Actually, we should review the history and make the more macro vision on this topic. Actually, this is a multipolar world. Unipolar world has gone, multipolarity is a reality. In this context, China always adhere to one core value is that improving the existing order rather than subverting it. So that's why China would like to fulfill the international responsibility as a big power and a major power. So sometimes, we just want to promote peace talk and promote ceasefire for all those conflicts. You can see, you mentioned the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The Shanghai SCO spirit as mutual trust, mutual benefit, and respect different cultures and civilizations. That's why China leveraged that kind of spirit, successfully mediated the Saudi and Iran conflict. I think this is a very, very typical example that China want to do to end the value and inject stability to the uncertainty world. Use China's style. I think this is China's style. Would like to, promote people sit together to negotiate with each other, play the neutral status. That's why I think Beijing support established the International Court for Mediation in Hong Kong. I think it's a kind of amplification of the Shanghai Cooperation spirit. You mentioned right now China deal with the Russia issue and the other issue. Maybe there's a lot of criticize on China's status on the Ukraine and the Russia conflict. But anyway, I would like to say that China always would like to play the peacemaker role between the geopolitical conflicts. I remember last year China established and supported the it's called the Peace of Friendship, Friends of Peace group in UN. I guess many of those developing countries participated. I remember 17 developing countries participated. I think China would like to leverage our spirit to promote the peace talk and ceasefire. China always adhere to that. We don't need to fuel the oil to the altar, the fire, to escalate the kind of conflict in this uncertain time.
But critics of China would say China is not getting its feet wet in conflicts. It is not throwing its weight behind resolutions like we saw, for example, Gaza here in this region. Mm-hmm. It was the United States who did the heavy lifting in the end of the day, but not China. Nobody expected from China to step in and, for example, mediate a ceasefire in Gaza. The same is happening in Ukraine. And I would like to link this with a follow-up question to all of you. Please feel free to jump in. The most word I've heard during the previous panel is the word liberal. Nobody is talking about constructivist world order, realist world order, post-structuralist world order. It's always liberal world order. I would like to take your take on that and explain to me, what is the real strategic thinking in Beijing on the global order, and where does China see itself in this global order? A lot of people say China wants to replace the United States as the hegemon. A lot of other people say China wants a bipolar world order where China and the United States running the show, and other people say China wants a multipolar order. Where do you think official China stands on this?
Actually, what I already mentioned that China always wanted to be a kind of promoter of peace and bridge each other on the table, on the ceasefire table. in the multipolar world, I think, China is one of the polar, of course, and China really want to do is, like China already initiated the global governance initiative, already answer your questions, including the 5 principles. First, it is going to adhere to the multilateralism, adhere to the sovereign equality, adhere to the following the rule of law, and adhere to the action-oriented approach, and engage more parties to promote the promote the more fairness and the more fairness and exclusive global governance. I think those principles are really, answer your question, answer the China's of our times, that the multipolar world is a reality. So all the global South countries, they are generally are rising. The multilateralism is the will of the people on the earth. So I think China has done like we support BRICS network, we support Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and recently China upgraded the RCEP 3.0 from the trade side to do something to promote the regional trade liberalization. All those things are, offer the public goods.
Yeah, I will come to you. Just a follow-up question, and please, I'll give you the floor. I would like to go back to the mediation idea, because this is a region riddled with conflicts. And you live here, and you understand exactly what I mean. So I'll make this short and ask you directly, when will China balance its low commitment and cautious approach to its foreign policy with the rising opportunity of Trump's isolationism and take advantage of that? I know China is doing a lot of work within the SCO and BRICS. It is rolling out principles such as the Community of Shared Future and the Global Security Initiative. But we are not here in the region, in the Middle East, and please correct me, our dear audience, if I'm wrong, we don't feel this footprint. When will this
there is,
happen?
to 2023, China broke the Iran-Saudi normalization. Actually, that time optimism is
but
that...
did it do the whole work? Didn't the Iraqis and Omanis do it?
They reaped the fruit, as you are saying. At least symbolically, we see China's effort. In fact, China made a very strong statement, even the efforts in the UN and many multilateral platforms to broke the peace between Israel and Gaza. Actually, I, as a Middle Eastern politics observer, I never see China use such a strong language to condemn the atrocities and the war crimes happening in Gaza. But in the meantime, also still hold the principles of security and peace of the UN Charter to try to bring two sides together. Of course, as you mentioned, US did the job because they have leverage. I mean, they have the ways to do it. In traditional Chinese presence or Chinese interest in the Middle East, of course, is far from China. It's not that compared to other European powers, and Americans are not that strong or not that prominent. That Saudi-Iran deal looks like present China opportunities, like a possibility that, okay, China should do something. China should balance US in the region, et cetera, et cetera. I see a lot of this kind of aspirations. From the Chinese own perspective, because this region is more for China is neutral, should be peaceful, stable, for China's energy supplies, for China's economic corporations. And China has kind of a non-interference policy. So this fight is between you guys. We want peace. We want help to promote and broke. But you guys should come to terms together. We will not force to increase the two sides to increase. But by the way, even the peace, so-called peace now in Gaza, it was not really a fair peace, let's say. We know, what happened, so I don't have to speak a lot. I think the real peace, fair peace need to be done. Maybe China can play that role in the future.
Okay, so the last question, and we can't speak about China without discussing Taiwan. And this I promise, will be the last question, and then I'll open the floor to our audience. And I will turn to you, Chan-Chi, and ask you, China released a white paper recently in May that is called National Security in the New Era, where they introduced or reiterated President Xi Jinping's principle of holistic security. But it also emphasized that China's core interests, especially when it comes to Taiwan, Hong Kong, Tibet, and Xinjiang, they are non-negotiable. My question to you is China's posture in the South China Sea and in the Strait, do the administration's frictions with President Lai in Taiwan, Trump administrations, they're not on good terms, obviously, and Trump's reluctance to step in and defend Taiwan. Is this an opportunity for China to make a move on Taiwan under Trump, or this is just fiction?
Okay, so I agree with you. Taiwan is the most sensitive issues between China and the U.S., and it also the base of the normalization of the China-U.S. relations since maybe 1972. So, but the problem is that, so I have a very interesting observations. During the recent summit meeting between President Xi and Trump, I'm told that the Taiwan issues have never mentioned, although it is the most important issues.
Which tells you a lot.
Pardon?
Which tells you a lot about Trump's administration's position on Taiwan.
Okay, so I also observations of the Trump, President Trump, so saying about the descriptions of the Taiwan's issues. He said Taiwan is very far from away from the United States. It's very near of the mainland China. So, and Taiwan is so small. Mainland China is so large. So while we are interested, so pay the priority of the Taiwan issues. So this is a very interesting descriptions of President Trump's his impression of Taiwan issues.
So you agree, actually, the question I asked you there, with the previous panel, one of the speakers said he thinks that President Trump is actually softer on China than other presidents.
No. So I think maybe it depends on what issues. As to the Taiwan issues, so there is no real fight or a war between China and U.S. such like the trade wars. So it is very hard to say the Trump is very soft toward Taiwan issues. But for the trade issues, I would think that it is beyond our expectations. Since President Trump won the elections in 2024, so Chinese maybe are prepared for the trade wars between possible trade wars between China and the U.S. But most of the experts in China expectation is that Chinese government will maybe the doctrine is very clear that the talk is the door is open. Maybe if the war, so China will fight to the very end. But although the doctrine is very clear, but the specific strategies is beyond our expectations, because most of the expertise in China maybe is the precise and smart countermeasures. But after May 4, after the April, the Chinese expectation is how to say is reciprocal countermeasures. It's beyond our expectations. So I would think from this sense, the Chinese also maybe take the positions from the strength, so that which is taught by the United States.
Yeah, that's what I said in the beginning, taking a page out of Mr. Trump's playbook. Now I will open the floor to the audience, but I would like to say that I intended to be a bit critical when it comes to China in my questions, because I wanted to play the advocate, the devil advocate. This was a very rich discussion, and thank you so much. I would like to start with Dr. Abdelmenam Saeed, but please, I would like to say that to everybody. Please keep it a question, not a comment, and please keep it very concise. Please, Dr. Abdelmenam.
Yeah, I will start by Dr. Mabel talking about the Chinese style. And I think we got, people who are Western educated is to get used to it, that China is a different superpower. It's not the same thing that it was with the bipolar world related to the Cold War, and thinking it using words like imposing. Hegemony do this. China is seeing the world coming to her, not she's going to outside. Look at the behavior of China regarding Macau, Hong Kong, even now Taiwan with the balance of power, if you think Western mind. That's a new world in a sense, there is new style. The only thing that's missing, China never decided, what is this style? Style require, in our world, something related to power. If China decided that it does not want to use power and it will use forums like BRICS, like Shanghai, it means creating more dialogues in the world. That's fine, in addition to the UN and its organizations. It's a big lesson. I want to thank very much Chinese colleagues here that are teaching that there is something new here in how countries, even very powerful and in competition with great powers, there is no multipolar world. What's the influence of Japan or Indonesia or India in our current world? Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Abdelmenam. I will take Chu Wongyi.
Thank you. I really enjoyed the Chinese colleagues' discussion. I'd like to ask one simple question. So one of the panelists said that multipolar world is reality. So if you look at Chinese diplomatic language, multipolarity and multipolar world is kind of Chinese desired configuration of power on a global stage. And my question is, do you think that Asia should be also multipolar? For example, in Asia, you have many countries other than China, Japan, India, and lots of countries in Southeast Asia, and South Korea as well. So do you also support, do you think that China also supports multipolarity in Asia? Thank you.
Any other questions before I turn to our speakers? It doesn't seem so. So anyone wants to comment on Dr. Abdelmenam Saeed's comments on China's style as a great power?
So for the first question is that whether China is a different superpower. So I think maybe China are not prepared for as a position of a superpower. But even China have preparation for the superpower. I think Chinese philosophy is different from the other superpowers, especially from the United States. So just the previous group is talking about the liberal order. So in the liberal order, so maybe the United States, maybe especially under the President Clinton, are looking forward maybe other countries becoming maybe as the same as the United States. So maybe the China and the United States would maybe have a dream to reform other countries as Western societies, Western democracies. But China is not. China would think maybe the harmonious society, so maybe the China would not looking forward. Others can even other countries to looking like as China. So maybe that's the different philosophies of the superpowers philosophy.
Okay, so this was the main intention of this panel, to try to dissect what China actually think about and the priorities in China, and to explain that it is true that China is different. Even if we disagree on what China's endgame is and whether China wants to achieve hegemony in the world order or not, but in the end of the day, even if China does that one day, it will be in a completely different way than the United States and Soviet Union. So I would like to move quickly to Chu Wongi's question, which I find very important and tricky as well. So do you think Asia should be a multi-polar place? Why this question is very important? Because a lot of people in Asia, in India, for example, and other countries, accuse China of trying to achieve hegemony in Asia. Do you agree with that?
Actually, I believe China can accept a multipolar world in Asia as well. Why not? Global South countries are rising. I just mentioned that this is a reality. So that's why shifting hegemony is our topic today. But I dislike shifting hegemony. It means like it suppose like hegemony will be handed over to another one. Actually,
it's like I don't want this to be associated with
no,
China.
it's a shifting power actually, right? China will not like to be another hegemony. I remember when Deng Xiaoping delivered a speech at the United Nations many years ago. That sign always reminded me that when China turned to be another hegemony, beat it. So I think this is Chinese leaders' commitment to the world. And I also believe that, like the professor just mentioned, Chinese civilization and our culture is different, I think, it's very unique. We really enjoy the peaceful situation, and the Chinese culture basically is a looking inwards culture. We just want to do our best ourselves. This is the truth. And, if China rise, I think it's a peaceful rise. And if in Asia, I think like Japan, South Korea, and many other ASEAN countries, they would like to be another rising power. Why not? We enjoy that. We enjoy a global situation with more justice and fairness.
I have 1 minute, and I have a question from Dr. Hani Findakli, and we will close with this. Please, Dr. Hani, go ahead.
Thank you very much. On the issue of the decoupling between the US and China, it happened because China was able to sell more products to the 5.5 billion global South than it had historically sold to Europe, Asia, and Western countries combined. That allowed it to be able to compete and to tolerate the kind of restrictions and sanctions that had been placed on it. It's a very different issue in the case of AI. AI has developed in a very different way, that it has no complementary or supporting elements to it. And there are only two different ways to develop AI, and that's China and the United States. And the two are dramatically very different. And the countries will have to make a choice between one or the other. The United States has declared AI as a national security priority. And my question is, what is China doing to sell its own AI technology? It's too early right now to declare which one is going to succeed and which one is better than the other, but countries have to make a choice. What is China's strategy to sell its own AI strategy, which is completely distinct and different than the one that the United States is pursuing?
This is an important question because it's related directly to the Gulf states. So, do you like to take the question?
I'll try.
What is
First
China
we have
doing?
domestic market, as she said, large enough to, let's see, to succeed in China. Any program, all the LLMs by Alibaba or by Tencent, all the big unicorn Chinese companies develop very super, and at least in terms of if you're a common user, you don't whether you use ChatGPT or the Chinese one, actually you find Chinese one more friendly, you know, more user-friendly, at least many people experience that way. Of course, this is like, again, goes back to my point about applications. So if you are successful inside a huge China, and not only in China, but China has some friends, let's say, as you mentioned, the networks, you know, Southeast Asia, even some part of the Gulf countries, some part of Middle Eastern countries are willing to accept Chinese AI solutions or AI power. For example, China can offer smaller, use lesser computing power, but generating same result. So this goes back technical side. I will not explain more. But I think anyway, so there's an alternative to develop a distinct AI tools to still make China's AI development relevant and even dominant in the years to come. That's just my
Thank you, because the time now, we're run out. So I would like, you would like to...
I want to add some
please.
point. Actually, China's AI, I think, more pro the open source AI. You can see the DeepSeek. It's open source. I think it's good for the world. It's not like the closed one or you should pay it. Actually, it's extremely accelerate the big international technology giant to open and and make sure the developing countries to access the high-tech advanced technology at extremely low threshold. I think this is good for the world. This is also China's value and attitude on the AI and the high technology, share with the rest of the world.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank our dear speakers. Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you so much, our audience. And I hope you found this very useful. I believe now the lunch will be served of this panel. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
That was great. That was great. Hey, Doctor.
Thank you
for having.
It's good.
سيداتي وسادتي، ندعوكم لاستراحة غداء مدتها ساعة واحدة. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a 1-hour lunch break. ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now.
سيداتي وسادتي، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة الرابعة تحت عنوان معضلة أوروبا الأمنية. Ladies and gentlemen, panel 4 entitled Europe's Security Dilemma will start now.
Hi again, everyone. I'm Steve Clemens. I'm editor-at-large of the National Interest. And before we get going, I want to say 2 rounds of thanks. One, to the simultaneous translators who do an incredible job, even with someone like me. Give them a big round of applause. It is really tough work. And second, to Ebtisam Al-Atkebi and her entire team. Thank you for a really wonderful conference. So our job right now is to, we've had a session on the United States, which I was pleased to be with. We had China looking at its grand strategy in place in the world. Now we're going to look at Europe, and this is framed as Europe's security dilemma. I would frame it as, what are European security dilemma? What are European security opportunities? Why is it always negative when you have to talk about Europe? So we're going to find out in a moment. But we have a fantastic panel with us. Just to my left, we have Nikolai Mladenov, who is Director General of the Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy here in Abu Dhabi. And to his left, we have Helga Maria Schmidt. She is President of the European Institute of Peace. She's Vice President of the Foundation Council of the Munich Security Conference Foundation. And she's, most importantly, former Secretary General, well, not most importantly, but former Secretary General of the OSCE, of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Germany. And then we have Lucy Berger, who's Ambassador of the European Union to the United Arab Emirates. And look, I think when you think about Europe, which, and the European project, the European experiment, this spread, I used to tell everybody, and this is my own little metaphors, which sometimes are lousy, but I would think about Europe as a successful villain in Star Trek. That if you remember the old shows of Star Trek, there was the villain called the Borg. And the Borg basically assimilated other cultures and identities, made them all the same. It's kind of like the acquis communautaire, spreading and spreading and spreading. But it basically built, harmony. It built common purpose. But the problem with the Borg is that if you didn't join, then you got wiped out. But Europe is, of course, not doing that. Europe has, I think, been a very, very important generator of stability, security in Europe. It has spread values, I think, very successfully, much more successfully than the United States has in many ways, in my view. But there's a lot of questions right now as you look at the rise of populism, as you look at sort of the, a kind of old-style wars and old-style spheres of influence wannabes turning the switch on, particularly in your eastern flank. And there's also new, your significant security partner is behaving differently and has different characteristics and what it wants, particularly under the leadership of President Trump in the United States. So Europe has a lot of challenges going on internally. So I want to have a little conversation with all of you. We're going to make sure we go to the audience as well to think. But let me just start out with Maria for a minute, and with Helga, and ask, what is Europe's grand strategy? Because I hear about strategic autonomy. That doesn't sound like strategy to me. It just means, we're trying to go forward with a little bit more independence. But what is it actually trying to do? What is Europe for?
Thanks a lot, and I would also like to join you in thanking our organizers for this wonderful conference. And let me say, Europe is not a villain. Europe is a force for good. I mean, you have introduced all my titles. I was also Secretary General of the European External Action Service for a long time, and
that's the
proudly
most
so.
Important one.
That's the most important, indeed. But and Europe has a strategy. I mean, you're right. We live in a world of global transformation. It's probably a particular moment of reckoning for Europe, but Europe has woken up, also because of the lack of transatlantic certainties, to put it nicely, also because we have seen war return to our own continent. That is ongoing. And we have a strategy. I mean, if you listen to the President of the European Commission in her State of the Union, her message was clear. This is a fight for the future of Europe. It's about European independence. And I can go in all the projects. I mean, we have had, and talking about hard security now, because I think this is what you're aiming at, we have had projects for a long time, but nothing like the 800 billion support for the European defense structure. We have a drone wall initiative, we have the Eastern Flank Watch. We know that we need to fulfill the historic shift from the failed 1954 European Defence Community to a fully operational defence union by 2030. A lot of money is being leveraged in my country, in Germany, EU-wide, and lots of concrete projects, and we want to do it with our partners. And so yes, we are a force for the good. We still project values, democracy, but we also we have also understood the necessity for defense to become a strategic priority, and I think that's the new momentum.
Let me take it a step further, because as you headed the European Essential Service, am I framing that right? European
External Action Service, European Diplomatic Service.
So others I knew, like Pierre Vémont and others that were there early on, that I'm sure were colleagues of yours.
Pierre was one of my predecessors.
In creating this service, I think it gets at a fundamental issue that many people like me are interested in, which is, when did the collective identity of European diplomacy, of security, of a kind of European ethic that was bold and trying to assert itself about something without necessarily a US security blanket, is that there now?
It's for sure there. I mean, as I was saying, I think it's not entirely new. I mean, we have had structured cooperation in the past. We have the discussion about strategic autonomy, which doesn't mean decoupling, by the way. It just means that Europe wants to pursue its policy objectives according to its own interests. It's a bit like what we heard from Anwar Gargash earlier on about UAE, and I can fully align with that. But I think that for sure, I mean, let's say less certainties, or let's say the US being very clear that Europe has to take care of its own security, but also Russia's war against Ukraine. I think this has been defining moments. You have seen countries join NATO. I would never think they would join NATO, with Finland and Sweden, and there is a clear willingness now to go for full-fledged defense union. I think this is the new momentum.
Lucy, things seem to have stabilized a little bit in terms of President Trump's criticisms of NATO. There's been sort of a victory lap with the Secretary General of NATO on all the commitments in security guarantees, 5% in some cases, 3.5%, I guess, real security stuff, and 1.5%, other kinds of expenditures in the security bracket. But as you sort of look at that, and you look at I would call the long partnership, and all for one for all alliance between the United States and European nations and NATO, I'm just interested in whether or not you sort of feel like that there are strategies in place and thinking in place if that diminishes, right? How much do you trust the current moment of enthusiasm between Rutte and Trump, and how much do you have to plan that there might be a divorce or at least a separation in there somewhere?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me for this very important platform in Abu Dhabi, but also this great panel, because it's a very important question for us. I also wouldn't call it European security dilemma, but opportunity, and maybe there's part of the answer to your question. Let me look at it first from the EU perspective, because it's not only NATO, but there is also EU in the picture. And for us, United States remain an ally. We believe in the transatlantic relations. But at the same time, we have to recognize that we need to take care of our security and defense ourselves, and definitely more than we did in the past. And you call the European Union or European integration a project, which means we actually constantly continue adapting and evolving. And that's also part of the European integration and of our identity in a way. We are far from what we started in 1951, which was a peace project, but through economic cooperation. And now we're doing things, if you thought about it 3 to 5 years ago, were unthinkable, which is actually a defense policy. So how much do we trust it? We trust it. US is an ally, but at the same time, there's recognition that by seeing ourselves as a peace project, we underestimated the need to actually invest in defense and security, and the recognition that there has been a gap is there now. So currently, we are at 2% of the GDP investment in defense. We continue increasing, and we increased, I think, in 2024 from 200 billion to 320 billion euros when it comes to defense. We continue reforming. Of course, we work with NATO. We have member states that are joining NATO, but we need to complement it, and we look into increasing our spending. We continue being very clear where our priorities are. So I think that we can trust it.
Do you get kind of tired of President Trump punching you?
Is he, though?
Huh? Is he? Have you turned on the news lately, the tariffs, or I'm not actually not being facetious here. I'm just interested in sort of when people talk about their relationship with the United States, it kind of sometimes comes out as this kumbaya, you know, everything is fine discussion, when behind the scenes, there's a lot of frustration, I would guess. I've heard it from Ursula von der Leyen, I've heard it from President Macron, I've heard it from Friedrich Merz and others that basically do not like the tariffs. They do not like being bossed around and told what to do. They didn't like basically seeing Ukraine abandoned for you know, a kind of buddy-buddy relationship with Vladimir Putin developing. So I guess my question to you is, are you not exhausted from any of that, or do you not see it?
I mean, to be honest, we are the largest trading bloc globally. We represent 14% of the global trade. The UAE has managed something unprecedented. They have over 30 CEPAs, I think, negotiated in 3 years. We have 50 free trade agreements globally that cover 70 countries. So yes, I mean, we do have reconsideration of some of the priorities and how we do think with the United States, and sometimes the discussions can be a little bit heated. But I think the direction of travel is quite clear. We stand for trade liberalization. We are open to new partnerships. We have opened a lot of new partnerships, especially and including here in the Gulf. We launched the free trade agreement negotiations in April with the UAE. Again, something that was unthinkable when I arrived here. We're now talking about strategic partnership agreements and building actually something way beyond trades, looking into security, defense, AI collaboration with our Gulf partners. We are doing and holding summits all around the world with Latin America, with ASEAN, with different partners, with African Union, because the world is changing, and I think this is actually about changing geopolitical powers and circumstances. The world is changing, and because the EU is actually capable of change and being able to adapt, we're doing the same.
Nikolai, one of the points of frustration, I remember when President Trump had basically said, Europe is done, we're done with that project, we've got to focus on Asia. Donald Tusk of Poland came out and said, you know, we 500 million Europeans are asking 300 million Americans to defend ourselves from 140 million Russians, and said we've got to change that equation a lot. So as you look at these sort of pressure points from a security, again, it's not just a security perspective of what you're buying. It's really what I think Helga was talking about a bit about a consciousness of purpose, a forward, looking, where is Europe in that?
Well, thanks
and
for
why
that.
Can't it get there faster?
Thanks for that question, but I was struck by your comparison of the European Union to the Borg, because the Borg had an ultimate hive mind at the top of it that directed everybody, if I remember correctly. And the European Union doesn't have that hive mind. What it has is actually a system that is built on the idea of consensus and that is aimed at bringing everyone together along and adapting to the situation around it. It's a slow process of adaptation that we're dealing with because of this institutional setup. But remember that for many, many decades, Europe's basic assumptions were based on 3 pillars. One is you need consensus inside the European Union to move forward on policies that are internal. Secondly, you have the transatlantic partnership, which is part of your core security value. And secondly, you had a partnership with the East, with Russia and other countries that had a very intricate system of structures of engagement, trade, energy, etc., etc. That fell apart when Russia invaded Ukraine. Now, Europe has to adapt to that situation. And adapting to that situation requires that while you preserve the consensus internally, you focus on new areas where you need to build up the capacity and the capability to be autonomous in terms of your security and defense. And that doesn't come at the expense of the relationship within NATO or at the expense of the relationship with the United States. In fact, it's something that is very much desirable within NATO and from the perspective of the United States. But it takes a lot of time, because this is not what the institutions of Europe were used to doing. I was in the European Parliament many, many years ago, and I remember that there were only 3 or 4 of us talking about European defense. This was probably 2008-9, and everybody looked at us as if we, had just fallen off a different planet. Now that is a core issue of discussion, and it is not just about how much member states will spend on defense, but how you will optimize.
But let me ask you about that, Nikolai. Let me ask you about that, because I remember those times, but I also remember the time when Macron said NATO had become brain dead, that it had no purpose, etc. Now, I know that's not today, but I ask a very interesting question, which is, what are the things that erode the common purpose about security, and has Europe fixed them? Because in my book, what we saw was a sovereign country, Ukraine, invaded by Russia, and all of a sudden, NATO found its DNA again and said, we now have renewed purpose.
Because NATO,
Europe is aligned. The transatlantic relationship has never been as strong or more important. It took a crisis for NATO to define itself, right? It had withered and it was dying on the vine.
But remember that NATO, for many years before, had gone through different reiterations of its own security strategy, whether it was acting in Afghanistan against terrorism and extremism, whether it was out-of-area operations, whether it was, looking at how you structure your forces in a different way.
It seemed like it was looking for a reason to exist.
And NATO's core, ultimate core, is the defense of NATO territory. That is. And for the first time now, in many, many decades, that core came in under threat with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Therefore, when you look at it from a European government perspective, you need to say, okay, so how am I spending my defense budget? Am I increasing it? Am I decreasing it? How are we coordinating with other member states on who has what capabilities in terms of our common defense? How do we assign that to NATO? How do we actually cooperate in terms of procurement? And if you look at the key discussions now in terms of Europe's security dilemma, as you phrased it, it is not just about the money that Europe is going to spend on defense. It is about the capabilities that it will have to develop. Because whether you buy it from America, from the UAE, from Korea, that's one aspect of it. You need to develop your own capabilities, and this is a completely new structural development for Europe that was not there for many, many years.
No, I fully want to agree and maybe add another point, because you asked us, why is it taking so long? And you will remember, Nikolai, I think in the EU, we have been making the case for a long time to go for pooling and sharing. NATO calls it smart defense, joint procurement. I think this has been the issue, because you are right, it's not only about the money. Europe still affords the luxury of having like 170 weapon systems. The US had 30. Or I always give the example of 17 or 19 different types of tanks in Europe versus one in the US. Now it's sensitive, because if you give up your own defense industry, of course you have to rely on your neighbors. So there are commercial arguments, other arguments. But I think this is now the big step forward. I think this is happening now because there are many projects that actually encourage joint procurement. Also, like take ELSA, the European long-range strike approach, the missiles that are being developed between Germany, France, I think Poland and Italy. So this is I think the big step forward. Yes, it takes time because it takes time to develop it, but it's happening, and precisely what you said also.
So Europe is about to become the hottest place in the world in terms of arms sales, arms production, defense industrial production. It's going to become way bigger and better. You kind of wander around the Middle East for a while. You'd always see these Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman and Boeing people, everybody trying to sell systems. But you're going to be the biggest buyers, the biggest producers in the world. Are Europeans ready for that? From an identity perspective, Helga?
Well, you ask. Yeah, I think yes. This is also, of course, because of the ongoing war against Ukraine. I think this is sometimes we have had a very good discussion the other day when we were in Saudi Arabia. Is that sometimes it's difficult for countries outside Europe to understand what this means for us. And
right.
I said earlier.
Well, I'm just be pointed. I'm going to be blunt. I think a lot of us look at Europe as a place, it's where the green movements thrive. It's where we're constantly reminded about climate change, radicals, the anti-nuclear movement in Germany, et cetera. And so are you ready, is Europe ready to be a national security gladiator?
I wouldn't put it like that, but I think Europeans are ready to defend themselves. Yes. And this is the task of governments also to explain, but it's happening. It does not go at the expense, of course, of
Lucy, you're winking.
Of climate change. Climate change remains a big challenge, of course. It does not go at the expense of all the rest we're doing. It's difficult because
right.
also it cannot go at the expense of social development. I mean, Europe is probably the continent, I think, with the most impressive social development if you take post-war Europe. And we have to be honest, this was also thanks to the US protection when it comes to defense and security. So this is now why you could also call it wake-up call, etc. But it's challenging, but I'm quite confident it's happening.
Lucy and Nikolai?
Yeah, sure. I want to step in as well. For sure, our citizens want to defend our European civilization values and principles, and I think often this is seen as something that it's being promoted as something that we've been forcing on others. But in fact, most important for us when we talk about European values is to maintain them within the European Union for our citizens. Now, defense and security has become part of the equation, but our priorities have not changed. If you look at climate action, in fact, that has become an energy security issue as well, right? With Russian Federation weaponizing the supplies of energy to the European Union, we have immediately kind of accelerated, in a way, actually, our renewable energy and sustainable energy transition. We dropped from 45% of energy supplies to Russia to 19%. And we continue, and we want to actually not have anything in a couple of years' time. I think last year, 47% of the electricity generation in the EU was from renewable energy, which means, in fact, we try, and I think this is the history of European integration, which I studied, we actually try to seize every big crisis into integrating more and into, in fact, accelerating towards the priorities that we want to have. And I think security and defense policy in the European Union is having exactly the same effect.
Nikolai?
Well, I think Europeans increasingly want to defend their countries. And the more that they see a threat coming closer from the east, the more that percentage will be in society, and that will influence domestic politics. Now, that's visible, I think, currently mostly in the frontline states that are to the east, closer to Ukraine, perhaps less in Western Europe or parts of Western Europe. But as you know, you have other factors that come into this, outside interference in elections, you know, all of these manipulations that are happening, you know, somebody funding far-right movements, etc. You know, all of this will bring to the very front of European public opinion the idea is like, hey guys, we're not just a museum where people buy a ticket to come and see a nice, beautiful castle with a moat and a lake. You know, we have our own values and identity, and we need to protect them. And that shift in public opinion is helping the focus on defense that is happening in Europe. Now, whether that will be on time, And whether that will be effective enough to really shift the dynamics, I think it's a bit too early to say. Because I think, too many things are happening at the same time. It's not just defense that is important to Europe. You have to look at the internal market, which for many, many years hasn't been really looked at, and how to improve and adapt it to this digital age that we're living in now so that you can keep competitiveness in the European economy, or redevelop competitiveness in the European economy. You need to look at your leadership in AI, developing that. You need to look at your trade arrangements that you have with, Lucy mentioned the UAE, perfect example, but going beyond the UAE, in a world in which you have radically rising number of trade barriers between states, be they tariffs or what have you, if you're advocating for free trade, advocating for it means signing free trade agreements, opening up your trading corridors, etc. Now, if you're able to do all of this at the same time, in a few years, you will have a very strong Europe that has a good partnership with the United States, not different from what it was in the past, but a very good partnership with the United States, and potentially, I would argue, an opportunity to have an amazing partnership with the countries in the Gulf and the Mediterranean as part of your immediate sphere of interest. Now, that is a very, very slow process. And it is not part of a master plan. It's more of a reaction to what is happening around you and building on that reactions. But that is where Europe is really good at. It is really good at, and this is something that is often misunderstood, it is really good at slowly and quietly adapting to the environment and coming up with new mechanisms and new ideas to work with.
So, Nikolai, one of the challenges, I think, for many of us that have an offshore view of Europe is grappling with exactly what you just talked about, is that something like the Ukraine conflict is felt differently in different parts of Europe. I'm on the board of the advisory board of Globsec, which is used to be a Slovakia-based organization until Slovakia decided they're not that welcome there and then moved them because of a rise of populist movements. But it talked a little bit about the fact that Western and Eastern Europe feel the tension, the decibel level of concern differently. But another thing that's happening there, as is happening in the United States, I think it's happening in the UK, many other places of the country, is this rise of populism. And so as we talk about Europe, sometimes it's hard to know what is Europe, what is the us or the they that we're talking about. Condoleezza Rice, of course, the former Secretary of State, has this great line, it haunts me a little bit. She said, she worries about the four horsemen of the apocalypse. She calls the four horsemen populism, nativism, isolationism, and protectionism, and they said they often ride together.
Exactly.
Well, guess what? Everybody today is dealing with protectionism, isolationism, nativism, and populism. I'll never forget when I ran into former Ambassador John Bolton, who has since been indicted, but he was going up to the Senate to talk to senators. This is John Bolton, of all people, talking to them about how dangerous it was to tilt towards isolationism. And so, that we sort of see evolution out there. But I am interested in this other dimension, which is not just Europe versus external threats, but Europe dealing with its own internal character.
Great question. Europe, however, has, I think, intricately very sophisticated mechanisms to try and deal with this. One is you have national elections at a national level, and those vary country to country. We just saw what happened in the Netherlands a few weeks ago. We remember what happened in the Netherlands 2-3 years ago when they had the rise of the far right.
Right.
Then you have the level of the European elections in the European Parliament, where you're actually, so think of these as different ways of letting steam out of all of these threats and being able to deal with them at a different level. Then you have on top of the European Parliament how you compose, the member states composing the European Commission and the Council, etc. So you have different levels in which, these different interests can be accommodated and guided in a constructive manner. Now, this is an optimistic scenario for Europe, and it doesn't often look like that.
You're definitely not an Nixonian realist.
That is an optimistic scenario for Europe. The pessimistic scenario is that this whole system falls apart under the pressures of populism and far-right radicalism. But for now, I think, the buffers that have been built that can be strengthened in certain parts of them are actually strong enough to deal with these threats and to accommodate them. That doesn't mean that policy is not going to shift. I mean, the debate on migration in Europe has shifted over the last decade quite visibly. The debate on defense has shifted quite visibly. If you look at the structure, the representation in the European Parliament today is very, very different from 5, 10, 20 years ago. So, but the accommodation of these interests is where I think the strength of
Helga,
the
I would
union
love to get
still
yours and
is.
Lucy's thoughts on this, but I want to add one thing. One of the moderators who's frequently here in Abu Dhabi is Ed Luce. Ed is a U.S. commentator for the Financial Times, but he's written this book on Zbigniew Brzezinski. It's called Zbig. And if you read this book, which I've read it, it really is Zbig's big deal was helping to break up the former Soviet Union by pulling levers on national identity and creating internal tensions inside the Soviet Union, and to reawaken this nationalism, this sense of identity, and waking up some of these horsemen I just referred to. And I'm just wondering if we're being Brzezinski'd back. Is Europe being Brzezinski'd back by external players? Is somebody, in your view, helping to manipulate this aggravation of tensions over identity?
I think there's certainly something to it. And indeed, and I wanted to add, and this goes in the same direction, is I think what's new also is the impact of disinformation, fake news. I mean, even sometimes it's deliberately steered from the outside. I mean, there's the great book written by Anne Applebaum on how autocratic regimes around the world join forces. Also, not only to undermine, let's say, certain countries, but also to undermine multilateral institutions. I mean, this is for me one of the biggest challenges. I mean, I think Ebtisam in her a great opening speech asked the question, do we need a new San Francisco conference? I think we have every interest in protecting the UN Charter, the Helsinki Principles, etc. It's all there. The problem is it's being undermined. There is a lot of impunity, lack of accountability, and there is a lot of spreading of fake news. I mean, also even algorithms. Of course, they promote emotional content, which can become quite dangerous because in conflict situations it can fuel conflict. So it's either deliberate or it can also be just the impact of what's happening. Now, I'm not blaming, don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming social media, they are reality, but I think I'm absolutely convinced that in everywhere we need to do more to promote media literacy, actually to understand what's happening there. And when I was Secretary General of the OEC, we were actually doing that and helping promote media literacy. But I think it should be done everywhere because the truth is the truth. It's just not another opinion. And at this point, when we've and you rightly said, I mean, climate change, when we have so many threats and challenges that are cross-border, more conflicts than ever. International cooperation is more needed than ever, and we need functioning multilateral organizations and institutions.
Lucy?
Yeah, I want to speak to that actually. You might not be able to tell by my name, but I was born in communist Czechoslovakia actually. And you speak about the levers and you speak actually about the opportunities, and especially through information manipulation that has become a huge threat in the European Union. But you know, I couldn't speak to how things happened in the Soviet Union. I can tell you that people were miserable in Czechoslovakia. I still live through the intergenerational trauma of my parents, you know, from that time. The intellect was oppressed. People didn't have opportunities. My cousins who are 8 to 9, 10 years older did not have the opportunities I had. They live a completely different life, right? So it is also a matter of education and keeping the historical knowledge alive. On the contrary, if you look at the European Union, unlike, in my opinion, in the Soviet era, there is a lot of good that people have from the European Union. And as much as we criticize things that sometimes do not work perfectly, and sometimes it takes us a long time to take decisions, and sometimes it takes us a while to actually start moving, there is a lot of good that we take for granted and that we are way too used to having for us, that people would be a little bit uncomfortable to actually start losing it or lose it all at once. So we work on our internal issues, and I think we've been doing much better in that, and we've been becoming faster in addressing the concerns. We look into our competitiveness compass. We try to close the innovation gap. We try to see how to give better opportunities to our private sector to really thrive and to materialize on amazing research that we have actually in the European Union. On the example of the European Green Deal, we engaged with the private sector, and we actually try to simplify in a way that it doesn't represent major obstacles for them to actually thrive, and at the same time they are able to deliver on the ambitious goals. So we are adapting, as I said since the beginning. We're addressing the difficulties or even actually the disparity between some of the regions in the European Union and those that are a little bit better off. And we work together. And I think that was actually the problem in the Soviet Union. What good things did you actually have for a number of the people that decided to pull apart?
Let me ask you another question, Lucy, about this security dilemma or security trap or whatever that Europe may define itself as. Do you look at the AI race as a consequential one?
AI race, of course, is a very important one.
How important? Is it like existential? Who dominates AI?
I don't think it's existential who dominates AI, because I don't think it should be one power who dominates it. I think the most important is actually to find a way to regulate it.
So between China and the West, it's not really... You wouldn't define that as an existential race?
Is actually the domination of internet a decisive one? Because that's one of the groundbreaking technologies that actually came in the past, right? And we're still arguing who will be in charge in a way. And then you have competing internets. When it comes to AI, I think there will be more leading powers. And the question is how they will learn to work together to materialize on it.
I mean, Helga, I saw you get excited with that.
I think it's existential for various reasons, also because I think for me the most important is, and this is why international rules and norms are so important, I think it's absolutely crucial when you think of AI in warfare, in weapons system. I think it's absolutely crucial to agree on certain norms and rules to make sure that the human control remains there, because otherwise it can be detrimental. Because I think we're at a decisive moment. I can go both ways. It can be a huge blessing for mankind when you think about the opportunities in medicine, etc., education for all these children who live in war-torn societies, but then also it can go the other way. And the other thing is, and this is where I would be a bit more, I think Europe needs to do its homework, is that Europe has great talent when it comes to AI research, but we have to commercialize it. We have to scale it up. And this is why I personally think we need a full-fledged capital market union, because that's the issue. It's too fragmented, and this is why the talent sometimes goes elsewhere. But I think I'm also confident.
So the reason I'm asking about this, I'm trying to surface an interesting contradiction. And we heard this morning about Abu Dhabi and the UAE. Well, it was actually Dubai, but a huge project academy in AI, the United States, UAE, and I suppose other regional players, creating this huge capacity here. But I think a lot of Americans, I put this on the American side, basically believe that Europe doesn't understand its strategic significance in the AI race, that they don't understand that they're a regulatory super state that is getting in the way and is becoming a ball and chain around the AI efforts of the United States. And I'll tell you, I mean, I find that interesting. It could be wrong, but the view is that Europe is failing to understand the existential dimensions of this moment with China by regulating LLM models, by regulating what goes in, what can be considered as part of the learning model, when China has no limits at all on what it basically puts into its models. And so if you talk to Meta, you talk to Google, you talk to the major super carriers in this space, they all say if we went with what Europe design has, or if the US were to become controlled in that way, we will lose the AI race. So I'm just interested in whether or not there's consciousness of the significance of that and this tension that the fact that in such an existential race we have such huge differences. Nikolai?
Well, I think it's a question of what you put at the core of what you believe to be your interest. And I think in Europe's case, it is the question of data protection, and that has become probably the most important aspect, personal data protection, that is leading this debate. And that's a different model from what you have in the US or China. Yes, it probably means slower development, and I would also argue that that needs to be reviewed very significantly if you're looking to catch up against the Chinese and American innovations. But I think also, you don't underestimate the level of talent that is out there still and that is capable of doing things. Because if you look at, we talked this morning about UAE and the US and China, but the UAE is the country that is outside of Europe investing the most in AI in Europe, in terms of Mubadala's investments in France and data centers, etc. And that, I think it's, you need to look at how these models develop around the world, but the basic dividing line will be who has access to it and who is left outside of, who doesn't have access to it. And to me, that is something that Europe needs to find a way of bridging as well. Because if we end up in a world in which America, Europe, China, Gulf, the rich, quote-unquote, part of the world has access to AI, and quote-unquote, the poor part of the world doesn't have access, we're going to be in deep trouble. And it is part of Europe's global responsibility, as well as China and the United States, is to come up with how we're going to make sure that everybody is included in this process in the future and nobody gets left behind. Because we're looking at, I was looking at the conference room just now and thinking, if we have this conference in 50 years in the same room, the people here will be very different, because the people who will be inhabiting the planet in 50 years are going to be much different from us.
They're going to be wired.
Sorry?
They're going to be wired, more wired.
They'll be more wired, but they will certainly be, Sub-Saharan Africa is going to be 4.5% bigger than China.
Sure.
So just that as part of the whole equation of change.
In our next few minutes, and I want to go to the audience, I remember interviewing Wolfgang Ischinger, your former chairman of the Munich Security Conference, during the first Trump administration. And he had come up with this word, I think it was his, but Helga, maybe he stole it from you, called Westlessness, America's Westlessness, that it was becoming detached from a kind of Western identity and going in a different way. And this word went around quite a bit, for a little bit. Then we had Biden come in. Now we're back to Trump. And I think episodically, Trump shows love to Europe. And then Trump beats up Europe. I'm just interested in what is, to get back to the security framework, what does Europe do if it has a kinetic conflict, if the Russian machine continues to go, and you've got this going? What does it look like and feel like if the United States doesn't have your back?
But again, I think we should not focus too much on the US. I think Europe needs to take care of its own security, and this is what's happening. This is underway. I mean, this does not mean that we will not work with the US or with others. I mean, what we are building also in the European Union is a lot more strategic partnerships. I think you mentioned the free trade agreements, and they are indeed accelerating. But what Europe is offering also is agreements that combine security with other elements, because we believe also in the broad concept to security. It's not only military security, it's also hybrid, it's cyber, but it's ecological, it's the human dimension. And I think this is what's happening, irrespective of who is now sitting in the White House. But if I made just one more point on AI, because I think you asked the question, I think the Europeans are realizing I think, the challenge. What needs to happen, and this is happening, is the scaling up of the hardware, so to say. Still, I think you need the rules. I mean, this is the Biden administration had an ethics-based approach, and given the challenges out there, I think a human-centered, ethics-based approach is right, and also Nikolai's right. I think this concerns everyone, and this is why we have every interest in promoting capacity building. So to leave no one out there, this is what Secretary General of the UN has been saying.
If I may,
also.
I want to get Lucy's view on this other issue about security, but if I may just throw this in there because I'm deeply involved, but I think it's going to hit you in Munich and your various roles. I think the battle is between those in the United States who've gained ground very rapidly on what's called permissionless innovation in AI versus what they see in Europe as permission-only innovation in AI. And that's creating enormous amounts of tension between those people at the cutting edge of that. And I think there are risks with permissionless innovation, but the view is that China is racing so quickly that it's better to respond after something is broken or that there's a risk. I think that's the debate.
But China is very smartly promoting cooperation, for example, on AI in infrastructure. So they are promoting international collaboration. So I'm not here to defend China here, but just to say that this is not only about research with any limits. I think you need a good middle ground. Of course, if you have, and I'm also quite impressed with what's happening in this country. I remember when I was here for the last Syrian Bus Forum, I had a roundtable discussion with students, mostly female students from Al Khalifa University. They were very, very impressive. So the way AI has been mainstreamed in education, for example. So I think that's all important. But you need both. You also need a certain amount of regulation.
Lucy and Nikolai, I'd like to get a snapshot on this security question. Sort of like, we always had Article 5 held up there, all for one, one for all. But what if it's Article 5 with a little bit less of one of the key players?
Sorry, what do you mean?
What I mean is that Article 5 really isn't Article 5 anymore if the United States doesn't fully... Donald Trump and the Trump administration have thrown into question whether or not the U.S. will be fully active in some of these security questions. I found it very interesting with the penetration of both Polish and I think Romanian defense. They were not U.S. fighters that went up. There were other fighters. I mean, so I'm just interested in whether or not that realization, that possibility that there may be kinetic conflict for Europe without the United States backing you up?
Well, I think we've been discussing here for almost 1 hour that in fact it's not about that realization or the possibility, but about actually realizing that we have underestimated our security and defense and that we actually do want to step up. So irrespectively of, in fact, where the incentive came from and whether or not there is a trust, because I believe there is a trust actually with the United States, and as I said, we believe in the transatlantic relations. There is also a recognition that we might have not been doing as much as we should have, and that our focus on being a actually peace project and seeing ourselves as a peace-promoting continent in a way, we did not maybe look enough into our defense capabilities and security. So I think one goes hand in hand with each other. And if you allow me to actually comment on the AI, I do think that we realize that we might not be as fast and competitive as we could be. We are not ready to give up on our values, and we are, however, becoming more flexible in doing so. So the regulatory framework towards the AI, you might notice, is a little bit different because we don't regulate everything to the last dot, but rather look at the risk-based approach, and we try to regulate a little bit more what we see as actually existential threat, and then be a little bit more open when it comes to use of AI that enhances, for example, our living experiences. But at the same time, we are a pretty large market for potential AI use, and this is why others are incentivized in working with us.
You got 500 million people. You better, own it. That's great. Nikolai?
Very quickly, I would strongly discourage anyone to question the validity of Article 5 in NATO because of what has recently happened, because I think that the stronger the European pillar of the transatlantic defense becomes, the more clear it will be to potential adversaries that Article 5 is very much alive and there and should not be questioned. I think what we saw in Poland, and which you quoted, is in fact countries taking more responsibility for their defense and not necessarily relying on just on the United States. But I think over the long run, nobody should assume that Article 5 is not fully ironclad.
That is the right answer to
Thank
my
you.
question. All right, let's go to all of you. We have, first up, Hani Fandakli. Hani?
Thank you very much for a very good and excellent, rich discussion. My question is about the European Union economy. We spent a lot of time speaking of security. Between 2005 and 2010, the European GDP was roughly equal to that of the United States, and more than double that of China. By 2024, the European economy is only 55% of the US economy, so it slid quite a bit, and is about 20% lower than the size of Chinese GDP. So my question is, security aside, is there an economic policy that goes with security policy that keeps Europe relevant for the foreseeable future?
Helga?
It's probably more for the EU, but I can start. Is yes, the answer is yes. I think I already mentioned the State of the Union speech of the President of the Commission. This is not only about defense, it's also about all the initiatives taken to promote innovation. Indeed, there may have been too much focus on policies that are not so much focused on research, on innovation. We just talked about AI. There's also the innovation package. There is the growth package, etc. So this is happening. Or my own country that has actually agreed on a probably unprecedented package to promote also infrastructure. So it's you're right with the analysis, but I think it's underway.
Lucy?
I think I already mentioned our competitiveness compact. I also mentioned the way we're looking into combining our climate action and sustainable development or sustainable economic growth strategies with actually supporting our industries and working hand in hand with them so that they are maintain their competitiveness and at the same time are contributing to the ambitious targets. I can maybe bring it to the AI conversation. I mean, we've recently, a couple of months ago, uncovered a number of EU strategies when it comes to becoming an AI continent in the European Union, and also, of course, in the race to being the leader in artificial intelligence. And it comes with a lot of investment in artificial intelligence, but also partnerships. And I want to bring it here because we heard this morning that UAE is actually one of the leaders when it comes to AI development. And I see UAE as an important partner for us in this as well, because we can learn from each other. And I think UAE is in fact interested in our more conservative approach to AI, and especially way we regulate things, because there is a lot of lessons learned from it, like there was with GDPR, which was very controversial at the time when we announced it, and by now a large number of countries have to a degree copied that. But also we can learn a lot from the more aggressive way of uptake of artificial intelligence here in the UAE, and in fact making use of it to generate economic growth. So if you look across any kind of sector, be it infrastructure, AI, or be it in fact the green transition industries and clean tech, we're very serious about it, and we actually see it as both generating jobs, because that's very important for our citizens, but also economic growth.
You know, one of the other things, just to back that up, which I should have mentioned as I was critiquing Europe on AI, Zurich is becoming one of the super hubs of extraordinary AI talent in the generative AI, agentic AI space. So, you know, Google and OpenAI and all these places have, you know, they're diversifying, they're hedging their bets out of Silicon Valley and others by doing that. So there is something in the water there that's working. We have Rim Turkmani. Rim?
In 2024, the EU paid 19 billion euros to Ukraine in aid. but in the same year they paid 22 billion euros to Russia for fossil fuel. Given all the developments that Ambassador Lucy spoke about, are we expecting this balance to shift this year so there is more aid than fossil fuel to Russia? And quick comment to Steve, among the list of isms that you listed, do you think we should add extractivism, especially in the context of AI?
So say that one.
Extractivism, you mentioned protectism, popularism. Do you think we should add extractivism also as
Extractivism?
What is that? Yes.
Fifth horseman.
Extracting value from nature,
Oh,
from
destructivism.
labor. Extract.
Oh, extractivism.
Yeah.
My quick answer is I don't know. I think my view is this race is very close to being decided, in my view. I also think we have a lot of naivete and illusions in the AI race. And I think that when you think about AI, it's a function of talent. It's a function of how much power you have in your society. It's a function of data centers. It's a function of critical materials. There's a huge ecosystem beyond AI algorithms that becomes part of that arena. And I do believe that at the most senior level, if you read Brad Smith of Microsoft's book, Tools and Weapons, I worry very, very much about the control of certain key technologies by non-Western players that don't have a worry about the kind of ethical and human rights standards that I hope we have. So I couldn't fully, I don't know if I've answered that, but I do think that we underestimate the seriousness of that. I think the United States is extremely late to it. I think Europe is a bit of a drag in that race, and we're not taking it as seriously as China is. So that's my view. But on your, yeah.
Maybe on Ukraine, I mean, there are different ways of present numbers when it comes to Ukraine, but we have actually provided 134 billion euros in support to Ukraine so far. We've provided $52 billion in military assistance, which is on par with the United States. We introduced hard-hitting economic sanctions against a number of Russian actors. As I mentioned, we dropped our energy supplies to European Union from 45% of our energy to 19%, with the aim to actually drop it to zero, I think, by 2027, but I'm not sure if I remember everything accurately. At the same time, we're looking into investing further also in our own capacity, which of course helps us to develop our European defense industry even further. And by the way, we actually do have European defense industry. It's not like we're starting from scratch. And that will further translate also in our further work with the Ukraine, because we're not going anywhere.
Nikolai.
Just very briefly on the first question on the economy, yes, the numbers are correct, but remember that during this period we saw the largest expansion of the European Union in its history. We saw the British exit of the European Union. So there's no, and this has factored into it, but let's not also beat about the bush. Europe has lost track of the need to be competitive. And we've seen this very clearly admitted at all levels in Europe, including in the Draghi report. And that means that we need to clean up the internal market, make sure that the internal market, which is the biggest source of Europe's internal competitiveness, functions better, adapted to the new realities of today. We need to look at the obstacles that have been left in place for the free movement of people, capitals, etc., the four freedoms in Europe, and we need to be able to look at the new global economy and find our partners there. So both internally and externally, Europe has a lot of things to do to rebuild its economic powerhouse.
Great question, Rim. Mohammed Baharoun.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for a very exciting session. Ambassador Lucy, I was really interested in the way that you were comparing the 50 FTAs that Europe has got with the 30-something CEPAs that the UAE is developing. And I think it speaks to the true identity of Europe as a mega connector. However, the more connectivity that Europe has got, it will have to be less polar. Is Europe ready to do that? Thank you.
Can you repeat it? It would have to be what? Polar? Polarized.
I can comment?
as the negotiations of the free trade, or?
Less polarized across the world. I mean, with China, with Russia, with US, with India, with...
I mean, of course, it would have to be less polarized, and this is what we are seeing recently the most. The polarization has grown in the recent years in a way that we, I think, hoped we will never see again. But again, this has helped us to find a lot of new partners who are very much committed to the multilateral system and to the rules-based international order. And we continue working with this partner to bring us back to the negotiating table. It can bring a lot of opportunities when it comes to multilateralism, because we've been discussing, for example, the reform of the United Nations. And I think most people, when you ask them, they agree that actually they cannot imagine the world without the UN, but maybe that there are opportunities like in the European Union to actually improve or reform certain things and certain structures when it comes to the multilateralism. So sometimes the discussion can actually be good. It would be better if we didn't have the increase of conflict globally that is pushing us to do that. But I do hope that it will help us to find much less polarized world in future, and that we will actually all eventually find a better way to deal with conflict and disagreements.
Since we've dabbled in everybody else's panels today, China, America, let's dabble a little bit in the Russia panel and discussion that's coming ahead. I'm just interested in your gut instinct. You know, one of the issues that I think is out there, and I know tons of people disagree with me, I think in retrospect, it may have been a mistake not to find a way for Russia, when it was in a certain position, to eventually become a part of NATO, to find an integration, you know, into that. Richard Haas wrote a white paper when he was at the Department of State that suggested that track. Because otherwise, you were going to end up with an us versus them situation again. A lot of people disagree with me. But if you're destined to relive history in this tension over and over again, my question to all of you before Russia come up is, what's the answer for dealing with this? You know, and part of it deals with what the European project itself is about. You've got Moldova, you've got Ukraine, you've got other nations on the eastern flank that want to become part of Europe, which will potentially go back to that famous Bill Burns, you know, Bill Burns, former director of the CIA, Bill Burns, former ambassador to Moscow, who said that Ukraine flirting with NATO would be a neuralgic issue for Russia. And guess what? He wrote that in 2008, and he was right. And so I think part of the question is, what do you do to deal with that ongoing, simmering, never going away tension? Helga?
You're talking to someone who has been working with Russia quite a lot I think, for many years in the European Union. We negotiated a cooperation agreement, EU with Russia, in 1994. There was the NATO-Russia Act in 1997. We offered a partnership of modernization in 2010. I participated in every EU-Russia summit, I think, for almost 10 years until 2014.
That's why I know you can fix this.
We made many offers. And I cannot speak on behalf of NATO, but what I can say, many offers have been made. I think the issue is very different. Also remember Bucharest. You can also make the other point round. There are many people who say now this was a mistake. We should have offered a NATO ship to Ukraine already in Bucharest, like 16 years ago. What I would say is there are always grievances. And when I was Secretary General of the OSCE, when we heard about the military build-up at the border between Ukraine and Russia, we really used all the instruments the OSCE has. The OSCE is the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, 57 countries. Russia is part, US, Canada is part, all Europeans are there, Central Asia. And it's the DNA is really conflict prevention. So we even offered a completely new security dialogue at ministerial level. It was COVID, so it was mostly online in 2022. Almost everyone could agree, but unfortunately, Russia chose force over dialogue. Nothing justifies a war of aggression. So I think there are lots of missed opportunities, but there was not a lack of offers from our side.
Thank you very much, Lucy.
I don't think I have too much to add. I mean, maybe I will just highlight the fact that we did try also what now is one of the major policies here in the UAE, and that's the shared prosperity, right? So we've been working also with Russian Federation on the economic angle of things. And I mean, if you think economic reliance versus security reliance, if we could not have trust on the economic one, then I think it's really difficult to imagine that it would have worked on the security alliance.
Nikolai?
Very philosophical answer. Until we can square the Russian understanding of collective security with the European understanding of what sovereign states should be allowed to do as sovereign states, we're going to have trouble fixing the relationship in the long run. I think in the long run, if it comes a time in which Russia and Europe have a collective arrangement in terms of their security that respects the sovereignty of all states and provides for non-aggression and for respect of differences, etc., we're going to be ending up in a situation where that Europe will have to take over its security much more seriously vis-a-vis a potential Russian threat coming from the east. Now, whether that threat materializes or not, it doesn't really matter. It will impact European policy. So I do hope that sometime down the line, once this war is over and once Ukraine is whole, again, we can actually find a way in which the grievances that have existed between Russia and Europe are fixed in a collective arrangement that respects sovereignty and security. That's a very, very philosophical answer because we're nowhere close to any of that right now.
You know, the truth is, in this conversation, so many of the issues and questions I posed have no good answers. And these kinds of conversations, the best ones, are not ones where, you know, inertia drives the conversation, that the way we thought yesterday drives the conversation. They should be uncomfortable. They should be probing, you know, what's next. You did a superb, really great job. So thank you very much. Nikolai Mladenov, Director General of the Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy. Helga Maria Schmidt, former Secretary General of the European Essential Service, and so many other things, but particularly the Munich Security Conference, the OSCE, and President of the European Institute of Peace, and Lucy Berger, Ambassador here in Abu Dhabi of the European Union to the United Arab Emirates. So thank you all very much. That was superb.
Thank you. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now. السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now. السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now.
سيداتي وسادتي، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة الخامسة تحت عنوان فهم روسيا. Ladies and gentlemen, panel 5 entitled Understanding Russia will start now.
Afternoon, everyone. According to your schedule, Cliff Kupchan is supposed to moderate this discussion. I can assure you I'm not Cliff Kupchan. My name is Renda Slim, and it's my pleasure and honor to moderate this conversation about Russia. And my first introduction to Russia was in 1989, when I took a non-stop Pan Am flight from New York to Moscow. That was part at the time of what they call the Friendship Air Bridge between the two countries. I was very junior at the time, just to tell you, I'm not that old. But what fascinated about the country then still fascinates me about it now. And since then, there have been many, many setbacks, many resets, at least between the United States and Russia. And I think we know maybe better a little bit about Russia, but we are still surprised by Russia. I think I would like to quote here Sir Winston Churchill, who in 1939 was talking about the Soviet Union. And he said, "It's a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma." I don't think it is that much of a riddle now. It's not much of an enigma. We know more about it. So joining me in this discussion is our two excellent Russian experts who know Russia, in my opinion, better than many other analysts. I have Professor Alexander Dinkin here, President of Primakov Institute of World Economy and International Relations in Moscow. Dr. Cliff Kupchan, Chairman of the Eurasia Group in Washington, D.C. And joining us by video is my old friend, Dr. Andrei Kortunov. Andrei and I go back to the Dartmouth Conference, right? One of the oldest continuous US-Soviet dialogue. We both were members of that dialogue. By the way, the Dartmouth Conference was established in 1960 at the behest of Soviet Premier Khrushchev and President Eisenhower to create a space where citizens can come and experts and talk with each other. So Andrei and I go back to those days, decades of friendship. And Andrei is former Director General of the Russia International Affairs Council. I would like, before diving into questions, to thank Dr. Ibtisam, as usual, and her team at EPC for this wonderful conference, which brings annually this amazing group of experts and analysts. It's always a pleasure. And as I say every year when I attend this conference, Dr. Ibtisam, as an Arab woman, I'm extremely proud of Dr. Ibtisam's achievements. And I think she's a great model for aspiring Arab women professionals. And so thank you, Dr. Ibtisam, for all that you have done and you continue to do. So let's start with the title, Understanding Russia. I love this title. And I'm going to turn to Professor Dinkin here. So how should we interpret Russia? Should we interpret Russia as a rational actor, seeking security, or as an ideologically driven, power-seeking, dominant player?
Thank you for your question. Before starting answering, let me join you in expressing sincere gratitude to the Dr. Al-Kedmi for having me here and for organizing such a brilliant conference. Short answer would be that ideology is already behind. Russia is looking for diminishing the threats for its national security. This is the main aim of our foreign policy as it expressed in quantity of our strategic documents. This is not a secret. And there were many talks about that so-called root causes of the conflict. And one of the biggest causes is the NATO enlargement. Today nobody remembered the warning of George Kennan in his final letter to the editor of New York Times that NATO enlargement would be the gravest mistake of the US foreign policy in the whole post-war period. It was forgotten. Instead of that, we have end of history, which is totally a mistake, delusion, but unfortunately very well traded, very well traded. And that was the frame for the Paris Declaration of 1990 about the end of confrontation and so on and so, very good words. Looking from today, it seems that it was a great naivety of one side and big cynicism from the other side.
Turning to Cliff. So, and that's a question people in the United States, always try to ponder and ask. How much is Russian policy driven by Vladimir Putin? And how much is it driven by structural features of the Russian state? And I think they ask this question because the follow-up question is, then will Russia behavior and policy change if there is leadership change?
Well, thank you, Rhonda. And first, I think as I mentioned before, I met Dr. Ebtisam at a Valdai conference years ago in Sochi. So if it wasn't for Russia, I wouldn't know Dr. Ebtisam. So I'm grateful to Russia. Putin versus the structure of the state. A lot of it is structural. I think most of it is structural, more than common wisdom and more than the press portrays. And it kind of goes like this. I mean, to a certain extent, I agree with Alexander. I think that what we're seeing in the war in Ukraine is in part structural. I think that any Russian leader who had presided over Russia over the last decade would have bristled at NATO enlargement. It's not Kennan's words, but I think the West did choose to poke the bear, and the bear lashed out, and that's structural. I think where I disagree with Alexander, though, is that Vladimir Putin chose to invade Ukraine. He didn't have to. There are other ways to fight back against NATO. And we all have human agency. The president of Russia has human agency. And he chose to start a war, which has resulted in, choose your number of tens of thousands of deaths. And I don't think we can go so far as to say the war is structural. I think a lot of the causes of the war are structural. Some important ones are structural. Some are human agency, and I think that distinction is really important. If I could, just one point though. I think it is very out of character, even for Vladimir Putin, what's going on in Ukraine right now. I mean, as my colleagues, Andre and Alexander, and I spent a lot of time around the guy. And he's quite cost-benefit. He's quite much of a rational actor, except for Ukraine. So I think that the problem before us, and what is really interesting to explain about Russia, is why Putin stepped so far out of his comfort zone, so far out of his own skin, in a sense, in this invasion of Ukraine. I'll stop there for now.
Oh, maybe we should ask Andre to ask this question, to answer this question that Cliff has just, posed to all of us. What do you think, Andre? Why did Mr. Putin step out of his, comfort zone?
Well, Randa, first of all, it is very nice to see you again. And I'm pleased and honored to be a part of the Abu Dhabi strategic debate, even in this rather limited format. Let me say that I agree with Cliff that Ukraine was a very special case for President Putin and for a part of the Russian leadership. I think it was existential rather than pragmatic. The perception has been that Ukraine is not just another foreign policy priority, but the foreign policy priority, and that to solve Ukrainian problem would mean a lot in terms of President Putin's legacy and his place in history. So indeed, many experts thought that such a conflict was not possible. However, this value dimension, this existential dimension, turned out to be more important than pragmatic considerations.
Let me do a follow-up question, Andre. Beyond the legacy, Mr. Putin himself, what are the domestic constituencies? Are there domestic constituencies in support of the continuation of the war in Ukraine? Because that's going to go into a long way understanding whether Russia is willing to go toward a diplomatic process and negotiation. So what are the domestic constituencies that are supporting this policy? And is there, pressure being built up toward some kind of negotiation?
Well, let me give you my personal and arguably unprofessional view on this issue. I think that when the conflict started, the perception was that this conflict would not turn into a real war, and it was a small and a short police operations, something similar to the Soviet-led operation in Czechoslovakia back in 1968. And I think that at the initial stage, the constituency was very limited. But of course, every conflict has its own logic, has its own momentum, and its own dynamics. So right now, there are many people in Russia who believe that only an ultimate victory is the solution to the quote-unquote Ukrainian problem. It was not the case 3.5 years ago. Right now, I think even for President Putin, it is not easy to change his position if he wanted to change his position on this conflict, because the public attitudes in Russia have changed quite significantly.
Professor Dinkin, if we can follow up on this line of discussion, so what are the terms of ultimate victory that are acceptable for the Russian public?
Ultimate victory is from different vocabulary, not from my vocabulary. I guess that there are several, they are very well known. This is neutral, with no segregation of Russian population, Russian language country, with certain losses of its territories, according the inhabitation of Russian-speaking population. And as Andrei mentioned, that the mood are changing. The reason of this changing is that we have several attempts to solve the matter. We have Minsk I, we have Minsk II. In these agreements, there were idea of, let's say, Tyrol, South Tyrol model in Italy. Simple like that. We have Normandy process. No way. Recently, not recently, but some years ago, Mrs. Merkel stated that there were no idea to fulfill the Normandy process or Minsk II, as well as President Hollande. He mentioned the same. So this is another root of the conflict. So this is the language, and even Putin, he mentioned that after the end of the war, Ukraine could join the European Union. It was his words.
On the Ukraine and the victory in Ukraine, we know that President Trump came into office promising to solve the Ukraine conflict within 24 hours, right? And we are what? How many months into his term?
It didn't work.
And it's not yet solved. There has been an Alaska summit between the two presidents, Putin and Trump, and since then the Kremlin said whatever momentum has been generated by that summit has been undermined. And the talk from the Kremlin is that we are at a standstill. The peace negotiation process is at a standstill. Where do you think the United States is going next, or President Trump is going next on this issue?
Well, I think President Trump is, like a lot of presidents out of their comfort zones here. Trump's natural resting place is with Putin. He likes Putin. I don't really get it, but I guess they're both tough guys and strong men, and I think that's where he'd like to be. He thought he could get a ceasefire. I thought a lot of his instincts were really good. Somebody's got to stop the killing. Look, this has gone on for 3.5 years, and lots of Ukrainian and Russian kids are dying every day. And we tend to forget that because our nerves have been kind of inured or sealed over because it's gone on for so long. But this is a real tragedy, okay? And I think that the president had really good instincts on this one. It just didn't work. And it turned out in the event that President Putin has been, very rigid. He hasn't backed off his initial demands at all. And I think it just shows how, what Andre was saying, how deeply felt and existential, this is for the Russian president. Right now, and I don't think Moscow really gets this. I had a discussion last weekend and, with a different group of Russians, and President Trump is really, really unhappy with President Putin. I think angry would be the right word to describe it. He feels like he's been led down a path, and kind of tricked. I mean, I think, to just quote the president, I think bullshit was the word that he used to describe President Putin's, substance of his negotiations. And right now, much to my surprise, I think to President Trump's own surprise, he's moving in behind the Ukrainian position. Mm-hmm. And I think the Russians ought to smell the coffee here. The sanctioning of Rosneft and Lukoil, if enforced, it's technical, but if secondary sanctions are enforced, if India and China, potentially, probably not China, but if those companies get shut down, Russia really gets hurt economically. Yes. And global oil, actually, we'd see a profound spike. Some in this country might benefit, but for all the wrong reasons, we'd see oil at 65 or higher. So I think the trend line on Trump right now is pro-Ukraine and is really a problem for Russia. And I hope that message kind of gets out because I don't think it's really clear yet.
But then let me do a follow-up question.
Sure.
So how much can Western support for Ukraine be sustained if the diplomatic process is stalled? How longer? How long can it be sustained? I mean, Europe, I think, has no choice, but with the U.S. and Trump...
Well, I think that what we're seeing right now is kind of a ceiling on Western support. Trump's not going to do a new appropriation, but I think he'll continue intelligence support, which is critical for a lot of reasons. I think he'll continue to let the Europeans buy and facilitate European purchases. And my own view is that over time, as Europe ramps up, that the Europe-Ukraine combination will be a real problem. I think this can go on for a long time. And that is my concern, that with President Putin's views and with European resolve, that this war could go on for another 5 or 10 years. I think that's what we're looking at.
Andre, let's move to China. And how would you characterize the China-Russia relationship? An alliance, a partnership, or a marriage of convenience? Or all of the above?
Well, it is definitely not an alliance. Neither China nor Russia is ready to go for a formal military and political alliance with very specific commitments. I think that both nations value the flexibility that they now enjoy, and they're not ready to compromise this flexibility. They might even disagree on some very important issues, For instance, Cliff mentioned India. Russia and China disagree on India in many significant ways, and they agree to disagree. So I don't think that an alliance is the right word to use when we talk about relations between Beijing and Moscow. At the same time, I don't think that it is a marriage of convenience. Maybe it started as such a marriage 20 or 25 years ago, but today I think it is fair to say that we do have a strategic partnership between Moscow and Beijing. It is much deeper than just a tactical alliance, and it is not something that is generated by their mutual resistance to the pressure from the West. I think these are two big countries. They share a long common border. Their economies are mutually complementary, so it is only natural for them to work together, not just on tactical issues, but also on some strategic ones. There are problems in this relationship. There are wrinkles that have to be ironed out. But nevertheless, we see that this relationship has a positive dynamics, and there is a lot of potential there, no doubt about that.
Professor Dinkin, how does the Russian public and Russian elites view this relationship, dependence between China and Russia?
Well, the short answer is that Russians do not thinking that we are dependent. Because in certain military technology, we still are more advanced than they are. I could mention them. So they consider this relation as a partnership support during the hard time for Russia. This is an attitude. And in this regard, the Russians are thankful for China. And recently, we are open at free visa traveling. Because before it was mainly relations between political leaders. Today it starts relations on the society, on the grassroots levels, on the cultural level, very strong cooperation and very strong exchange. So people consider it positively.
So they are not concerned about this kind of partnership strengthening Chinese dominance?
Well, it's strengthening in both countries. And some lovers of German cars, they of course suspicious about Chinese cars, but they use them.
Cliff, how sustainable do you think is Russian pivot to China economically? I mean, can China absorb what Europe once did from Russia?
How sustainable is the pivot to China?
Economically. Economically.
I think that depends in part on China. Russia is a very junior partner in the relationship. Russia is especially in an economic sense. Will China agree to this big new gas pipeline, the Power of Siberia pipeline? So far, no. I think Russia needs a lot from China, and it depends on China's comfort zone long term as to whether there'll be enough in it for China to make to make it a long-term relationship, whether it's an alliance or a close partnership. But I could just want on another point, just real quickly, I just wanted to offer this, throw this out there, and I offer it with humility because I'm with two Russians and I'm not a Russian. But on the issue of constituencies, because I think we're here to understand Russia. I think it pervades a lot of Russian foreign policy and Putin and what's going on. To me, I think it's important to understand, at least my understanding, having spent a lot of time my whole career, studying Russia. It's a quite conservative population, especially when you get outside of Moscow, where I've been to 56, I think, of the 85 regions for a lot of complicated reasons. It's a very, very conservative population. And I think it's a population I refer to as the silent majority in Russia, that I think supports the policy towards Ukraine. It's quite comfortable with the relationship with China. Is one of kind of conservative Christian values, which we can get into in a different context. But I think a big legitimizing factor of what we're seeing across the board and what we're talking about is a population that is pretty much on board with what the Russian president's doing. And to me, that's important in context.
Let me follow up
Please,
shortly.
please.
Look, my contact among Chinese experts give me the take that they pay great attention to the terrorist attack against Nord Stream 2. Why? Because China is an energy-dependent country. Approximately 90% of the crude it received by the sea. And they remind me that Malacca Strait in the narrow part is only 2.5 kilometers wide. And they paying attention to this reality because the Chinese strategy is oriented toward long horizons, much longer than Russian maybe. And they consider this as a challenge for them. So this is the reason of this new gas pipe. This is the reason of China's interest in the North Arctic route, and so on and so forth. This is driven by attempt to be energy independent for Beijing.
Andrei, how does Moscow look at China's BRI, especially as it applies to Central Asia? Is it, I mean, I've noticed that they have been, trying as much as possible not to engage in confrontation with that policy. I mean, how is Moscow's standpoint on this, especially as it applies to Central Asia?
Well, my take is that when we talk about Central Asia, the major concern in Moscow is not China, but a potential rise of Islamic fundamentalism. For instance, an implosion of Afghanistan and a spillover effect on Central Asian nations, because such a development can have direct impact on Russia proper, on the Muslim regions of the Russian Federation, and definitely it is a major security concern that Russia has. And the other concern is the Western influence in Central Asia, which is perceived as much more dangerous in terms of Russia's interests than potential advancement of China. As far as China is concerned, of course, there is a degree of competition between the two nations in Central Asia, but I would venture to say that China plays its card there in a very smart way, in my view, because China always recognizes the strategic leadership of Russia on security matters in Central Asia. It consults with Moscow on its major initiatives in the region, and moreover, China is always ready to engage into multilateral projects in Central Asia together with Moscow. For instance, this is one of the priorities of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So I don't see that there is a lot of anxiety about China's role in Central Asia, though, as I mentioned, there is a competition between Russian and Chinese companies in certain sectors. And if you take energy in particular, definitely Russia and major Central Asian nations are competitors fighting for the Chinese market. So there is a degree of competition there.
Thank you. Professor Dinkin, let's move to the Arctic. How does the Arctic fit into Russia's broader foreign policy objectives?
Well, I guess during recent 10 years, there is growing understanding that this northern pass is important for Russian future, for Russian economy, because, as you know, this fragmentation of the global economy it's substantially influenced logistics. The freight through the Suez Channel is going down. Its Red Sea is not very safe,
stable,
and so on and so forth. So we are facing the climate change, so it would increase the length of free waters over there. But still, we need to make certain investments in the ports over there, because currently it works like supply of mainly gas, coal to the Asian markets. But it have to be both ways, and the dream is to organize the cargo transit through this northern pass.
So, building on what Professor Dinkin has said, I mean, do you think, Cliff, that Russia sees the Arctic as a zone of competition or a zone of potential cooperation? And the question, who's going to cooperate with Russia in the Arctic?
Well, first let me point out, Rhonda, that since we've left the topic of Ukraine, we're talking about a country that views foreign policy in terms of nation-state interests, in terms of influence and economic gain. That the ideological wild card third rail thing is kind of gone. I mean, we're kind of back in Kenneth Waltz land and out of whatever you want to, Never Never Land. And it's different. Okay. So with that said, I think Russia, because it's such a, wildly, obviously Arctic state, views itself as kind of the first among equals, but among equals. I haven't seen anything way out of whack in Russia's Arctic policy. I mean, what is about the northern shipping route, which is, as the world melts, really relevant. It's about, well, nuclear deterrence for the northern fleet. It's about oil and gas resource extraction. It's about critical minerals. And those are all kind of really normal things. Russia, to my mind, had a track record of real cooperation through the Arctic Council. I think Russia's still participating, but suspended, a non-voting member, some kind of really reduced participation. So because of the Ukraine war, it's probably less of a cooperative win-win kind of situation than I think it's been historically. But if this war ends, I think we'll go back to a more functional, cooperative relationship with other Arctic states, and maybe even with the United States in the region.
So how does the United States right now, how does Washington, D.C. today view Russia's policy?
In the Arctic?
Yeah.
Well, from Biden to Trump, there's no view of anything that Russia does. They're not, even New START. I mean, President Putin offered to extend New START for a year. No response yet from Trump. So U.S. policy is really not to engage Russia on anything, which I think is a big mistake, but a different topic.
So again, I mean, going back to the relationship between Russia and the U.S., again, as I said, over so many years, I've been dealing with Russia as an analyst, and it reminds me of another French saying: "Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose." It changes, and then we are back to the same thing. It changes, and then we are back to the same thing. So how should the West deal with Russia? I mean, we have tried deterrence, we have tried dialogue, right? What are the best strategies for dealing with Russia?
Well, in my view, the main thing the Trump administration could have done, should have done, and might do, something the Russians want, but I think makes a lot of sense. There's no skin off the U.S. back, which is to, while figuring out a solution to the war in Ukraine, engage Russia on strategic arms control, on strategic stability, tentatively on economic issues. There was a reference in the previous panel to begin to envision what European security could look like so that everybody feels safe. It's not to talk to Russia is a lose-lose. And the U.S. has succeeded in losing for the past 5 years, and I think will continue to lose. But that's what we can do, and it's not, doesn't take a nuclear scientist to figure that out, but we're just not doing it.
But there's no political will in either country to engage in this?
There's no
There are more, how to say, inhibitors, or, I mean, there are less facilitators for this kind of engagement.
My own view, and, I'm no big supporter of my president, but I think his instincts on this are right. I think left to his own, he would have begun more of these discussions. There's just no political payoff in the United States. I mean, from, Marco Rubio, I don't know about Hegseth, but Rubio has been one of the leading Russia hawks in the Senate. He's just a huge hawk. And, Marco Rubio is a hugely ascending stock in the U.S. political. I mean, he's the guy who has really played the system well. He's got two hats right now. He's very close to Trump. I mean, he's gone from being little Marco to one hell of a big Secretary of State. And he's incredibly influential. So I don't think it's a political payoff, and I don't think anybody around Trump's telling him to deal with Russia.
May I follow
yes,
up
please, and then I'm going
again?
to ask Andre the same question. Please do.
The biggest change in the White House after Trump is that before the last Minister of Defense, today we have Minister of War, the last Minister of Defense slogan was strategic defeat to Russia, which Europe repeat with a joy. Today the narrative completely different. The second issue, values. Mr. Trump is not great fan of DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. He is not great fan of BLM, of green hysteria, and so on and so forth. And that matching, that fits to the Russian traditional values.
Andre, would you like to chime into this conversation? How can we, shape this relationship going forward? What are the better means to shape it?
Well, first of all, I think that we should not underestimate the resilience of the anti-Russian consensus in the United States, which is strong, which is broad, and which doesn't depend on a particular administration or particular composition of the US Congress. Second, I think that the old basis for the relationship, which historically has been strategic arms control, is being eroded. And I doubt very much that we will be in a position to restore it. And we have to look for a new foundation of the relationship. And I think that we should look for this foundation, keeping in mind that both countries will be mostly inward-oriented in years to come, that they will both be focused on their domestic agendas. So we should look at where these two agendas might overlap. For instance, the United States is concerned about reindustrialization, but this is also a concern for Russia and for the Russian leadership. The United States is concerned about migrations, and again, this is not something which is alien to Russia. We can talk about urban decay, we can talk about violent crime, we can talk about many issues where domestic agendas of the two nations might overlap. And this is exactly where we should look for common interests and for new constituencies of potential stakeholders that might broaden the foundation for cooperation. It will take a lot of time. It will not happen overnight. It will not probably happen under this president. But looking into the future, we should definitely look for a new base that should make this relationship more predictable, more stable, and ultimately more productive for both nations. Otherwise, we are doomed to stay as adversaries, even if there is no specific clash of interests between Moscow and Washington, because, of course, the inertia of the Cold War, the genetic memory is still there, and it will not fade away easily.
Andre, you and I have been members of, a long-standing US-Russia Middle East dialogue, right? And we are always looking for areas of convergence between the two countries in the Middle East. Syria was always especially in the last few years, since at least 2016, Syria has been one of the topics we talked about in our track 1.5, track 2 dialogue. So Mr. Al-Shari' visited Moscow recently. I mean, what can you say about that visit? What were the outcomes of it? And what is Russia's policy in Syria going forward?
Well, I think it's very clear. The Syrian leadership is very pragmatic. They understand that they need Russia. They need Russia economically as a major trade partner of Syria. They need Russia politically as a balance against other powers that claim influence in Syria. And on the other side, Russia is clearly interested in preserving its military presence in Syria, specifically the two bases, not for operations in Syria proper, but as transportation hubs, as transit points to project Russia's power to other regions, specifically to Northern and Central Africa. So there is an overlap of interests. It doesn't mean that there'll be no problems between Damascus and Moscow. I can see many problems along the road. It will be a bumpy road for many reasons. But if we get back to the US-Russian relations in this particular region, I think one of the problems is that if you look at Russia from the White House, it is a part of the problem, not a part of the solution for Middle East. And I think, Trump does not see any specific role that Russia might play in Syria or beyond. And I think this is an omission. Definitely Russia and the United States might work together, at least on some issues related to Middle East. And I think this is something that has to be explored further.
Professor Lincoln, looking at another part of the world where Russia is also having a major footprint is Africa. And so how does Africa fit into this, into Russia's global pivot, if we can put it this way, to the global south?
Well, there are several reasons. One is completely splitting relations with Europe and some power of foreign policy also free for Africa. And everybody understood that this is the continent of the future. And there is the only place where the population is still going to grow. It's abundant natural resources. And we still have some, let's say, African leaders who possess good memory about relations with the Soviet Union. This is sort of capital which start to be used maybe a bit late, but it's a necessary step, I guess.
And is this kind of capital that is going to be sustainable, or is it primarily extractive, short-term policies?
Well, I'm sure that it would be a long-term policy. It's depending for, let's say, our capacity, which our resources, which is supposed to be freed from this terrible war, and then they would devote it to other targets.
And how does China look at this, at Russia's footprint in Africa? I mean, how does it come up in the discussion between Russia and China?
China is much more ahead in dealing with Africa than we, so sometimes they gave us some advices, but as Andreas said, we try to avoid competition in Central Asia. So the same policy would be in Africa. My formula about Russian-Chinese relation, never against each other, not always together.
Cliff, so you have a foot in, of course, in the US, but also you are a Russia analyst, long-time Russia analyst. How is you think the Russians' approach in Africa different from from Western engagement with Africa?
Russia versus the West in Africa?
Yes. How does it differ?
Oh, boy. I think Russia, look, I ran the Africa Subcommittee, the House International Relations Committee for 2 years. And it's just incredibly hard to get anybody in the United States to really care about Africa.
Excuse me, can you repeat
it's
the last?
It's incredibly hard to get elites in the United States to care about Africa.
Yes.
Unless they're specialists in Africa, you just have to do all sorts of things to get their attention. I think Russia has identified interests in Africa from arms sales to extractive interests to just displacing the French in the Sahel. It's been turned from Wagner to the Africa Corps to the Ministry of Defense, but they're pretty good at it, and behind the Chinese, as Alexander said, but considerably ahead of the U.S. And I don't think that's going to change. It's a huge market that the U.S. really isn't going to play in.
Randa,
Andre,
may
please, you can add, and then I want to ask you a question on this also.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I just wanted to add that if you take Africa and some other parts of the world, and if you take the economic dimension of foreign engagement, Russia is clearly different from other major external players, because if you take Europe, if you take China, and to some extent even the United States, all of these powers are interested in extracting resources from Africa, be it oil or gas or gold, because they have a deficit of their resources, and they would like to use African repositories in order to get something for them. Russia, as a rule, does not need resources. It does not need African oil or African gas. It does not need African gold. So it has the luxury to promote domestic markets. You take, for example, energy. Russia is clearly interested in building electric grids in Africa to make the domestic electricity market in Africa more resilient and more sustainable. And this is an advantage, because Russia can afford not to focus on extracting resources and importing resources from Africa. Russia is still a very small player in Africa, but potentially this special role might offer Moscow a lot of benefits in future.
So, Mike, go ahead,
Don't
please.
forget that South Africa is the member of BRICS.
Yes.
This gave certain leverage for Russia.
For Russia. So on this issue in terms of Russia's African policy, how do you see it, syncing with, or how does it see it in confrontation or cooperation with interest of this part of the world in Africa?
Well, it's a very interesting question. Personally, I think that there is a lot of potential synergy between the Russian engagement and the involvement of Gulf states in Africa. Africa is a big place, and everyone can take a bite out of the growing Africa potential. But that really depends on the ability of Russia to get engaged into multilateral development projects in the African continent. I would say that today, Russia is not particularly strong in putting together these multilateral projects. Even if you look at China, China is engaged in a couple of such projects together with a number of EU nations. And definitely China can explore its comparative advantages, especially in infrastructure projects in Africa. Russia is not that experienced, but it can still get involved into some partnerships together with Gulf states, maybe together with India. It cannot do it right now together with the European Union, and I doubt that it can do it with the United States in any foreseeable future, but there are new actors that are getting quite engaged in Africa, including, for example, Turkey. And Russia can learn from Ankara, and maybe it can work together with Turkey on a number of select African projects.
Before I turn the floor to the audience for questions, any other additional comments? Any would you like to make?
Two things. First, I hear my friend Andre, but I think he's put a little bit of a, to my mind anyway, a positive spin on Russia's Africa policy. I mean, from what's available in the press, from Wagner to the current Africa Corps, it's quite extractive focused. Exactly. And I'm not totally comfortable with a green energy grid thing. But one other thing, Rhonda, which I think is really important, just before we kind of close it out, or go to questions, is I think we need to talk a bit about Russia's perception that it's at war with the West and at war with NATO, because we haven't really touched on that yet. And I think that Putin and the Russian elite correctly perceive that they are at war, in a sense, with the United States and with NATO for providing weapons to Ukraine. But it's taken on a different, the guts of the issue is this, that Russia, I think credibly, it's alleged, but I think credibly, has pursued a hybrid war against Europe. We've seen the incidents, 20 Russian drones over Poland, more drones in Europe. I don't think we really know where they're from. Allegations of arson, of cyber attacks, even of assassination in Germany, of the leader of Rheinmetall, the big German arms firm. And I bring that up because I think we're kind of at an inflection point, because there have been, FT articles, which I think are correct, that NATO is going to begin to push back. Armed reconnaissance drones, buildups across parts of the Russian-Finnish border where Russian deployments are weak, much looser rules of engagement for NATO pilots, shooting down hopefully just Russian drones and not Russian planes. But we're at a point right now where I think that Russian perception, more than ever before, risks some kind of kinetic interaction between Russia and NATO. Now, I know how scared President Putin and cautious the Russian state has been about that, but I think we're on an action and reaction cycle, to quote the late, great Robert Jervis, political scientist, that I worry about, and I don't think it's getting the attention it deserves. I just wanted to throw that out there. So thanks.
Do you worry about that?
Yeah. Look, Cliff, I could number several assassinations on the Russian soil. Generals.
By Europeans? By Americans?
By Ukrainians, but they
right, but that's different.
Join forces with European allies. Attack against our strategic planes. It was engineered by American intelligence.
Wait. American intelligence targeting Russian officials?
No, American intelligence provided to Ukraine, permitted them to attack Russian strategic carriers.
But that's not assassination, okay.
I mean planes.
Okay.
It's attack against one of triad.
It has a lot of legal implication when you talk about assassination.
So it's not, Russian is terrible as you painted it. It's vice versa. And today we are facing overreaction of Europeans, I guess, because for 30 years, Europe were clear strategic free rider.
Wait, okay. But I used the word alleged before everything I said about Russia. So I'm not here to portray Russia as terrible. What I'm here to do is help us all understand Russia and try to prevent an escalation of some kind. I don't know whether those reports are true or not. But I think the action and reaction dynamic is really worrisome.
Of course,
that's my
I
point.
agree 100%.
That's my point. Okay.
Andre, would you like to comment on this last point?
Well, let me say that indeed we have a hybrid war, and I think it is dangerous. We can see an escalation at any given point. Escalation management seems to be the name of the game right now. If we can move along the ladder of escalation down, not up, that would already be a major accomplishment. And definitely we can only hope that within the next couple of months we will see a de-escalation process leading to a change in the dynamics of the conflict. We cannot take it for granted, but nevertheless I think we might stay hopeful that we are already approaching a tipping point in this fratricidal conflict, and that the end of the conflict is not that far away from us. But again, this is my assessment of the situation, which is biased and in many ways self-serving.
The conflict resolution practitioner in me is just pushing me to ask a follow-up question on potential off-ramps, but I'm going to stop and I'm going to turn it over to the audience, and I have Dr. Joseph Bahouth. Joe?
What should I do? Okay. Thank you, Randa. I think it was a very interesting panel, especially when you brought the issue of China and this triangle between the US, China, and Russia. A quick question about that. The impression that we could have, and maybe I'm wrong, is that potentially, in fact, the new bipolarity, if there is some, is going to be China-US in the future. In the meantime, you have a sort of boxer, Russia, that is filling the show, but without the means of being one of the superpowers. What would be potentially once we reach the situation of bipolarity between China and Russia and the US, what will be the posture or the reaction of Russia in this triangle? Where would it side, if it sides somewhere?
Professor Dinkin.
You know, I share your view that there is some chances for the new bipolarity of the 21st century. It's already visible in the northern Eurasia. I mean, confrontation between Europe and Russia, it's visible. I wouldn't say that China has already joined this confrontation, but with certain efforts, such as secondary sanctions, China could move towards this direction. And this is a very unhappy situation. Secondary sanctions, they brought, it's completely unexpected, it brought New Delhi closer to Beijing. They recently re-established the direct flights, and they made several positive statements about each other, which we did not observe during recent 2 decades. So dynamics is rather fast, and the challenge of this new polarity, new bipolarity, I guess it's real.
Dr. Paul Saunders.
Thank you. And very nice to see you, if only on video, Andrei Kortunov. So I want to ask kind of a tough question of our Russian friends. We have a big focus today on AI, which I don't recall hearing come up so far during our session here. So I'm going to read a few sentences from President Putin, from some remarks he gave in 2018. And then I'd like your sense of how Russia is doing on AI and whether it's lived up to the challenge that he sets out. So Putin says in 2018, the speed of technological progress is accelerating sharply. It is rising dramatically. Those who manage to ride this technological wave will surge far ahead. Those who fail to do this will be submerged and drown in this wave. Technological lag and dependence translate into reduced security and economic opportunities of the country and ultimately the loss of its sovereignty. This is the way things stand now. This lag inevitably weakens and erodes human potential because new jobs, modern companies, and an attractive life will develop in other more successful countries where young, educated, talented people will go. That was President Putin's statement 7 years ago about the challenge facing Russia. So the question is, did Russia use the last 7 years well? Is Russia in a position to be an AI leader?
Andrei, would you like to take this question?
Again, my take on that is that already when Putin made this statement, there was a clear understanding in Russia that Russia cannot advance artificial intelligence in all of its dimensions. It's too big a task for a country like Russia. So arguably the decision was made to focus on specific dimensions of artificial intelligence that were particularly important for Moscow. And as you might guess, Russia has focused primarily on the military applications of AI. And in this field, arguably, Russia has made a lot of progress. I would also venture to say that over the last 7 years, they achieved a lot in digitalizing the governance system in Russia. And right now in this particular area, Russia is advanced more than many of neighboring countries. But I think it is hardly possible for a country like Russia to come up with its comprehensive AI ecosystem similar to what China has or similar to what the United States and its allies are developing. So Russia will have to be very selective in this area, and I think on many other issues it will have to rely on China. I think this is a reality that is not likely to be changed anytime soon. Of course, if Russia had better relations with the West, it could afford to mix the Western and the Chinese components of AI. But right now, it doesn't have this luxury, so it will have to rely on China, at least in my view.
Mayor?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
I disagree because we are currently developing two competitive models of AI. One is the model of Sber, second model of Yandex. We have no other choice because we have shortages of the labor force. One case, in Moscow, there is 5 million rentgenology checkups a year, and there was scarcity of experts. They were brought from provinces, not anymore, because today the 70% of diagnosis made by AI, and they are rather perfect. Digitalization of government services, unbelievable. Banking services digitalization. You know, when Europeans came to Moscow, they are very much surprised. So I would not say that maybe we would not develop this ecosystem, but practical implications, there is a lot of demand for that.
Mr. Hani Findakli.
Thank you very much, and thanks for this excellent discussion. I appreciate the different perspectives that's been offered here. My question is that on the assumption that all wars come to an end, does the panel believe that Russia and President Putin will get better terms under President Trump or under a successor administration? A related but a slightly longer term question, I'd like to get a perspective of what the panel thinks of what Russia would look like, say 10, 20, 30 years from now, post-Putin.
Cliff, would you like to?
Sure. I mean, I think Trump's as good as it gets.
At least from the American perspective, do you think Russia will get better terms under Trump?
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't think that any conceivable president, look, Trump's a real outlier in his view of Russia. He's kind of just out of it on the American political spectrum. He's not part of the consensus that Andre talked about. You know, he likes Putin, he kind of likes Russia. So I kind of think it's kind of now or never if Russia's going to cut a deal. You know, the second question is, I think Russia's quite a stable place. I think that if Putin were to pass from the scene, a Putin-like figure would emerge. You know, I anyway don't think that Russia's very prone to Putin's mortality. Let me leave it there.
So quickly, before I also ask our Russian colleagues to answer this question, these two questions. So building on your question, on your point about potential or the scenario of a kinetic action between NATO and Russia, I mean between NATO and Russia, what are possible off-ramps in the interim that could de-escalate tensions?
Dialogues that aren't happening. I mean, there's a lot that's not clear at all. I mean, this is what I really was trying to emphasize to my friend Alexander about the drone incident, about what's going on with drones over European airports. There's just a lot that's not clear. You know, European governmental colleagues of mine just expressed their lack of clarity. it's clarifying perceptions that is really important, and those discussions just aren't happening and aren't on the verge of happening. That's the main thing.
Yeah, I agree with you. There were many track 1.5, track 2 US-Russia dialogue. Most of them are gone.
Even you aren't doing them.
Huh?
Even you aren't doing them, right?
Yeah.
I guess it's necessary to open the dialogue. There is some small steps towards renewing the Russia-Germany dialogue. I guess case of these drones over Belgium, it's better to pick up the phone and make a call, because I could not imagine who could send from Russia drones over Belgium and for what purpose. The drones are in a scarce supply, you know where, but to waste them for Belgium, it's some stupid idea.
So the question about terms, does Russia think they can get better terms for an end state in Ukraine under Mr. Brandt than future presidents?
Well, who knows, because initially there was some optimism, maybe because 47 presidents do not understand the deepness of this conflict, the history. You know, demise of empires is much more complicated than the rule-based order. Look at the British Empire, look at the relation between Pakis and Indians. In some extent, this is true about former Soviet Union. Look at Karabakh, because Bolsheviks, they draw their borders without any attention to ethnicity or religious. It was just short-term political necessity. Sykes-Picot borders were much better than the borders which were drawn by Bolshevik. And when presidents start to understand this complicity, I hope he would be more, how should I say, wise.
Andrei, the last question is yours. How will Russia look like in 10, 15, 20 years?
It's a big question, but let me try to be brief to the extent I can. First of all, Russia will be a large power, blessed with significant territory and abundance of natural resources. And Russia's commodities will still matter in the global economy. Even if drill baby drill becomes obsolete, then dig baby dig will still be with us. So Russia can play an important role in serving global markets, but also in participating in climate change management, in providing for biological diversity and environment protection. Second, Russia will continue to be a major exporter of human capital. If you look around, you'll see graduates from Russian universities are working in various places, from Los Angeles to Shanghai, from London to Singapore, and that will continue to be the case. I think that Russia can still generate human capital, which is an important role to play. And finally, Russia will continue to be a global power, not only because of these power projection capabilities that President Putin likes to demonstrate, like Burevestnik and Poseidon, but also because of its ability to maintain relations with practically all emergent centers of power in the world, especially in the global south, because of its engagement with multilateral institutions. So Russia will be an important player. However, I think that there are some challenges ahead, problems looming on the horizon. And again, these are more or less evident challenges and risks that should be taken into consideration. First of all, Russia will continue to experience demographic problems. And I think that all the efforts of the government to cope with the problem notwithstanding, definitely it will be a permanent pain in the neck. It could probably be a result in a radical way if Russia is ready to turn itself into a frontier state like the United States of the 19th century, but it is hard to believe that Russia will follow this path given rather strong anti-migrant sentiments within the Russian population. Second, Russia will have to reinvent its economic model. Its current model was put in place some 20, 25 years ago, it turned out to be quite resilient and sustainable in times of crisis. Its performance over the last couple of years was quite remarkable, but it does not generate a lot of incentives, a lot of drivers of growth, especially once the world is shifting to the fourth industrial revolution, which will create new opportunities, but also new economic risks for Russia. And finally, I think Russia will have to fix relations with its neighbors, and that remains an unfinished business for Russia. It has to gradually build a beltway of constructive relations with neighboring countries with which it now has many problems, from Baltic states in the west to Japan in the east. A lot will depend, I think, on the quality of the state governance, but I think that we can look at the future of Russia, if you take a long-term future, with cautious optimism, provided that the Russian leadership will stand up to confront the challenges and the risks that it is likely to encounter within the next 10 or 20 years down the road.
Join me in thanking our esteemed panelists for this excellent and very insightful discussion. Thank you very much.
السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now. السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now. السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now.
سيداتي وسادتي، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة السادسة تحت عنوان معارك النفوذ الجديدة، الممرات وأشباه الموصلات والموارد الاستراتيجية. Ladies and gentlemen, panel 6 entitled The New Battles for Influence, Corridors, Semiconductors and Strategic Resources will start now.
A very good evening and a very warm welcome to this panel, which is the last for the day. And since this is the last for the day, we'll probably speak forever, because this is the panel that deals with everything. It's the weaponization of everything. It's the opportunities that abound around everything. And it's about literally all the races, the conflicts, the contests, the competition that are underway in the world today. This is the panel, what I call this is the everything panel. And you guys can bring your dinner plates and sit and join us if we continue too long. But we have been given an hour, and we'll try to condense this very rich panel into very succinct conversations with an amazing set of speakers. We have Professor Cho Wong-hee, who's the Professor for Indo-Pacific Studies and Head of the Center for ASEAN-India Studies at the Korean National Diplomatic Academy. We have Professor Li Wei, who's a full professor at the School of International Studies at Renmin University of China, Beijing. We have Mohammed Suleiman, Senior Fellow at the Middle East Institute, Washington, D.C. And of course, we have Dr. Huda Al-Kazemi, who's the Associate Vice Provost of Research, Translation, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship at the New York University, Abu Dhabi. So let me start with Mohammed Suleiman first. And Mohammed, let me ask you this. Since you work at the intersection of technology and geopolitics, Mohammed, are we at the onset of a new great tech game? Is the world and the world order being shaped by the battle for technology? Or, as we heard in the previous sessions, the dependencies are going to be a dampener? The counterpoint to that is, perhaps the dependencies make it an imperative for all parties to free themselves and in some sense, add fuel to this new contest.
Samir, thank you for this question. Dr. Abtisam, the entire team at the center, thank you so much for this wonderful event and the kind invitation. Always a pleasure to be back in Abu Dhabi. Samir, to your question, few things I wanna notice here. One, we are going into an era where we have a big competition over who is building the new system for the 21st century. And this system I call compute, the compute system. There's going to be powering the entire application layer of AI and new technologies. This is why you see export controls as the new norm between the United States and China, from semiconductors to critical minerals. So you're already seeing an ecosystem that's unfolding between the United States and China, and a lot of countries are trying to make a choice. Is our choice to be part of the American stack or the Chinese stack, or can we build a niche for ourselves when it comes to the competition? In the case of the Gulf specifically, you're seeing the Gulf is pushing for more of becoming part of the American stack. Actually, I'm not really sure if my comms is working correctly. It's working,
no, it's working. Perfect. It's working.
So you are seeing the Gulf countries are acting as a force multiplier for American AI stack. That's a solid choice for the UAE, for Saudi Arabia to be part of the American AI, offer this as a service for emerging markets. There are other countries that do not really have the energy, the capital, the political commitment to AI to make the same choices as the Gulf states. There are some other countries that will be left behind. And you see this in emerging markets, you see this in Africa, you see this to some extent in Latin America. But you also see countries like India trying to chart their own course, building the India stack, trying to be their own identity in this great tech competition between the United States and China. This being said, we also have to recognize that those two countries are the elephants in the room. They have an outsized role. Those are the countries that they're producing and designing chips. Those are the countries that have the biggest energy production capacity. Those are the countries that have the talent. And because of that, that will always make those two countries capable of shaping all the trends that we're seeing, from choke points to talent flow to capital, and on top of all of that, the conversation around governance of technology and AI.
So is it a contest, or are we headed to a tech conflict?
We had the President of the United States a few weeks ago talking about G2 dynamic with China.
But you know, China doesn't believe in G2, they believe in G1.
The President of the United States decided that G2 is the framework for engagement with China, where we're going to be discussing all these questions from export controls to critical minerals to AI and trade.
Okay, so look, you dodged the bullet, but I'm going to come back to you on the Gulf question. I think that's an important question. And Huda, I'm tempted to come to you, but I want to save you for a little later. Let me turn to Professor Li Wei, and let me ask you, since you heard our American speaker give you a view from Washington, let me ask you for a view from Beijing. The great game that is underway, a contest for corridors, which is the Northern Sea route, which is the new mineral routes, the Lobito corridors, the IMEC, which has been proposed by certain actors. Of course, you have a race for semiconductors and rare earth. And by the way, you guys are sitting on top in some of those races, right? So how do you see this playing out?
Okay, thank you very much. Before answering your questions, I would like to express my gratitude to the host, Emirates Policy Center. Although it's not my first time to be here, but I'm still very impressed by the prosperous cities and the prosperous country. And also, I really appreciate the great efforts made by UAE to be not only the economic hub in Middle East, but the hub of the thoughts and ideas. Regarding your questions, the new conditions in the world is the weaponization of the economy. To leverage the corridors and the semiconductors and the tackling is a bad thing, but it's a bad thing. But China, indeed, I know you asked this question, what's the attitude of the Chinese side? China, these years, China indeed make use some of the economic statecraft to realize its diplomatic aims, but we learn it from the United States. In the past 7 years, from the 2019, the United States waged the economic war against China, including the trade war, financial war, and the tactical wars. For the purpose of some countermeasures, China has learned some experiences from the US to how to make use of the economic statecraft as some kind of measures to response. But I would like to say China is the largest victims of the economic war, of the economic coercion. So we know how to use these economic tools with prudence. We know which aim, which target we would use the economic power for this target. So that's my answer regarding the weaponized economy. Yes.
You know, we heard in one of the panels earlier today, in fact, on the China panel, we heard the speakers, one of the speakers very eloquently explain that while the US was looking at military and strategic aspects of global partnerships, the Chinese were looking at the development aspects of partnership, which were always meant to be inclusive and meant to include everyone.
Yes.
Mohammed just mentioned that some people will be left behind in the AI future. Does China see it in the same way, or do you believe the Chinese AI growth can actually serve the global south, can help partnerships in Africa and other countries benefit from Chinese technology?
Yes. To me?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Regarding the AI, I think there is a G2 structure, China and the United States. European Union and Japan are not on the table. So just the two countries, China and the United States. So for the third parties, they can benefit from the competition from the US and China. We do not want a hegemonic structure in the AI. For example, I use two cell phones. One in China, I use Huawei, but in the United States, I use Apple. So the competition is a good thing for the third parties. We do not want a hegemonic order, even in the AI. So the third parties should welcome the competition between the United States. That's the essence of the market, right? Market welcome the competition.
So we should play the competitors.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Yes.
I think
so. Do not rely on a single powers.
Okay.
Yes.
Huda, let me turn to you here. This is the good segue to you, Huda. Look, you work on a vast array of technology questions and I'm going to come to you a little later on drones and some of the advanced, dual-use technologies and how that's playing out. But how does a region that's the Middle East and a country like the UAE, which has always prided itself in being autonomous in terms of its foreign policy, economic policy, and had maintained a very, very, very carefully curated balance in being a trading hub, a technology hub, an ideas hub, an economic hub. How do you manage this? How are you assessing this competition that's playing out?
I think, Samir, as you just well said, I'll just want to start by thanking Professor Ibtisam Al-Kitbi and the APC Center as well for building pathways of this dialogue in UAE. And to answer your question, UAE has been always about neutrality and being a platform of stabilization to the world, not just to the economic value that they are representing for what they're having on the map. Diversification of investments across different future economic pathways is something that UAE has always aimed to do. And there, I would say, consistently is doing this through this new AI race. And it's not just AI race. UAE realized that if you invest in AI, you have, as His Excellency Omar Al-Ulama said this morning, you have to invest in the whole value stack. You have to invest in semiconductors, you have to invest in the new pathways of minerals, you have to invest in stabilizing the world, because you can't just build a data center within a region and forget about building new economic pathways in Africa or in other parts of the world, or stabilizing regions like South America, or building collaborative pathways with China, with Russia, with other as well partners globally, as well as the United States. We are as well, as what Professor Wei said, we're a big fan of open source development, not just from an investment stack, but also on a technological stack. Most of the open source tools that UAE built for AI has been pushing to the market as well. DeepSeek was one of them, I think, from a Chinese perspective. But that also translates to the consistency of that messaging. It goes from the multi-layer kind of approach that exists across way.
Huda, this afternoon we heard at the China panel, and by the way, Ibtisam, I must congratulate you for these fantastic conversations. Well done and more power to you. I actually was really enjoying listening to some of these discussions today, the European discussion, the China discussion, the Russia discussion. I think you've brought all of them to this room, and thank you very much for doing that. But again, in the China panel, I sensed, and maybe I'm just overreacting, but I sensed that there was a frustration in the Chinese side that the folks in the Gulf have chosen America as their tech partner. That and Mohammed said this too in his opening remarks, that the UAE and others act as force multipliers for American AI. Now, how do you respond to that frustration or question or position?
I think UAE has always been about being strategic and not being bubbled into an echo chamber. And the echo chamber of the world is that we have to pick a side, and UAE would never pick a side. And I think in terms of investment, we're always for diversifying investments across different portfolios. Yes, for certain kind of current use case scenarios that we're working with the United States, but that doesn't mean that we're not working as well with China on other parallel pathways of deployment, for example, of use cases of AI on other aspects. If you looked at the AI campus that exists, for example, in the IFC in Dubai, there are some leading Chinese companies that are also well stationed in that kind of a cluster. We have as well Chinese companies stationed that are working on use cases on financial markets and AI that are as well here in Abu Dhabi. So I think we are trying to maintain this kind of open market policy when it comes to the wider investment clusters of frontier technology and not just AI. And regardless of what's being echoed in the wider global chamber, being there for all of the allies is something that UAE has always invested in.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you about Global South and UAE, and I want to come to the Global South and the US as well, Mohammed, then I'm going to come back to you. But let me first turn to Professor Wangi. We also are using this particular hour to discuss the competition over the trade routes, the corridors of commerce, of prosperity, but now also of conflict and contest. And in some sense, everyone is looking to, the new word is diversify. The word is resilience. The word is de-risk. Everyone wants multiple choices for everything, right? So like we heard from Huda. Now, how do you assess, because I remember one of your works was on the limitations of the Indo-Pacific architecture and the Indo-Pacific strategy. That was something you wrote on some time back. How do you assess the viability, the importance of a project such as the IMEC? Such as, is it necessarily a competition to the BRI? Is it a complementary offering to what exists today? And how does it enhance economic and security propositions for the world?
Thank you, Samir. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to Dr. Etesam for invitation. Well, I was nicely surprised that I'm the only Korean speaker here in this fantastic and wonderful forum. I mean, given the very close and solid relationship between UAE and South Korea, I think I feel that we need to make a greater effort to make presence in this important debate. Well, Samir, regarding your question, well, if you look at the past trajectory of BRI, I think it's already more than 10 years, right? I think with all the problems and criticisms from mostly from Western countries, like the issue of transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness, I think my assessment is that BRI has achieved a certain level of success. For example, you have a greater number of countries from the global south joining BRI. And also, BRI has made, China has made a lot of kind of institutional mechanisms on the broader BRI projects. So in that regard, I think China achieved quite something. In that regard, in that sense, I think if you look at the founding members of IMEC, I think there are, both the elements of the competition and kind of hedging the bets as well. For example, I think, simply, India is one of my priority, so I'm looking at quite following the India's kind of perception. And a couple of weeks ago, I was in New Delhi for a conference, and my sense was that there is a very strong enthusiasm about the future prospect of IMEC. So my point is that the IMEC is kind of simply saying India's answer to BRI, I guess. So with the support of the United States and to a lesser extent EU. But I think if you look at other participating countries of the IMEC, like UAE and Saudi Arabia, I think it's more of the kind of hedging bets rather than outrightly confronting in China. So in that regard, I think you have multiple layers of kind of strategic elements embedded in IMEC. And also, this is a very ambitious project that includes a lot of mega issues. So I think one of the future prospects of IMEC is that you have to wait and see. First of all, I think the sustainability of this project is very important. And also, I'm not, it is a matter of kind of a question. I think in order to implement the IMEC initiative according to the regional plan, I think you need to have sustainable source of financing, and also you also have to consider some of the geopolitical uncertainties. For example, if you are able to connect and open up the ports in Israel, I think the ongoing Gaza conflict should be somehow stabilized. And also the relationship between Israel and Saudi is also in question. So I think there are a lot of uncertainties. But I think from the perspective of UAE, I think this is really a smart choice. I think the IMEC would provide a lot of strategic space. And also this morning I heard that one of the three pillars of the kind of foreign policy of UAE is to enhance its strategic autonomy. In that regard, I think as a small country in this part of the world, IMEC serves the UAE's interest very much.
South Korea is an electronics powerhouse, is a digital powerhouse.
Right.
How are you navigating the China-US, what do I say, contest, conflict, competition, collaboration? Actually, they're collaborating in a number of areas, both the US and Chinese companies. How is Korea positioning itself in this new game?
Yeah, I think that's kind of a daunting question. I mean, the electronics, I mean, more specifically, semiconductor chips. So we have two world-leading companies, Samsung and SK Hynix. But the problem or the challenge is these two South Korean chip giants are exposed both to Chinese market as well as American market, right? I mean, Samsung and SK Hynix are dependent upon U.S., the patent technology, equipments, design technology, things like that. And also, as a market, U.S. is very important. But China is also very important. I mean, SK and Samsung are operating 5 production facilities, NAND flash, memory chips. So Chinese market takes 40% of their market share. So kind of you are in a kind of onerous situation where the Americans push greater export control and things like that. But yeah, so in that regard, I think these two companies should have to navigate their kind of way. But I think it also provides a lot of new windows of opportunity for Korean companies. For example, Samsung and SK Hynix, these Korean companies are kind of facing a fierce kind of competition from Chinese competitors. So a side effect of the kind of the U.S.-China tech war, from the perspective of South Korea, I think we have some niche areas of opportunity. And so I guess the strategy of them from the South Korea is that, first of all, I think we are try to strengthen and expand partnership with the United States, because I mean, U.S. is most important in terms of market and technology and equipment. And the second one is the diversification. Try to diversify other partners where you have the greater convergence of commercial interests as well as the political kind of trust. Countries like India and UAE are kind of trusted partner. The third one is manage. We have to manage. I think we can't move away out of the current kind of geopolitical location. So in that regard, I think on political level as well as on the kind of company level, we are trying to manage, stabilize relations with China.
Professor Lee, you want to come in? Yeah.
Regarding the IMEC, the Indo-Middle East Economic Corridors, I have something to say. I don't think the Chinese government and the United States will compete on the infrastructure building in these areas. I don't think so. I consider that we have competition in AI, in geopolitics, but I don't think we will have some competition with the United States in the corridor building, because I don't believe the United States will really like to invest in these areas.
Correct.
Because the infrastructure building needs the long-term investment, need the patient capitals. But the Western companies have no patience in this area. So if the West countries and the Western companies really want to invest in the infrastructure building in this area, Chinese government will welcome. The more the better. The more the better. So I don't think we have.
Look, that's an important point, Mohammed. I'm going to come to you on this. I'm going to put you on the spot. But look, there's a truth bomb there. And Professor Wongi also said the same thing. BRI achieved success simply because it was the only game in town. It was the only infrastructure project that was connecting the global south and the southern markets and production centers to the world. In some sense, the West had counted itself out of the game. More specifically, the US was out of the game. Now, Biden administration, of course, announced this with great fanfare. But Mr. Donald Trump may have a very different view. Will he have the appetite to actually invest in a project that might be decadal in the making, might take a decade to make?
Surprisingly, I don't really have that much to disagree on, but let me add an American view on corridors. So what's a corridor? We're trying to add a framework to existing patterns of trade, which exist in the case of India, Middle East, Europe. The trade volume between India and the UAE is about $100 billion. Between India and Saudi Arabia, $40 billion. Between India and EU, collectively, $120 billion. That trade is taking place. What you're trying to do with the vision of a corridor is adding either local understanding around this trade, adding diplomatic muscle to it, making sure that we have standards. I'm not going to use the word reduction of tariffs because this ship has sailed. No one is going to be discussing that. But on the idea of having some sort of commonality, having some sort of standards, having some sort of alignment on volume of trade, intervals of trade, making sure that we have the port's capacity that will handle increased amount of trade. And this is what you have seen between India and UAE. For you to go from $40, $50, $60 billion to $100 billion, that meant you need to invest in the logistics between India and the UAE. You also see the same thing when it comes to airways. So to your question, I agree, there is not really a competition. We actually have a lack of investment infrastructure, period, because that was supposed to be something that countries would invest in 1990s, 2000s, before everything became very much centralized around American trade and American centrality to free trade in the 2000s. Right now, you are seeing different centers of trade that are emerging, that creating these sort of trade networks around themselves. And this is why this India, Middle East, Europe corridor that exists today is different than BRI, because this is, I would say, this is an argument I make in my book, West Asia, that this is all because of the rise of the Gulf as a central node between India and Europe. And because of that, you see how the airways, you see tourism, you see services. And on top of that, major investment in infrastructure from basic AI, from very sophisticated AI build out to other supply chains. So to the point, we need more. We need to make sure that we have more trade routes. We have to have more corridors. So you make these trade patterns much more, I would say, lasting, have an impact, and bring all these countries together.
Okay. Mohammed, let me turn to Hoda very quickly. The IMEC also has a digital component. We are also looking at connecting innovation, connecting data, connecting entrepreneurs, startups. Is this something that excites your tribe, in some sense, those who are investing in future enterprises?
100%. And I think, Samir, to this point, I think that IMEC is a complementary structure to the PRI, because as you focus on maybe the upstream kind of supply chain kind of questions on the PRI, within the IMEC you focus on the midstream and the middle stream kind of powers rising. What happens to innovation if you want to have connectivity and mobility across microsystems and across innovation structures that are happening within data, for example, creating data bank, getting the DPI structure that is being built in India, for example, transported as world-class technology to Rwanda, to world-class kind of notion to other parts of the world, so you can fast accelerate digitalization elements to other kind of emerging economies. In a world where we have crisis, a massive crisis in the world, and we know that today we are standing at 3.2 growth projection for the global economy, the lead economies that are leading this growth, 40% of it, are coming from emerging economies. And those emerging economies, on the contrary of what we are trying to understand, they are actually within the spectrum of the Middle East, of India, of China, and as well Africa. Now I feel, and I think positively, that the IMEC kind of partnerships on the innovation structures will be coming up with maybe multitude of other similar innovation kind of pathways. And this is what I think we wanted to say, that we don't want to create silos, but we want to create this kind of connectivity structure that exists in between different islands, because you are trying to build a value stack of interoperability of opportunity and not end up in a polarized world developing something cutting edge, a quite cutting edge new economy in one part of the world and denying access to that economic value to the rest of the world.
Look, as we move to the second half of this discussion, I thought I should maybe perhaps pose a couple of questions to all of you, and then we will open it up to the audience thereafter. The first, of course, is, as the Indian Foreign Minister stated in one of his interventions, that the world is very obsessed with the part of the periodic table that no one paid attention to in the classrooms. When we were being taught the periodic tables, all those metals that we ignored are today the most sought after in the 21st century. So we are all obsessed about a very new part of the periodic table. They are now residing in very interesting new geographies, from Latin America to Central Africa to, of course, Southeast Asia and other parts. There is a new race to have to acquire control over many of these resources. The question to all of you generally, and I can start with Professor Lee first, that are we going to see a new extractive race where we are essentially looking to garner control over resources, or are we going to see this new moment build value for the countries where these resources reside? So can the age of rare earths be different to the age of hydrocarbons? And can we actually build value for the countries and geographies where we find some of these important metals?
Ocean?
Yeah.
Ocean.
Sorry?
Your question is concerning on the ocean?
No, it's for you, Professor Lee. Yeah.
So, China is the largest trading nations in the world. So we have very high stake on the open and free ocean order. So I'm not the maritime expert, but I know that some countries is weaponize the ocean transportation. So, but we must I must to remind all of you, we are the largest. China highly rely on the ocean transportation, but we have no single naval base outside, overseas. So China want to divide, that's China's benefit, that's China's interest. We want to define an open and free and sustainable the ocean order.
So what you're suggesting is that when people talk about Chinese having military bases overseas or having military capabilities overseas, it's all myth?
So we have no naval base outside. So
but you have capacities to project power?
Yes, the aim is for Taiwan.
Okay. Okay. Yes. But my question was on the resource one. Maybe I'll turn to Hoda on that resource question. I think you took it to the oceans. My point is, Hoda, as we start extracting copper and other metals and heavier forms of rare earth, are we going to see a different economic model? Or is it going to be basically, as Mohammed mentioned, that the G2 will be the winners and everyone else will be left behind?
I think, Samir, we're trying to look for the synergies in the room. Yes, we've seen in the past, I think, 5-7 years, this kind of mineral wars that are happening. When we started denying maybe AI access to microchips that are being used for quite advanced processing, what we've seen in terms of retaliation from nations that know that their power within minerals, like China, for example, is that they're starting as well saying maybe we'll increase tariffs over gallium or granarium, which they are like getting maybe around 90% kind of a global dominance around. But the reverse question that we started hearing on the scientific community and industrialized community, maybe we should start experimenting with other minerals, with other type of minerals than the current stack of minerals that exist on the value chain that we could use for even energy kind of production. Why are we just counting the lithium, for example? Although the case of lithium, we have a higher, I would say, a better de-risked model on it because you have 5 countries in a global production kind of cycle. So today, because of this kind of global tensions that are built around minerals, where we see as well wars being waged against, minerals that are being used in semiconductor lithography, and we know very well that there are only 2 countries in the world, Ukraine and China, that are producing specific mineral on that. We started being mindful of the world polarization and the risk that exists against nation when you are trying to industrialize based on this kind of single choke points. So I think today there is like an active conversation on what if we started diversifying away and we started pushing and incentivizing nation to think of their own sovereign mineral kind of a stack and start as well diversifying the innovation cycle around that kind of mineral stack. That conversation, I think, is being delayed over 4 decades into the making. But it's a positive, synergic, silver lining kind of point out of the whole tension spectrum that we're having. We're seeing people working on small, effective energy reactors that are going to have maybe dual-use structures.
So technology could be a solution in managing the mineral dependencies and diversifying the mineral bases required to produce solutions.
100%.
Mohammed, how does US view this scramble for new metals? You guys wanted to take over Greenland recently, right? So, like what's happening there?
Samir, I'm not going to have a conversation about Greenland. That's a different one. In all seriousness, I mean, as you know, the numbers are very, very stark. 70% of global mining is China's hand. 90% of processing is also Chinese. So clearly we are in a position where China dominates the entire mineral stack. And this is very important for EV batteries, for every sort of technology that's very much reliant on those sorts of minerals. On top of that, we also have the rare earth minerals problem. Those are 17 minerals that are very rare, and China did a great job, I would argue, in terms of dominating the mining and the processing of those minerals as well. So you're in a position where this is becoming more of China's imposing their own version of export controls through the rule of origin, so 0.1% of any technology that's reliant on Chinese mine-processed critical mineral is part of the Chinese export control. So you can clearly, we're in a position that's very, very different than before. We have United States, of course, dominating the semiconductor ecosystem through export controls under the Department of Commerce, and you have China dominating critical minerals, and this is why you end up
But Mohammed, Chinese export control is not new. If you remember during the conflict with Japan, what happened, right? The Japanese were brought to their knees over a decade ago with rare earth controls, right?
I agree with you 100%. I think the new part of it is how expansive the Chinese export control system is. Also, the way that you are seeing 2 different export control regimes coming out of Beijing and Washington head-to-head. Interacting now in a global level in 2 very important components of the global economy. I don't think we have ever seen this before. Even during the Cold War, the first Cold War between the United States and Soviet Union, the global economy was not really that integrated to have that sort of J2 talks or trying to figure out a way to have an off-ramp. This is where we are right now. And this is why it makes it extremely difficult to have a wiggle room between the United States and China, because right now we have export control regimes where you have to actually get a license to prove that the other party would not benefit from your own product. So how other countries would be navigating that? We are seeing this happening on live TV right now.
So export controls are no longer meant to keep the world safe. They are actually used to harm your competition. I think that's the way it's being weaponized now.
Traditionally speaking, think about the idea of export controls. That has been something the United States has used against the Soviet Union when it comes to missile technology through some of the Eastern Bloc countries back in the 60s and 70s. And then we kind of let go of this post-1991. We do not really have such a robust export control regime. Right now, this is a new norm. Whenever you are a new company, a new startup, a new technology venture, you have to figure out.
Sign on to a.
You have to figure out who's your consumer, who's your consumer, who are you selling your product to, where are you sourcing your own cameras from, who exactly is part of the ecosystem that you are building. So even if you are building a very small thing that's part of this machine over here, you're already going to be exposed to a huge number, so many number of regulations and policies for you to make sure that you're aligned. And this applies if you're operating in China, or if you're operating in the UK, or if you're operating in the United States.
Okay. Professor, you wanted to come in, and then I'll come to you.
Yeah, the recent Chinese announcement of export control of critical minerals and manganese. Of course, as a result of the bilateral meeting with Trump, China deferred the implementation. But I think when China announced that export control measures, if I share Korean perception and sentiments about that, we had a great concern and frustration. Actually, this is not, as you mentioned, the first time, right? In 2017, we started to have, not official anyway, but informal economic sanctions, and we suffered quite a lot. Actually, that was the start point. Reckoning that, for the last 30 years, since 1992, when we established diplomatic relations with the PRC, for the last 30 years, South Koreans swim together with the Chinese in terms of economic and trade relations. But in 2017, all of a sudden, China tried to punish us because we didn't behave as it expected us, right, with Americans. So,
but Professor, today Donald Trump will punish you if you don't behave like he wants you to.
So we are kind of sandwiched, right? So that's kind of dilemma. So that's one of the main reasons why we try to start the economic as well as diplomatic diversification. Of course, still we have to maintain relations, economic and political relations with China, right? But this kind of situation is very kind of frustrating. So we'd like to expand our diplomatic as well as economic kind of horizon. So in that regard, Southeast Asia and India and key partner countries in this part of the world, I think that's very important.
Okay. Yeah. Hoda, you want to come in quickly? Because then I want to ask my second question to all of you before we
Yes, I think we need more neutralizing power agency in this whole spectrum. Because if we live in a world where you have export controls, in the US it's a growing field. You have over 1,800 entities registered under the commercial entities in the US, and in China it's now 1,100, including AI, encryption units, and all of other kind of advanced chips infrastructure. And even if you're standing today to build with the big top 10s kind of hardware companies your own AI accelerators, you're having different tiers. You're having at least 3-4 tiers of structures, and you will never get tier 1 or tier 2. You will get tier 3 of these kind of AI chip infrastructure unless you build them closer to home. And this is what we are trying to advocate here for, having that kind of hub structure that is available globally for people to build across different platforms.
But my final question to all of you before I open it up to the audience is on the weaponization of global financial systems. We saw the SWIFT system, for example, being weaponized immediately when the Ukraine crisis unfolded some years back, there is also the big question on some of the infrastructure institutions. And I think, Professor Lee, you have written on the competition for global institutions between the US and China, right? The strategic competition over multilateral institutions. Now, how do you create a financial architecture where values can flow irrespective of conflict? We have seen that the SWIFT system has become subservient to those who built it. How do we keep payments and financial flows sacrosanct? And how do we maintain the integrity, Professor Lee?
I think the United States is the only country that can weaponize the financial system.
But Professor Lee, let me ask you a counterintuitive question. If the Chinese owned the SWIFT, would you never weaponize the SWIFT? Can you say today that when the Chinese build their financial transaction gateway, they will not use the financial system to punish countries such as they use rare earths?
Right now, we have no such capacity to punish others by the financial power, because we have no financial power. It is the United States, the US dollar is the hegemonic currency. That's why, so we know that according to the liberal philosophy, the absolute power will lead to the absolute corruption, right? The US dollar is the only hegemonic currency in the world. So we should check and balance against the US dollars. That's why Chinese government want to promote the RMB internationalization. That's why Chinese government supports the euros. That's why Chinese government try to promote the currency cooperation in East Asia. So we, from Chinese perspective, we need to build a multi-currency system, not a currency system based on US dollar hegemony.
Okay. Mohammed, people have been talking about the weaponization of the SWIFT, right? You've heard this with Ukraine conflict and many other previous times. And as the world moves to digital currencies and digital payments, are we looking at an opportunity here to de-risk from the traditional payment gateways to new architectures? And is that something that US thinks about as part of their geopolitical attributes today, that there might be a move away to newer modes of transactions?
Excellent question. Let me respond to the first question that you posed to my Chinese colleague. Whoever controls a platform will always control the rules around the platform. That's basic rules of power and of great powers. That happened with Britain during the time when they dominated the telegram lines. It happened with the United States when the United States dominated the telephone lines, and later on the internet in the 1990s. So this is not really a new phenomenon. Let's talk about where we are today in 2025, 2026. Clearly there is disfranchisement when it comes to the traditional ways of doing finance. That exists, specifically because of the US response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and kicking out the Russians out of the SWIFT system. So what does it mean? It means that you have a lot of countries, a lot of players, a lot of non-state actors looking for other ways of doing business. So far, there's not really a basket of currencies that capable of absorbing the current level of trade volume. We didn't see that. Like, you and I, Samir, have been talking about this for so long. That has been a subject of conversation for the past 18 years, and even specifically increased after 2008, the financial crisis. So far, we do not really see a clear alternative to the dollar. What you're going to see is few fragmentation on the edges. You're going to see digital dollar, you're going to see crypto increased in volume as a way of doing business outside of US banks. So you're going to see a lot more platforms working in the alternative, what I call like digital assets.
So the gray economy is likely to blossom? Or do you think, is it the gray economy that's working outside the dollar platforms? Are you saying state actors will now also use that same medium?
I think I would say it's still within the gray economy space. It's still within the remittances, migrant workers, of course, organized crime, terrorist organizations, any entity that's under sanctions. I think those are going to be the entities that are going to be much more drawn to use, I would say, some of those digital assets outside of the US umbrella, outside of the US Treasury, which is extremely dominant, even in the cyberspace.
Huda, crypto, I think crypto is something you have closely examined. Now, the potential of digital currencies, creating alternate frameworks, pathways, is it still marginal? Or are we at the point in our innovation cycle where these could become significant opportunities and options?
If you asked me this question like 10 years ago, I would say no, but now, yes, we are at really positive inflection points where we see crypto leading economy. To answer your former question, in the middle of a crisis, in the middle of tensions, how can we make sure that financial systems don't collapse, financial systems don't take biases towards one system against another? And I think different countries build their own system, India, Brazil, China, and as well the grander SWIFT system. We've seen more and more jurisdictions where they have this kind of dual compliance structure, where even in the UAE you have a system that can accept the CIPS from China, that can accept SWIFT. So in order to make payment structures, it just happened. Just I think last month we've seen Saudi Arabia pay China and Chinese currency for their oil transactions. And I think we live in a world today where stable coins, UAE talked about stable coins 4 years ago, regularized it, made sure that we have this kind of flexibility and regulation structure to attract stable structures across the universe here to UAE, and as well being competitive to other Asian hubs. I would say Asia is always pioneering in this, like Singapore and Hong Kong. But it's not just about making the legal jurisdiction happen. It's about building a scalable adaptability in terms of this case. What we are, I think, in fear of within the crypto community is having this kind of behind-the-scene hedging structures to a system that we think is decentralized, but because of the involvement of the institutionalized funds that exist in the different structures, and they're moving in to buy more and more of those crypto equity across the markets, then there is a high risk of also manipulating that kind of what looks like a systematic free system, which it's not at the moment a systematic free system.
Professor Wongi, do you want to come in on this?
Yeah, a short comment on the Chinese intention to replace the American-dominated financial system. So according to the power transition and hegemonic stability theory, the financial hegemony comes at the last stage of power transition. First, manufacturing and maritime and military power. So in that regard, I think China is not currently in position to challenge, but it is clear that China tried to bypass the SWIFT, the American-dominated financial system. For example, I don't think that the trade between China and Russia is based on dollar. I don't think the trade between China and North Korea even is based on US dollars. So it's a non-dollar barter or non-dollar kind of trade. So in that regard, I think, and also if you look at the agenda of the BRICS, I mean, de-dollarization has been a prevalent topic, discussion. What I want to talk about the Chinese kind of the manganese and the critical minerals and even maritime. Yeah, I don't think that China currently. I mean, you have Djibouti, right? Djibouti, yeah.
It's a logistic.
and also many
logistic base.
Yeah, potentially dual-use deep-sea ports. Yeah, that's true. And also, I mean, last week I was in Manila talking about that we have today big conference on South China Sea, and yeah, I observed that. I mean, the Chinese colleagues' kind of tone and argument has been a little bit changed. I mean, they're not anymore emphasizing the legal basis of their South China Sea claims. Rather, than they talk about the history, talk about the inability of the China to respond to the American kind of military kind of pressure and things like that. So it's not their China's choice. It's just a response. You have to respond to this military pressure. I mean, for example, the U.S. Secretary of War has recently announced the Philippine task force and things like that. So yeah, I mean, so in that regard, I think from a Korean perspective, right, we are a maritime trading nation, so sea routes throughout the South China Sea and South China Sea is critical, right? So we need to, we are having a lot of concern about what China is doing. Yeah.
Let me invite Mohammed Baroon to pose this question to the panelists.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for keeping us awake towards the end of a very intellectually charged day. You've talked about the weaponization of AI and the G2 particularly as a major way of hegemony within the AI. AI is a very user-centric, without users there is no AI. So, and the global south has something between 75% to 83% of the global population of the earth. So how does hegemony or how hegemonic is hegemony in the AI?
Okay, I think that's a very fair question. End of the day, the use capitals of the world are not going to be either Washington, D.C. or China, and how does that politics play out? And that's the question I was asking about G7, that don't be smug with the data centers you own, because those who will use the AI may belong to very different geographies, so you have to win their hearts as well. The second intervention from the audience is from Marwan Al-Balushi. Let me invite him to speak.
Hi, good evening, everyone. As usual, I would like to thank Dr. Ibtissam Al-Kitbi for this opportunity. My question is for Mohammed Suleiman. The Gulf, especially the UAE and Saudi Arabia, is investing heavily in rare earths and minerals. And also, we are partnering with the US. But how can we avoid getting sucked into the West confrontation with China, especially when we consider our rather balanced geo-economic position between the two superpowers? Thank you.
Okay. So I think these were the two questions from the audience. We have 4 minutes. I'm going to come to each one of you, a minute each as we close. AI sovereignty, is this a chimera, or will you have to balance the markets that will need to build AI? So in some sense, how do you create that relationship between the global south and the big boys, the G2 as it were, that we heard today? By the way, I never saw any panel with so much enthusiasm for G2 as in this. So well done. But Huda, let me start with you. Does the consumer have the final veto, or is the consumer with no agency?
So I think the AI use case, to Dr. Baharoon kind of point, we live in a world where it's about adaptation. It's not just about who's developing, who's pioneering and building the chips or building the machinery. It's about also who's pioneering and building the mixed grid energy structures, who's pioneering and making sure that it is accessible to the wider supply chain. Because if you don't have that global connectivity and mobility to your technology, you are in restricted markets. Today, I've seen and witnessed lead AI companies come and launch their products from Dubai, from the Middle East, because they want to have global efficacy towards what they're developing globally. And I see that being the norm for the next few decades, which is something that is also very striking and analyzing, are we achieving the ROI kind of anticipations out of AI? This is one of the grander conversational points that we have today. We anticipated over, I think, 70x growth in different markets, and especially in manufacturing units and hubs that doesn't have a human connection in there or man in the loop, but we're not seeing that yet. So it all depends, I think, on the sovereign development of AI assets, I would say, end of the day.
Mohammed, you have a specific question for you?
Let me answer the AI question first.
Quickly.
So quickly, I want to differentiate between AI applications and AI infrastructure. I would say right now we're in a phase where AI deployment is the most important piece of AI. This is why we always talk about the United States and China. We need anywhere between 200 to 300 gigawatt of compute in the next 5 years. Which are the countries that are capable of deploying this compute for infrastructure applications that all these users in Indonesia and in India and in Africa would use? This is where the United States and China are important, and this is why the Gulf is important, because they're able to be part of the infrastructure layer of the broader ecosystem, because this is very capital intensive, very energy intensive, and requires you make a bet, make a choice on which one is your AI partner on the chip side of the ecosystem. Okay. So this is on the AI infrastructure. On the Kirk Romero's question, Listen, we are in a struggle for figuring out what's a proper ecosystem for critical minerals. There's a space for everyone, specifically in Africa, for the United States to work with Gulf partners to find new deposits of those sort of critical minerals, and you can elevate the Gulf countries' value proposition in the entire processing and mining of critical minerals. So there's always win-win. And it doesn't mean competing with the Chinese. It doesn't mean that you have to choose on the critical mineral side between the United States and China. I think there's always a space
on
for
the AI infrastructure, you have to choose between the two, but critical minerals could be an open market competition. Huda, I have to conclude, but Professor Lee, I'm going to come back to you if I have a minute. Professor Lee, final thoughts.
The final comments on the G2 structure of in AI areas. I argue that the G2 structure provides more opportunities rather than challenges for the third parties. In the future, on our table, maybe there are two computers. The one use the DeepSeek, the other use the ChatGPT. You can choose. You can choose. Yes.
Okay. Professor Wong, final comment from Guy.
Yeah, two quick comments. First, I think AI dominance, the race for AI dominance is one of the key aspects of the geopolitical contestation between US and China, but that does not mean that we don't have any space to exert our own kind of presence. So in that regard, I think, throughout today's discussion, I noticed that there is very high level of enthusiasm about AI, particularly in this forum. And from Korean perspective, I would like to say to UAE friends, I think it is very important to collaborate with friend you have strategic trust. I mean, all of this geopolitical competition, technology is important. So in that regard, Korea is a good, would be a good partner.
This is a strong pitch for Korea as a partner. Final thoughts.
And I think we are fixing the supply chain, bringing resources closer to sources, and Bolivia and Chile and Brazil and Africa is quite important for them to develop as well the technology.
Look, I think that this was a fantastic panel. We are closing it now. Well done. I think eventually the future will be based on one single word: trust. And trust alone will decide where the G2 and G2's plans, proposals unfold. But let me tell you, there is a third way, and many are working on it, which is neither G1 nor G2, and it could be sovereign AI. So let's applaud the wonderful panelists for their interventions. Thank you very much.
Great as always.
Great job.
السيدات والسادة، مع نهاية هذه الجلسة نختتم أعمال اليوم الأول من ملتقى أبو ظبي الاستراتيجي 12. نشكركم ونعلمكم أن أعمال اليوم الثاني للملتقى ستبدأ غداً 9:00 صباحاً. Ladies and gentlemen, with the conclusion of this panel, we wrap up the first day of the 12th Abu Dhabi Strategic Debate. Thank you. The second day will begin tomorrow at 9 a.m.